Oh, look, we're live, Ryan. Good morning to you, my friend. How are you,
Good
bud?
morning. Good morning. Doing all right. How about you?
I'm good, man. As usual, I wanted to get this started at 9 o'clock. We're at 10:31. Eh, pretty standard for me, I would have to say. I was actually ready today, but hey, we got a lot on the agenda today, Ryan. Like almost it's like a lot. There's like some big stories and a lot really do. Just a lot of little stuff. It's like there's a lot of violence going on in our country, New York and Chicago, especially. You got Israel attacked Hezbollah. You got Venezuela in the news. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Got some White House press conferences that are going down. You know, your average stuff. So I don't even know where to begin. I think I might start with just some local stuff and move my way up.
All right.
Yeah. People keep
Sounds good.
what is up with Trump $2,000 tariff thing. Or yeah, the 2,000 tariff dividend that he's offering to everybody. People keep asking what's going on with that. Let's see. There's a news story that just came out. That's what I'll start with. All right, man. Well, let's get this show in the Rizzoed.
and Greer are in Brussels this morning for trade negotiations with the European Union. The group expected to discuss steel and aluminum tariffs, duties on food and medical equipment, and potentially more sanctions on Russia for its war on Ukraine. President Trump struck a deal with the EU back in July, which included 15% tariffs on most European goods. He also secured more than $1 trillion of investment into America, into various commodities. Joining me now live in Brussels for a Fox Business exclusive is the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. Secretary, it's great to see you this morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Great to be here in rainy Brussels.
What can you tell us about the talks with the European Union, Secretary? What are you expecting?
So what we've been talking about, we started about digital. The idea is that the European Union continues to make rules that only harm our big tech companies. And they're just not getting the investment that we're getting. We have company after company after company announcing $500 billion of investments in America. And here they're getting $10 billion. So the idea is, come on, guys, embrace the ideas and the model of the Trump administration, and you'll get $1 trillion in investment here. So we're trying to teach them and encourage them to follow the Trump lead and learn how to embrace the digital markets and the AI world. So we're trying, and I'm here
bro.
and teaching and trying to help tech companies.
So it's interesting. I love the way that you and President Trump fight for American companies, and these digital services taxes have been a real issue for American companies. Do you
I literally, as I was fixing my mic, it would go to commercial.
Well, the idea is if they don't make them go away, they're not going to get the investments from these tech companies. I mean, these tech companies have the ability to change the economy of Europe. They could invest $1 trillion here. But, if the market, the regulatory environment,
What's up?
What's
up,
is
John?
not conducive to these companies. They're going to invest small potatoes here, and that's what they're seeing. So I'm here saying, come on, rethink your regulatory environment, embrace our great companies, and they will help your economy grow. So that's the newest part of this conversation is change your tax model and let these companies invest here. I think it'll be fantastic for Europe. It'll be fantastic for our American tech companies, but it's worth a try, and that's why I'm here.
Well, that would be a big deal if you could actually get that movement. I don't know if you remember the Mario Draghi research that the former head of the ECB came out with. And he basically compared, why it is that the U.S. has several companies that are $1 trillion or more. We've got at least one company that's close to $5 trillion in NVIDIA. And yet the amount of companies in Europe that have been able to gain market value, the highest market value is Novo Nordisk, which is about $350 billion. So why can't they generate $1 trillion company the way America can? Is it regulation?
It's just regulation. It's just they think that you can regulate success, which you cannot. The idea is to create the environment where companies thrive and build and grow. And what they just said to me this morning is, look, we're trying to build our small companies. That's why we're regulating your big companies. And the key is no one's going to build a big company here because it just gets regulated the heck out of it. I mean, we are trying to convince them to do the right thing. Another example, right? They rule out diesel gas, and you got to have batteries here by 2035. But Europe doesn't make batteries. Only certain countries make batteries, and Europe is not one of them. They've got to think better about themselves. They got to take care of themselves, and we're here trying to help them understand it. It'll be good for American car manufacturers, good for European car manufacturers, but come on, they don't make batteries here. The leader in batteries is in China. Why would Europe make a rule that they've got to use batteries that they don't make? Just doesn't make sense. So come on, think correctly. That's why we're here.
All really good points, Secretary. Do you expect anything changes from the deal that President Trump struck back in the summertime with the Europeans? Are the tariffs going to change in any way as a result of your trip?
I think we're here to enhance it.
I got it, bro.
We
my
can
first story,
extend
homie.
and grow
I'll get
the
there.
deal and make it better and help Europe on all the areas that they're interested in. They're interested in expanding in steel, and we want to help in digital. We want the help in diesel. We want help back and forth. So I think this trade deal, which was a fantastic trade deal, can grow and change and breathe. And that's why we're here. We're giving them offers of how it can take care of them, but they've got to take care of us. These kind of trade deals breathe. And what you do is you send over your trade team to make it bigger, to make it better, and to make it stronger for us both. And that's why we're
these guys just yapping away, bro. You're gonna talk about the $2,000
to make this deal ever bigger and ever stronger on the back of the amazing deal that Donald Trump set.
Morning, Jesse.
Scotland.
What's up, Jesse?
Any changes that we should expect with regard to China? Because you and your colleagues have been working hard to ensure that the free flow of rare earth minerals happens from China to the whole world, by the way, not just the United States. But we've got indications that they are pushing back again and withholding rare earth minerals from companies in the U.S. that are tied to the U.S. military. Do you have an update there?
With AI, you can create
any character you want.
Real life,
fantasy, sci-fi,
even animation.
Well, I think the relationship between President Trump and President Xi is at the heart of this. I think these kind of things will work their way through. I think our trade team is going to work their way through. But really, it all is upon the fact that President Trump and President Xi have a good working relationship. They've decided to work these things out, and I think we're relying on that relationship is going to pound through and make sure things are balanced and reasonable between our two countries. But let's see how that goes. But I think the president's got it well in hand.
All right. Meanwhile, the president has been luring all this money into America, meeting with Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House last week, and the commitment to invest $1 trillion into America, whether it be technology, energy, defense infrastructure. The White House now approving the sale of NVIDIA's advanced AI chips to Saudi Arabia's Humane company and the United Arab Emirates G42 tech firm. Secretary, you and I were both at the investment summit on Wednesday. Tell me about that partnership And do you worry that sending these very advanced chips to the Saudis will ultimately make its way to China, or do you expect we will be sending those chips to China as well?
No, so the idea, these are our best chips. And what we've decided to do is for chips of 35,000 chips or less, we will let a national champion tech company, that's G42 in the UAE and Humane in Saudi Arabia, that they can manage those chips, but those chips must stay in Saudi Arabia, stay in the UAE, must be overseen and must be audited. So they're there to take care of their domestic use. And then anything above 35,000 chips has to be run by U.S. hyperscalers and U.S. cloud providers. And that's the model for both Saudi and for the UAE. And I think we're very comfortable with that. And we are considering that kind of model for the rest of the world. So I think we're going through that process. I think you're going to see a model published. Our AI action plan will come out. It's going through all of the different departments. So right now in the U.S. government sort of commenting on it. But you should expect that policy to come out before the end of the year. But we are comfortable with Humane. We are comfortable with G42. And above that, above 35,000 chips, U.S. hyperscalers, people we know and we can be confident will not let these chips fall into the wrong hands.
Well, I guess what I'm really getting at is China, because I know there's a massive race to win this AI race. And then, of course, we've got this soft war underway with regard to trade with the Chinese Communist Party. Do you think that there's going to be any movement in terms of President Trump allowing those chips to get to China?
Well, the best part about America is we have Donald Trump in the Oval Office. He's listening to everybody. He's going to think about it. He listens to Jensen from NVIDIA, but he listens to all sorts of other executives, and they all bring these opinions together, and Donald Trump's going to decide what chips, if any, we sell to China. That's on the president's desk. He's going to decide how he wants to take care of it. And that's the benefit of having Donald Trump be the president of the United States, is he's making that decision with advice from everybody. And that's the best part about being in America. You got the best president, the best deal maker. He understands how he wants to play.
Hey, Gary.
Leave it in his hands.
So we'll wait for any new developments there. The president is also working on this potential proposal to send out checks of $2,000, dividend checks.
What's up, Gary?
You know,
I
there's
didn't
an
see you,
analyst
but-
I spoke with over the weekend who believes that it's unlikely unless we see a second reconciliation package passed in 2026. What's your expectation, Secretary, in terms of a second reconciliation bill or a standalone $2,000 check program to go out?
Look, the tariffs are an American policy. The president wants the American people to understand how great tariffs are for them. And so one of the ways to prove to the American people how great tariffs are is to have them share in a part of 1 year's income from these tariffs. And that's $2,000 a head, as he said, for people who need the money. You know, he's going to constrain it to people who need the money. And that's exciting. So the president's got that on his desk. I know that's something he wants to achieve, and his legislative team will figure out the best way to do it. But what he's trying to do is make sure people in America understand that tariffs are their policy. It's to make America stronger, and it could also benefit their pocketbook. And that is coming next year from the president.
Yeah, for sure. But the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget says that those payments will cost roughly $600 billion each round and increase the deficit by $6 trillion over a decade. The White House preparing, of course, backup plans in case the Supreme Court rules against the president and the emergency powers on tariffs. I want to ask you about those backup plans. So let's take a short break and come right back on the cost of the president's tariff dividends and whether or not, in fact, we are going to see this take place next year. Secretary, I just got to get your take on whether or not there is a backup plan in place if the Supreme Court goes against you. Stay with us, Secretary. We've got more right after the break.
What I'm gonna do next? Oh yeah, I got.
If you
Everybody hit the like, share, subscribe. Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Here's that Israel story you were talking about in the chat. They killed the leader of Hamas, apparently.
to another major headline from over the weekend, and also showcasing this. A image that we have out of Jerusalem in Israel. Israel on Sunday saying that it struck Lebanon's capital for the first time since June, saying it killed Hezbollah's chief of staff, Haytham Tabatabai, and warning the Iran-backed militant group not to rearm and rebuild a year after their latest war. This strike in Beirut's southern suburbs killed 5 people and wounded 25 others, and that's according to Lebanon's health ministry. Hezbollah did confirm the death of that leader, and earlier it said the strike launched almost exactly a year after a ceasefire in the Israel-Hezbollah war threatened an escalation of attacks.
Gary.
Just days before Pope Leo is scheduled to visit Lebanon on his first foreign trip. I want to talk more in depth about this by bringing onto the program now Benjamin Allison. He is a graduate fellow at Clemens Center for National Security and a PhD candidate of history at the University of Texas in Austin. Benjamin, good to see you.
Good to see you, Carell.
So it was a pretty big deal when we saw those strikes yesterday. We actually had live images, so a lot of destruction in that aftermath. But talk to us a little bit here. The Associated Press says that Hezbollah has not attacked Israel since the start of their ceasefire. How significant is it that Israel not only attacked Lebanon, throwing strikes there, but more specifically Beirut? How does this propel the conflict forward?
So Beirut, of course, as the capital, is the most important city in all of Lebanon. The fact that Tabatabai was in Beirut on the outskirts, really, and that being where he was struck, it is a challenge in some ways to the central Lebanese government. That government has had trouble for decades now actually maintaining the use of force within its own borders. So, for example, in the 1970s into the 1980s, the Palestine Liberation Organization was a state within Lebanon. That was a huge challenge to the central government's authority. Beginning in the mid-1980s, Hezbollah kind of took over that mantle. And the central government has always had trouble kind of maintaining control over its own territory and preventing these non-state actors, such as Hezbollah and the PLO, from acting from its borders against Israel. And so the fact that Israel struck Tabatabai in Beirut demonstrates really the central government's weakness, but also Israel's disregard for the central government in many ways. They had a ceasefire agreement beginning in November of 2024. It was negotiated by the U.S. and France between Lebanon and Israel. And Lebanon was given permission by Hezbollah Secretary General Naif Qassem to basically negotiate on Hezbollah's behalf. And the agreement was essentially that Hezbollah and Israeli forces would both leave southern Lebanon, which is basically the part of Lebanon that's closest to Israel. Hezbollah would have to go above the Litani River, and the Israelis would retreat back. Now, that hasn't been fully implemented yet, and that's part of the problem. The Israelis have been conducting strikes on Lebanon for quite a while since the ceasefire went into effect. The ceasefire agreement did not preclude the use of force for the purposes of self-defense, whether by Israel or by the Lebanese state. But what it did preclude was the offensive use of military force. Now, what self-defense means in these situations is a matter of debate. So, for example, Israeli military conceives of preemption as self-defense. And so for the IDF, they had been claiming for a while, and there does seem to be some evidence for it, that Hezbollah had been rearming. The Lebanese central government had basically made a law back in June, I believe, stating that they were going to reclaim the monopoly on the use of force, which is so critical to any state's existence within its borders, and that they were going to disarm Hezbollah in order to make sure that the Lebanese central government was the primary actor in terms of armed force within its borders. But that has since slowed down in a significant way, and now rearmament of Hezbollah is outpacing disarmament by the Lebanese government. And the IDF, Israeli intelligence services have been claiming that recently, as recently as 2 weeks ago, I believe, maybe 1 week ago, that the Lebanese armed forces were collaborating with Hezbollah. Whether that's true, whether that's something that's happening on a systemic level, that seems unlikely that the entire Lebanese armed forces is cooperating with Hezbollah in terms of giving them the cover of LAF vehicles to transport weapons and things like that. But it is possible that, of course, some actors on the ground within the Lebanese armed forces would be doing that. And so for the Israelis, they've been kind of making noises for a while that they might do something like this. They'd been doing smaller strikes, but the fact that they struck Beirut is a significant challenge, both to Hezbollah and to the Lebanese central government, and puts both in a pretty difficult situation.
It's interesting you mentioned some of these points because I've had experts on before that wouldn't describe the situation between Hezbollah and Israel and
Hi,
what's going
Crazy
on
Cat.
in Lebanon as a ceasefire, more of a less
Welcome.
fire, if you
Right.
will. I want to put up this, a social media post from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He says this, quote, it's what he said just last night. A few hours ago, the IDF eliminated Ali Tabatabai, the chief of staff of the Hezbollah terrorist organization. Tabatabai is a mass murderer. His hands are soaked in the blood of many Israelis and Americans. Talking a little bit more about this latest leader who was killed, he had been the apparent successor of Ibrahim Akil, who was killed in September of 2024 in those Israeli attacks that wiped out much of Hezbollah's senior leadership. Ben, my next question, how quickly does a group like this find replacements for its leaderships, and how does that affect its efforts to rebuild or coordinate attacks?
So it depends. It depends on the organization. So jihadist organizations and Islamist organizations do have a tendency to have a deep bench. So this was the problem with groups like, for example, Al Qaeda in Iraq, and to a lesser extent Al Qaeda Central itself, where basically decapitation operations, that is taking out the leadership, can have mixed effects. On the one hand, you can paralyze a group. You can make it more difficult for them to engage in attacks and things of this nature. On the other hand, you might end up bringing up someone, effectively by killing their boss, you might end up bringing up someone who actually is more radical or has a better strategic mind for planning attacks. And so this is a persistent challenge when you're dealing with these organizations in terms of, okay, we know that an attack is being planned, or we know that this particular leader is very dangerous, but then what does the bench look like effectively? In Tabatabai's case, he is one of, or was one of, I should say, the last remaining veteran leaders within Hezbollah. He had been the commander of their elite commando unit, Radwan, which would conduct attacks against Israel from time to time. They also operated in a significant way in the Syrian civil war on behalf of the Assad regime. They also had some operations in Yemen, of course, with the Houthis. So he was a very important figure. He was, as you said, the chief of staff of their military wing, and so this is a major shot across the bow by Israel, basically indicating we are not going to tolerate this rearmament, which is technically a violation of the ceasefire agreement. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, when the ceasefire was signed, although as you correctly noted, it wasn't much of a ceasefire to begin with, particularly on the Israeli side as far as actual shooting goes. He had made it clear that rearmament, digging of tunnels, Hezbollah presence south of the Litani River, all of those were going to be non-starters. Israel was going to maintain its freedom of military action within Lebanon. And it's interesting because it seems that the U.S. government had been trying to restrain Israel a little bit in Lebanon, trying to maintain this sort of fragile peace, because of course they want the Lebanese central government to succeed. They needed to have popular legitimacy in order to disarm Hezbollah successfully, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, and so for Israel to attack within Lebanon's borders, that erodes that popular legitimacy, and it increases legitimacy for Hezbollah among the local population, because they see Hezbollah, or many of them will see Hezbollah as guarantors of Lebanese independence, security, etc., compared to the Lebanese central government. Of course, this is not to say that Hezbollah actually is any of those things. They've been pretty ineffective against Israel. And Israel has, of course, decimated the Hezbollah leadership over the last few years. And so really it's a complicated situation, but it is very clear that in the case of Tabatabai, he was a significant figure. Whether he was planning an imminent attack is unknown, but we do know for a fact that he was, in fact, working to rearm his group.
And then just one final question for you, Ben, because it would be amiss if we talk about Hezbollah without talking about Iran, who backs up this organization here. Have they issued any kind of response? Do we know how they may respond given the events of the past few hours?
It seems unlikely that Iran is going to do anything serious. They'll say a few things. They'll indicate that this is a violation of Lebanese sovereignty, which is correct. They will say that Tabatabai was a martyr, et cetera, et cetera. In terms of Iran actually engaging in any sort of violence against Israel, it seems highly unlikely. All of Iran's recent engagements with Israel, its military engagements, which really hadn't happened in a direct way before 2024, all of them have gone extremely poorly for Iran, to put it very mildly. So I do not expect any sort of significant Iranian response. Israeli intelligence is warning that they expect that Hezbollah itself might respond, but they won't. They don't think that they will respond directly, as in they don't expect an attack on Israel to be forthcoming. What they would expect to be more likely would be attacks on Israelis and potentially Americans in other countries, other third countries. Hezbollah has a presence throughout the world in small groups, including in Latin America, actually. And so it's definitely possible that we could see something like that forthcoming, but it remains to be seen.
Benjamin Allison, a graduate fellow at Clements Center for National Security, PhD candidate of history at the University of Texas in Austin. We appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Take care.
You too.
All right, I do want to filter through.
Here we go. We're about to get into New York. Somebody, check this out. That was real boring for me. Sorry, guys. I don't know.
Things only
This
escalated
is
from
weird.
there when they set a car on fire and physically attacked homeowners who tried to intervene. Here is more from that scene and a warning. This footage may be disturbing for some viewers. And as that violent unrest carried on, residents were apparently told to call a quality of life team and not the NYPD, leading to some major questions over what is to come once the next mayor takes office. Joining me now to discuss is former New York City Republican Councilman Joe Borelli. Joe, it's good to see you. So this all happened at 2:30 a.m. on Sunday, and some of the residents who tried to intervene were beat up, one so badly that this mob broke his rib and nose and even punched his wife. Who are these people and why is this happening?
Yeah, it's unfortunate that even people who try to correct this behavior end up worse in this situation. But this is sort of a new trend. We're seeing this happen on TikTok and Instagram and social media, where people sort of take over a street and do all sorts of dangerous car tricks just to get attention. Unfortunately, this incident escalated beyond that when this neighbor came out and said, "Hey, maybe you don't want to cause a ruckus in front of my house at 2:30 in the morning." But this is sort of the lawlessness that we could expect to see when police departments are defunded, when recruitment is down, when the number of overall officers decreases, because their work calls to the police department that night. And unfortunately, the precinct that covers this area simply did not have enough officers to respond. They were responding to what they thought was more pressing incidents nearby, and it took an extra time for it to be addressed as what it was, which was an assault on a neighbor.
Yeah, here's the quote from Vicky Palladino, who represents this area. She said on X, response to this incident was less than ideal. Residents reporting the incident to 911 were told that quality of life teams and 911 should handle the situation. Unacceptable. In fact, these violent street takeovers should be met with maximum force.
by the police department. The police later apologized and said that they thought that this was a drag racing incident and they didn't have enough police officers at the time to handle this situation. That raises a lot of questions because the police commissioner right now, Jessica Tisch, says she wants to increase the number of police officers on the force. The incoming mayor says the numbers we have right now are fine. So what do you think about this debate?
He's wrong. I mean, he's 100% wrong. We had 2,500 officers resign in 2025 or retire in 2025. Mayor Adams announced the department would budget for 5,000 additional officers to make up for multiple years of shortfall. That is the right approach. Mayor Adams should reconsider, and to talk about having some quality of life team address this is ridiculous. These kids don't need a guidance counselor or midnight basketball. They need to be punished. They need to be punished immediately. There needs to be police on the scene. Unfortunately, this incident is one where if police were here earlier when this 911 call first came through, it would not have resulted in an assault. It would have been just a case of perhaps some teenagers misbehaving. Maybe some summonses would have been issued. But because the police didn't respond, it escalated into an assault on a neighbor.
Yeah, it's a great point. And it's called a quality of life team now, which I don't think many New Yorkers even knew existed. But Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani also wants to create this department of community safety where social workers respond to some crimes, shifting responsibility away from the police department. So could we see more of this type of response? And is this the right plan to keep New Yorkers safe?
Yeah, look, Carly, we certainly fail on the second responders, the people who come after the police, the children's services, the domestic violence counselors. We're not doing a good job following up after those incidents. That's 100% accurate. Mayor Mamdani is right to focus on that. The problem is he wants those people to be the first responders. We know domestic violence incidents are some of the most dangerous incidents police officers respond to. And we would never want to jeopardize their safety, the jeopardy of the victim, and even the safety of the attacker in some cases, by having a community safety officer respond. We should have the police respond as they do, and then make an assessment on what the follow-up should be, not vice versa. It'll be too long before we can get
not even
a
an
police officer there should things
chat,
go wrong.
bro.
If one of these, community social workers show up, without a police officer.
Yeah.
Come on, brother.
This Quiet Queens neighborhood looking like a war zone on Sunday night, and these poor residents just had to deal with it. And when they tried to intervene, they got beat up as a result. Former New York City Republican Councilman Joe Borelli, thank you for joining us this morning to break it all down.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
So now it's like, here's Chicago. This is the violence going on in our country right now. There's Chicago's tree lighting ceremony.
Fire there left a 14-year-old dead, 8 teens injured, rioters attacking police. President Trump waited on writing, quote, massive crime and rioting in the Chicago Loop area. Multiple police officers attacked and badly injured. Governor Pritzker and the low IQ mayor of Chicago are refusing federal government help for a situation that could be quickly remedied. Bring in Trump. All right, well, here's Mike Tobin. He joins us live, reporting on the ground in Chicago. What can you tell us about what went down?
And Jillian, we just couldn't make it through even the tree lighting ceremony without significant violence, as the shocking violence in Chicago just keeps coming. You mentioned that 14-year-old who was killed. His name was Armani Floyd. The coroner said his cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds. Now, that shooting was the second of 2 shootings that evening, just about an hour earlier, right on State Street, about 10 p.m. in front of the historic Chicago Theater. Gunfire broke out. 7 people were shot. Their ages ranged from 13 to 17. And their shootings followed a trend called a teen takeover, where young people post something on social media and then they swarm an area. Kids reportedly had shown up from southern as well as northern suburbs. The alderman of that ward says the teenagers were rioting. Right now, it's not known what sparked the gunfire. It is not known if the 2 shootings are connected. Now, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson again placed blame on the availability of guns, but he did this time direct some blame at the kids participating in the takeover and seemed to accept some responsibility.
What we put in place
did not do enough to prevent what we were concerned about from actually manifesting.
No suspects are in custody. A Chicago police officer was reportedly injured. We're waiting for an update on that officer's condition. Jillian?
All right, Mike Tobin in Chicago for us. Thank you.
So more on this now with Chicago resident Cata Trust, director of the Community Roundtable. And welcome back here, Cata. Good morning to you. I just want to show our viewers some numbers here, okay? Violent crime in 2025. Year-to-date, murders 378. Shootings 1,300. Robberies 5,200. Felonies, theft 16,400. Whether it's the mayor or the police chief, I'd just be pissed off if I saw those numbers. I mean, enough is enough, Cata.
Well, we've been pissed off, and we became pissed off when Brandon Johnson actually took office and, moved to remove police officers from our Chicago public schools. And, we're seeing this violence. We're seeing it being perpetrated with our youth. So we know that there's an issue with youth, and we know that it is starting in the schools. And when they plan these parties and these get-togethers, they get on social media, they get together with their friends, and they're talking about it at school. There was a measure over the summer that was put in place where we had some local officials who were really concerned about the violence, said to the mayor, hey, listen, we need to do something about this. We need to maybe put some mechanisms in place where these young people have to have an adult with them when they're coming downtown. The mayor voted against it. And yeah, they put another plan in place, but the plan that if they had went with the original plan, we wouldn't see this. There wouldn't have been a loss of life this weekend.
Cata, Mike Tobin there just reported that the mayor appeared to start taking some responsibility over the weekend, but he did also take pains to point out that all this went down despite what he calls heightened law enforcement presence, 700 additional officers, and violence intervention workers that were in the area when all this went down. That message from him, loud and clear, I don't want more cops. That's not going to solve my problems. What do you think of that?
Well, I think that as much as he may not want more cops, I think that more cops are needed. Not only are more cops needed, we need more intervention services needed, but we also need to hold our young people accountable. And that's one of the biggest things that I think that really needs to happen. They need to understand that when they come downtown or anywhere in the city and participate in these kinds of events and cause any kind of confusion, especially where there's a loss of life, then there needs to be consequences.
Yeah, just look at the numbers here, right? From over the weekend, a 14-year-old boy, grazed wound, 15-year-old boy shot in the left thigh, 17-year-old boy, 14-year-old girl, 15-year-old boy, 14-year-old boy, 13-year-old girl, on it goes. There was another story in Chicago that broke over the weekend, however, that is equally as disturbing. The Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, revealing this on X. All right, here we go. It's devastating that a career criminal with 72 prior arrests is now accused of attacking 26-year-old Bethany McGee on Chicago's L train and setting her on fire. This would have never happened as Thug had been behind bars, yet Chicago lets repeat offenders roam the streets. Chicago's carelessness is putting the American people at risk. No one should ever have to fear for their life on the subway. Cata, I don't know if it's the laws. I don't know if it's the judges. Maybe
New York and Chicago, man. They horrible.
Maybe it's both following each other. This cannot be acceptable. 72 arrests.
There are so many extenuating factors in this, but just let me say this.
Please.
I am of the mind that Chicago Transit Authority needs their own police. The violence on our trains and buses over the last 3 or 4 years have been astronomical, and something needs to be done. And I'll be honest with you and tell you, I absolutely am petrified to ride public transportation.
I can imagine. I mean, it only takes one deranged, heinous crime like this. By the way, we don't know if that young woman will ultimately survive. We know she's still in the ICU. Only one thing has to happen like that for people not to want to get on public transportation for years.
Well, it's really bad. And there are some lines where you can also see on Friday, as those young people were returning from downtown, there's video clips of violence on the CTA trains coming from downtown that day. And so I just think that CTA probably needs their own police. They need people to enforce the laws because it is really bad.
Tata, good luck to you, okay? Appreciate you coming on and sharing some.
All right, now here's AG Mamdani talking about the crime in Memphis.
To make Memphis safe again. We want to thank Congressman David Kustoff, who's here in the audience, Speaker of the House, Cameron Sexton, and our U.S. Attorney, Michael Donovan. There's Michael. Thank you so much. All of our other public officials who are here, thank you. And our U.S. Marshal for Tennessee, Tyrese Miller, you have been working tirelessly.
I know, Patrick.
Thank you. I also want to thank U.S. Marshal Director Gadi Saralta, the FBI, DEA, ATF, Treasury Department, DHS, and the National Guard, I see our guard back there, thank you, along with all the members of our state and local law enforcement, our sheriffs, our police. Thank you for everything you're doing to make Memphis safe. That's our objective. The people of Memphis deserve to be safe. Every American deserves to be safe, to go to the grocery store, take their kids to school, to be able to go to church on a Sunday without fear. In 2024, Memphis had the highest violent crime rate, the highest in the entire country. Memphis's total crime rate was 344% higher than the national average. No longer. Thanks to the leadership of President Trump and our dedicated men and women in law enforcement, this surge in Memphis has dramatically dropped crime. The numbers tell the story themselves. They are undeniable. The last 56 days that we have had
Master Pass, are you
compared
saying you smashed
to the
that
same
shit, really?
56-day time
Yeah, I think so.
ago shows murder is down 48% in just 56 days. Sexual assault down 49%. Robbery down 61%. Overall serious crime down 45% here in Memphis. We are reversing the trend. Since President Trump ordered federal law enforcement officers to search Memphis, 121 children have been located and returned to safety. Those are 121 children who were reported missing and endangered. They have been recovered.
It's there. We'll get there.
Digital resistance equipment is here to stay. They're smooth, programmable, and compact, but expensive, requiring
more than 3,100 arrests have been made, including 327 known gang members, 501 firearms seized off the streets of Memphis. We have filed federal charges against approximately 150 people. Michael, is that right? As of today, 157 federal charges have been filed. Tolerating crime is a choice. This administration chooses law and order and making America safe again. President Trump chooses to protect the good people of Memphis, every neighborhood, and every family. Unfortunately, the safety of our community has been compromised by some judges who continue to obstruct our efforts. I wish they are all
You're going in timeout.
watching
Find
this,
something
and I
better
hope
to
they're
say,
seeing what
retard.
we're doing here in Memphis. We will not coddle violent criminals at the expense of law-abiding citizens. We will use every make America safe again and to keep Americans safe. In Memphis and in Washington, D.C., and committing violent crimes, if you're committing any crime, we will find you, we will bring you to justice, and we will protect the law-abiding citizens in this country. I want to thank all of our agents again. We're here today because it's Thanksgiving week, and we know all of you are out there protecting all of us. You're not with your families. Many of you are not going to be with your families on Thanksgiving. And we are so grateful for your service and your sacrifice. We know there is no such thing as a normal day in the life of a law enforcement officer. When you go to serve a warrant, you don't know what's behind that door. When you stop a vehicle, pull a vehicle over, you don't know what's behind that window. And we are so proud that we have a president who has taken the handcuffs off of our law enforcement officers so they can do their jobs. And we are putting them on the hands of the violent criminals. The results that you see in this city are a result of that leadership and all of us working as a team. I cannot thank everyone in this room enough for what you're doing. And now it is my honor to introduce not only my fellow cabinet member, but my dear friend, the Secretary of HUD, Scott Turner.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It is indeed a great joy to be here with you. And I want to thank my dear friend and colleague and cabinet partner, Attorney General Pam Bondi, for her leadership. Pam, thank you so much for how much you care about the people of America and this great country, in particular here in Memphis. And thank you for your vigilance in upholding our nation's laws and specifically.
I remember Cuomo
lying
lying
here today
about certain
that's for making our
stats.
streets
yeah.
community safe. I also want to thank Governor
know
Lee
what
and
I'm
Senators
saying?
Blackburn and Haggerty for your commitment to improving the lives of people in Memphis and in all of Tennessee. And also thank you to Director Gaddy Serralta and the U.S. Marshals and the FBI agents who are on the front lines
Kinda is.
every single day
He's
to
kind of
restore safety to our streets in America. And to all the public servants that are here, thank you for your service
Put
to
it.
the great state and to
Come
your
on,
country.
dude.
At HUD, we do believe
Please,
that public
no caps.
housing should be safe. We believe that, and that's our conviction. A safe community starts with safe housing. If the housing is safe, the community is safe. And we want to take good care of the most vulnerable people in our country. And that means making sure that residents in HUD-funded housing can live their lives in peace and security, free from the horrors of violent crime. That's why HUD today, we're announcing a new HUD crime hotline to allow the residents of public housing to call the HUD office of the Inspector
Right,
General,
lazy? I
the
hear you.
OIG, to report criminals, illegal aliens, sex offenders, human traffickers, and those guilty of gang activity, drug distribution, and fraud. We're spearheading this hotline right here for the residents of Memphis, Tennessee. This crime hotline is the latest in a series of action HUD has taken to help the American cities and neighborhoods be safe, including of those who live in HUD-funded housing. The Memphis Housing Authority serves more than 9,700 households and receives $107 million to administer federal rental assistance programs. And for all of those that are listening right now, residents of Memphis public housing, or those who might be concerned about the safety of your friends or family who live in Memphis public housing, for all of you, this announcement is for you. And here's our message. Protect your home. Protect your family. If you see it, if you hear about it, report it. And here's how. You can call 1-800-347-3735 from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Central Time. Or you can submit a tip online at any time through our website. And here it is, HUDOIG.gov / hotline. And this website is monitored 24/7 in real time. I'm gonna say it again. The hotline number is 1-800-347-3735. And the website address is this, HUDOIG.gov / hotline. Law enforcement personnel stand ready to assist you with coordinated efforts with our friends at the DOJ and the FBI and state and local partners. This hotline is part of President Trump's effort to make our cities safe again. That strategy includes the Memphis State Safe Task Force started by President Trump.
I
which
did
is
show
breaking the
that.
grip that violent criminals have had on this city, as the Attorney General alluded to.
Thank you,
and
TikTok
returning
challenge.
power back to the people and the citizens of Memphis. We've already seen great progress, which you'll hear more about. Since
I
this
did
operation
show
began in
that,
October,
bro.
the task force has arrested more than 3,000 violent fugitives, including up to 12 suspects of homicide and more
Why don't you watch the show more often? I did show that already.
than 300 known gang members and much more. These numbers translate to lives and homes and futures protected. Again, we care about the future of America, the lives of every individual and collective
I show everything,
Memphis
bro.
and Tennessee citizens. But this would not be possible without our great law enforcement, and many of you are here today, and our military members. So thank you from me, from HUD, from Attorney General, and our entire administration. I've spoken to many who have traveled near and far to be part of this effort to make our city safe, true patriots, and great Americans. And I hope that this new hotline is another tool to help this.
I showed
The hotline will allow residents of public housing
121
to have
kids
their
rescued
voices
in
heard so
Florida.
their homes can be safe.
Mhm.
It will help us to crack down on violent crime and drug distribution, fraud, human trafficking, and the influx of illegal aliens. We'll clean up
That
our
was like
public
2
houses
shows
so
ago.
that they can fulfill their function of sanctuaries for the most vulnerable people in our country, where American citizens can get a temporary hand up and then gain independence from government help. Specifically, American citizens, that's who we want to help. Illegal aliens have no place in public housing. It's outrageous that people who should not be here come across our borders and now usurp spots and housing units that should support American people.
Go for it,
Establishing
bro.
this hotline is an important step in fighting this injustice for both the people of Memphis and for Americans nationwide. And I'm grateful for this opportunity to be here with you all today to make this announcement and this next step in the work that's already underway, and truly to restore safety and sanity in
Well,
Memphis
that's right,
today.
Bone.
God bless you.
Bone 420, nice name.
And next, I would like to introduce Senator Marsha Blackburn, who, before I even took office as Attorney General, was calling me constantly about making Memphis safe. So was Senator Bill Hagerty. And thanks to that, our director, our FBI director, Kash Patel, came in and did basically a mini surge, working with our chief, our great chief, and our great sheriff here to get the numbers down before the official Memphis surge took place. So, Senator Blackburn, thank you for your tireless partnership and fighting to keep Memphis safe.
Thank
Ready,
you,
once?
General Bundy. And indeed, Senator Hagerty and I were on this before they were sworn in, AG Bundy and Kash Patel. Here is
Agreed.
the important part of this. Assembled before us today, we have a great team. And there are over 30 agencies, local, state, and federal, that are working together. The goal is to make Memphis the safest city in the United States.
Smash your
That
pants,
is
chat.
the goal. And we know that is attainable.
Who's the
When
chick
you
in the
look
back
at these
right?
results that have been achieved
That's what I'm talking
in
about.
56 days, yes, indeed, we want Memphis to be the safest city in the country. We know this is going
You
to
see
be a
the chick with the
long-term
green?
effort. We know
Smash
it
your
doesn't
pants,
happen
chat.
overnight, but it is such a wonderful example of how Memphis can be the model for the rest of the country on how you come together as a
Memphis be
team,
the model
how
for the
you
rest of the
fight
country?
violent
Yeah,
crime,
right.
how you don't stop and don't give up, but keep getting these results.
You're
So,
crazy, lady.
as we have Thanksgiving week, to each and every agency, to our National Guard, of course, to our chief who is leading this effort, Tyrese Miller, our U.S. Marshal, and we have our U.S. Attorney, Mike Donovan. We also say thank you to the governor, to the speaker, for the support that the state has given to make certain this is a successful effort. And we thank the citizens of Memphis who have called our offices, who have spoken up, and who have said thank you for the work to fight violent crime and to make Memphis safe. Thank you all.
And Senator Bill Haggerty, who ditto, you've been right there with Senator Blackburn. Thank you.
Your audience is already primed to buy. They're looking for gifts, restocks, statement pieces, but
Thank you, General Bondi. Secretary Turner, thank you for being here as well. Gaddy, it's great to see you. Governor, thank you for your leadership. Senator Blackburn, thank you for your partnership. And Congressman Kustoff, thank you for all the great work you do with us in Washington. We have a very unique opportunity here in Memphis today, a unique opportunity in Tennessee. It's an opportunity to work as a team to restore safety and justice in one of the most amazing cities in America. We've had a problem with crime in Memphis since I was a kid. I grew up in Tennessee. A lot of us were worried about traveling in Memphis when I was a boy because of the concerns about crime. It's something that really expanded way beyond control with the pandemic. And now it's an opportunity for us to get our arms around this. It's required cooperation beyond anything I think we could even articulate today. Senator Blackburn said, 30
Cleveland,
agencies
bro.
are involved, cooperating.
Cleveland, brother.
But I think most important, I want to thank our local leadership here in Memphis for working arm in arm with us. Our mayor's office, our police chief, our sheriff have all been the best partners they could possibly be in helping us bring a crime situation that was leaving Memphis at the top of the league tables back in 2023, the #1 city for major crimes, homicide in America on a per capita basis. We are changing that, and we're changing the stars, the people.
Stay with me, bro.
We are going to make Memphis the safest city in America. We're going to be a role model for the rest of the cities in the United States. And I hope that many city leaders across the country will take a look at what's happening here today. And I think they'll see that this is the key, this is the formula to make their city safe as well. This is going to have repercussions well beyond the borders of the state of Tennessee, and I'm so proud that we're making it happen here in Tennessee. One great challenge remains ahead of us, and that is to sustain this success. And to do that, Governor Lee and I have talked about this extensively. Local leadership will play a big role. Speaker Sexton, you're going to have a big job in this.
Cleveland, bro.
As a member of the
As soon as I
Appropriations
saw
Committee
your
at the
name,
federal
I knew
level,
you were
we're going to
Cleveland,
be
bro.
doing everything that we can to make certain that we have the proper
Straight
resources
up.
going forward.
As soon as I read
So
your
that
name.
we're able to maintain the safety of Memphis, to bring back the greatness of this wonderful city. We're seeing it happen right before our eyes, and we're going to sustain it. So thank you all very much. And again, General Bondi, thank you for being here. And I want to thank overall President Trump for his leadership, allowing all
Well
of this.
said. I mean, it's what it is.
Thank you, senators. And since the day this was announced and before, Governor Bill Lee, thank you. You have been an incredible partner working with us, and I hope some other governors around the country are watching right now. You know who you are.
Okay.
Call your fellow governor, Bill Lee, and he'll tell you what's happening in Memphis when you work together, when you work with Mayor Paul Young, when you work with a great police chief and a great sheriff. We can
I
make
got
a
what you were
tremendous
saying.
difference. It is my honor to introduce your governor of Tennessee, Bill Lee.
Thank you. Thanks, Joe Bondi.
I got what you
I'm
were
very
saying.
grateful to you. Everyone has been called out for gratitude. I just want to say, as the governor of this state, as a 7th generation Tennessean, as someone who's lived here
Definitely.
my entire life, who has loved the great city of Memphis, whose grandparents lived 6 blocks from the river, and as one who knows how remarkable Memphis has been and still is today, but understands the weight of the burden that crime has placed on this great city for far too long. This is Thanksgiving week, and this is a governor who has a deep debt of gratitude to everyone who has come together to make this happen. We're in a historic moment for Memphis, Tennessee. For those who haven't known how remarkable this great American city is, they now are beginning to understand it. And when we are a not only remarkable city, but a safe city, as has already begun to happen in this state just in a couple of months, the world will see what can happen when partnership comes together. Sheriff Bonner, Chief Davis, Mayor Young.
Is there any more to really hear about this, bro?
That partners with state resources. Our Tennessee Highway Patrol, that I'm so proud of the work they've done here, our Tennessee National Guard, our Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, for these local and state resources to be backed up by the DEA, the FBI, the U.S. Marshal Service, the ATF, General Bondi and her team. When I met with President Trump and sat down and talked about this plan, and he said to me that he wanted to return great American cities to a place where they were safe for their residents once again. He indicated to me that the full resources of the federal government would be.
So today's the day. I've got my RTA mock system and Coyote
Get ready, geeks,
appliances.
when I start turning on the
laid upon the city
stuff,
to partner with the state and the locals. I wondered if all that could happen. He had a vision for that. He insisted that it could, in fact, take place. And we're seeing that unfold before our eyes, with murder rates cut in half and crime rates in Memphis at their lowest level in 20 years.
If that's true, that's a good
Example of
thing.
what can happen when people set aside.
If that's true, that's a good thing, because I know Memphis was like one of the highest crime rates in the country.
All their differences and focus on the people of Memphis, Tennessee, the mothers who live in those communities, the businesses that have their capital at risk every day, and the people who live in Shelby County know just how remarkable this place is and how important it is that we succeed at this task, and it's happening. There is a scripture that where Paul says, "I thank my God in all my remembrance of you." And this is a governor in Thanksgiving week who will thank God as I remember every law enforcement officer, every soldier, every director, every leader that is utilizing their resources and their giftings to make this great American city safe again. Thank you very much.
Governor, I can say on behalf of all of us, Tennessee is blessed to have you. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce our U.S. Marshal, Gadi Serralta. As you know, Gadi led the in Washington, D.C. and has had remarkable success. And now, of course, he's here in Memphis. He stepped up to take the call from President Trump once again to make Memphis safe. Gadi Serralta.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be joined here by Attorney General Bondi, Secretary Turner, Governor Lee, Senators Blackburn and Haggerty.
Yeah, right.
And the others that have been announced before. I want to thank you all.
I'm sorry, I have just.
And your support for the Memphis Safe
we want to
operation.
go to the next topic, bro.
I want to thank the Memphians for being so supportive of the task force. I have heard so many stories of Memphians telling our deputies about how happy they are that we are here and they truly feel that the city is safer. The appreciation does not go unnoticed, and I am thankful we are working in a city who appreciates the work that we are all doing. The kindness and thanks from Memphians makes it a little easier for each person working this operation who is spending time away from their own families. It is an honor to stand before you today as the Director of the United States Marshal Service and the Chairman of the Memphis Safe Task Force.
I'm making an.
I am very proud of everything.
I'm bored of this topic. I'm moving on because that shit was boring. I want to get the chat fired up. Let's get it going.
after Illinois' congressional filing deadline, allowing his chief of staff, Patty Garcia, to be the only candidate on the Democrat primary ballot. He was rebuked by the House for his shady selection plan.
Hi, Candy.
Hi, Candy.
Politicians are becoming more and more prominent who have a contempt for the average American. Now we see it happen in Congress, where a sitting U.S. congressman handpicks his successor, and of all successors, a staffer.
And then there's Florida Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, who was indicted on charges of allegedly stealing millions of dollars in disaster relief funds. And of course, she blames racism.
It's an unjust indictment. I look forward to my day in court so I can prove myself and actually state the truth. But if this is what Congress is becoming, where they're always trying to intimidate you, scare tactics, especially attacking minorities, Black and brown people, then we're going to have to keep fighting for the district.
Here's how to get high when you're not 22 anymore. Let's be real. The days of sketchy dealers and
He may be in some trouble. The New York Post reports that the Congresswoman wrote an email pitch asking for donations to, quote, help us bring the joy of the holiday season into homes. But instead of the donations going to groups organizing turkey drives like she has in the past, donors are redirected to her campaign website. New York City Democrat Councilman Robert Holden told the Post, quote, it's a typical bait and switch pretending to be for the people while quietly pillaging them for every dollar they can get. Oh, there's so much here, Mr. David Webb, but I want to go to Congresswoman Sheila McCormick. Okay, she said that this is all about her being a minority, and that's why they're coming after her for her alleged crimes of, stealing that FEMA money. What say you?
When caught, claim racism if you're a Democrat, especially if you're her. But here's what's interesting. The FBI and the DOJ put this out. It's not just her. It's her brother, Edwin McCormick, 51, who was also charged. They ran this through their family health care company on a FEMA-funded COVID-19 vaccination staffing contract in 2021.
So you're saying it's not because she's a Black woman?
How do you get racism out of this? You don't get to this level of indictment, by the way, within the DOJ if it's done properly, not under a corrupt DOJ like, say, a Merrick Garland or otherwise, or under the Biden administration. You don't get to this level without good evidence when you do it right. What I just read, what they did took deliberate actions. You have to, one, lie, cheat, create entity, create false monetary trails to pull off something like this. As alleged, I'll say that, but to get to that level and to take $5 million, hey, look, if you steal 500,000, if you steal 5 million, that takes effort.
So what you're saying is this is not about racism, David. I'm glad that we cleared that one up. Kaylee, I want to talk a little bit about AOC here. She's spending a lot of time with the turkey drive, which I give her a lot of credit for. Listen, I don't care who you are. If you're raising money, you're helping people in need. I love that. But redirecting people to the campaign website, tisk, Congresswoman.
Seems a bit to me like she's gearing up for a national campaign if she's redirecting Thanksgiving donations to her own political campaign. Looks like she has a bigger picture in mind. I do want to talk about Representative Garcia for a moment here, because I do find the Democrats' outrage about what he did with his own chief of staff a bit ironic, since that's also what they did with Kamala Harris on a national level. They handpicked her without a primary, without the input of their own voters, to become the next Democratic candidate, and no one had a problem with it then. So he's just following suit. He's following that precedent, doing exactly what they did with her, and now they're going to pretend to be mad about it? Give me a break.
No kings. That's what I say. Jason, what do you make of all of that there? It seems like Democrats, they're running into some problems here. I loved Hakeem Jeffries at the top there, though. Why does he always talk like that, first of all? Like he is in a hostage video or a robot. But he didn't know Jeffrey Epstein. He only knows about the atrocities. But then we've got some receipts here that may say otherwise, trying to maybe solicit some donations from Epstein. I think these Epstein files are really going to come back to bite them in the butt.
Well, and then he said he had not spoken to Stacey Plaskett, the representative. And then later it came out and said, well, that was a private conversation I had with with Representative Plaskett. We'll see what that turns out to be. But look, the Democrats have an ethical problem. Look at the mortgage fraud that's going on, the allegations of the mortgage fraud with Senator Schiff and others. Even Eric Swalwell is caught up in that as well. And again, allegations, but serious allegations. You can't go and do that and take advantage of your position in order to get favorable treatment on your mortgage and your taxes.
Hey, look, I don't know why you have a problem confusing father with husband. I mean, I don't get it, Jason. Letitia James.
Oh, but speaking of corruption, Hillary Clinton is back on the lecture circuit asking for more cash.
We are able to provide funding to candidates on behalf of causes, to try to elect people that are going to stand against this, tide of intolerance and cruelty and all.
Why is she still talking?
All that goes with it.
She is the Christmas fruitcake that just will not go away. But the funding went to Onward Together, Hillary's super PAC she founded after her 2016 election loss. And because her only other hobby besides grifting is whining about President Trump, she had to, of course, take a swipe at the president.
Good one, the Clinton.
I wish that there could be like a huge national sound system. And we would all wake up and they'd say, attention, attention, we have found the problem and we have solved it. He is gone.
She's hilarious.
Yes,
this comes as Bill and Hillary may be held in contempt of Congress if they ignore their Epstein subpoena. All right, Kaylee, Hillary Clinton. I don't think that she has the pull in the Democrat Party that she thinks that she has, but she's always going to take the opportunity to do a paid speech or a lecture to the American people. She loves the spotlight. She's never going away.
And she can never get over her loss to Trump. So much of this goes back to that. She literally cannot get over it. But, complaining about money, asking for more money. Listen, money is not Democrats' solve-all issue. Kamala Harris raised $1.5 billion and it did her campaign no good at all. She blew through all of it and has nothing to show for it. So constantly using these things as opportunities to raise more money. I guess it's really great if you're Bill and Hillary Clinton because it's going to enrich them personally, but it's not great just as a Democratic politician trying to get anything done.
Jason, how do you think that these Epstein conversations are going to go with Bill and Hillary? Do you think they show up? Do you think they're going to have to, press them to show up? Or how do you think this is going to go down? I'm very curious.
Well, look, when I was in Congress, I issued subpoenas and wanted to have them show up. The problem was the only way to enforce that, as Trey Gowdy likes to highlight, your subpoena is only good as your ability to enforce it. So we had to go to Eric Holder to try to enforce a subpoena. So, good luck with that. But this time it's a little different,
right?
Because now you have an attorney general in Mamdani who actually takes her job seriously and does it. And then the one to prosecute, if you don't adhere to that, is the U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro. My guess is that Jeanine Pirro is not going to be bashful about it, helping Congress enforce its own subpoenas.
Yeah, I have a feeling you might be right about that one. David,
I'm smiling over that thought, by the way. Jeanine, I love that.
Yeah, how do you think this is going to shake out for them? And just the Democrats in general. I know we keep going back to the Epstein files, but they made this such a big ordeal, only in the last 9 months, of course, but they made it such a big deal. And I think there's going to be a lot of heavy hitters on the Democrat side because, as Congressman Pat Fallon said, he was a Democrat mega donor. So I think that this story is far from over, but I think that it's going to be President Trump laughing at the end of the day.
It's already sadly laughable, and we shouldn't laugh at it because there were real victims here, and they were embroiled in this with Epstein. The money was being funneled to him, the political access, the power that went with it. Larry Summers is actually the perfect example of how this goes horribly wrong. Someone who was, by the way, Clinton's, Treasury Secretary, I believe, under Clinton when he was president. So you start looking at the ties here that happened. As far as Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, the Clinton Foundation is done. The donations dried up. This is part of the grift to get some money back. Then they can hand it off with generational skipping to Chelsea. And that's how they keep the family fund going at other people's expense while not delivering anything for the Democrat Party. What have the Clintons actually done for the Democrats?
Not since he was president. I can't think of anything.
That's the thing. They're just grifting, and even the Democrats are too stupid to realize they're taking it from you for themselves. God, you people are just hopeless.
Well, she can keep asking for it. That's her right.
People keep giving it to
But who are these people that keep giving them money? That's what's amazing to me. And she's kind of this, hey, let's get a picture with
you know what?
Kinda.
The Obamas learned from the Clintons. If you think about it, Michelle and Barack do nothing but show up to collect the check. They get wealthy, live in Martha's Vineyard where illegal aliens are not allowed. And then they walk away, and he still hasn't built a library. So what does that tell you about the real grifters?
Well, yeah, and now Michelle is on track to become just as unlikable as Hillary Clinton. So, yeah, following in the same footsteps.
Can we run that poll? Who's more unlikable, Hillary Clinton or Michelle?
I think it's still Hillary.
It's Hillary,
but
but
Hillary
not
isn't
by
the
a
only
lot.
embarrassment
Really,
to the
hair and
Democrat
Michelle
Party.
Obama? You went there?
Oh, well, she lectured us about the hair, but we're going to give you our political turkeys of the year, and I'm going to go first. For me, it's a pretty easy one. It's Jasmine, especially with the Dr. Jeffrey Epstein and the Jeffrey Epstein conclusion of last week that she tried to smooth over but didn't at all. So for me, I don't think you guys are going to beat mine. It's Jasmine Crockett all day, every day, all year long.
Oh, well, I go to Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden can compete with anybody when it comes to political turkeys. He's the gift that keeps on giving that way. Failure to launch in every single step of the way. Now he's out continuing to speak and let his voice be heard. And remember, Joe Biden, the President Biden said it's the smartest person he's ever met in his life.
All right, mine is none other than Chuck Schumer. Started out the year pretty rough. He attracted the ire of the left by refusing to go with the government shutdown at the beginning of the year, voting to pass the continuing resolution. Has since invited a primary challenge, more than likely from AOC. Ended out the year with the longest ever government shutdown that cost the American people very greatly, all because he was trying to avoid that primary challenge. And how did that go for him?
Yeah. The cost, by the way, in the billions from that. For me, the turkey from Crooklyn, the one and only soy boy, Hakeem Jeffries. That's the turkey of the year. He has no control over his caucus. He has to go left to even try and stay in power. Whether Schumer stays or goes is another picture. That's the other body. And here's where he loses even more. Republican wins, Republican success for the American people. Hopefully they lose even more seats in the House and he goes down as a further loser.
And he's really bad at interviews.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not.
So much fun watching this. Let's see what this even is. I want to watch the Mamdani Trump stuff, but I'm going to wait a little bit. I do want to watch that. That's what I do want to watch. But I love watching the Democrats get all pissed in the chat, bro. It's so much fun that you just throw any box shit out and just let it go and just love it, bro. It's hilarious. I don't know what to tell you. Fucking hilarious.
The chain of command. And for our entire country's history until last week, both parties understood that this was sacrosanct. But today's Democrats are different because to them,
I wasn't even going to show this, but I see the energy.
Not tradition, not separation of powers, not the rule of law. Hey, you don't like our deportation laws? Harass and attack ICE. You don't like Trump's policies? Ignore the facts, ignore history, call him a fascist. You don't like the big, beautiful bill? Just shut down the government. And you don't like Trump's military strikes against drug lords or use of the National Guard to secure our cities? Well, pull out a video to undermine congressional and constitutional authority, the commander-in-chief.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home.
Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
Your vigilance is critical.
And know that we have your back. Don't give up the ship.
Slotkin, Kelly, Crow, Goodlander all took part in an effort to sow chaos and distrust in our military ranks. And the blowback, of course, has been understandably ferocious. And now we're learning there may be another video out there.
Actually, so I was part of the first video. The second video is by the time the script got to me and it was in the middle of a lot of I just didn't have time to actually record it, but I'm 100% in alignment with them.
The script got to him too
Bro,
late.
I don't
Is that what
take
he's
no
saying?
orders,
And today the
Alfonso.
Pentagon announced
What's up,
that in
Alfonso?
USC 688, it was
buddy?
investigating Senator Mark Kelly,
Oh, you know I ain't
who
taking
could find
no
himself
orders.
returned to active duty to be court-martialed for his participation in all of this. Over the weekend, Kelly tried to downplay the entire episode.
We swore an oath. All we said is we reiterated what basically is the rule of law. that
Oh, you
members of the
backtracking,
military
bruh.
cannot follow illegal orders.
Oh, that's believable to no one. And an obscure New Hampshire Congresswoman, Maggie Goodlander, couldn't even answer a simple question from a friendly cable host.
What illegal orders are you urging troops to refuse, and what do you hope they take away from your message?
We love this country. We love our Constitution. It is our job as lawmakers, and especially in this moment, to be clear morally, to be clear
Basically,
legally.
yeah.
She looks like she's ready for sorority rush. I mean, what? No one was buying their explanations about the video that they were just merely reaffirming longstanding military law. Come on. But she was Daniel Webster, though. Okay, Goodlander, compared to Slotkin when she was pressed.
Do you believe President Trump has issued any illegal orders?
To my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal, but certainly there are some legal gymnastics that are going on with these Caribbean strikes and everything related to Venezuela.
Whoops, nothing illegal here. But she's nervous something could happen.
My primary concern is the use of U.S. military on American
Damn
shores,
right.
in our cities
I
and
hear
in
you,
our
Candy.
streets. It makes me incredibly nervous that we're about to see people in law enforcement, people in uniform military get nervous, get stressed, shoot at American civilians.
I mean, is she not aware that our armed forces are highly trained? How insulting. Does she think they aren't required to know the uniform code of military justice and also know when it's proper to use lethal force? Well, perhaps not, because her understanding of history is courtesy of Jack Nicholson and Tom Cruise.
If you look at popular culture, there's you watch, A Few Good Men. We have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam where people were told to follow illegal orders, and they did it, and they were prosecuted for it.
Embarrassing. It's embarrassing for her, insulting to the military. Vice President J.D. Vance summed up the situation succinctly, saying, if the president hasn't issued illegal orders, then members of Congress telling the military to defy the president is by definition illegal. Now, perhaps Democrats were trying to bait President Trump with the video, and indeed, he responded with the over-the-top punishable by death phrase on Truth Social. But regardless, in the end, with their lame play acting, Democrats expose themselves as both unserious and dangerous. No solutions, no policy, just stunts.
They can't identify illegal orders because there are no illegal orders. Service members have a legal obligation under the U.S. UCMJ to obey lawful orders, and that orders are presumed to be lawful. You can't have a soldier out on the battlefield or conducting a classified order questioning whether that order is lawful or whether they should follow through.
Once again, we see the Democrats for what they are. They're just bad actors in a political drama that no one, and I mean no one, is interested in watching. But the real world consequences
Kind
are
of true,
extremely
but
dangerous
on
for
both
America.
sides,
Not that these Democrats care. They're so overcome by their Trump hatred that they haven't stopped to think, someday maybe their party will be back in power. And what happens then when our military officers decide not to comply with
Hi,
orders
Miss. Good
from a
morning.
Democrat commander-in-chief? And that's the angle.
Now the peace president's giving Democrats a path to a ceasefire. Liberals can follow Mamdani's lead or let the TDS metastasize.
Hitler didn't start with camps. He started with Make Germany Great Again slogans, banning books, bullying the press, blaming immigrants. I want to say that the United States is not America. America includes Canada, Mexico, numerous other countries in Central America, the Caribbean, Costa Rica, Cuba, Haiti, and Jamaica. So these are American people.
Instead of calling her a lunatic, which we
What this lady just say? Canada,
Do you need a free and easy way to capture your gameplay? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything on your PC.
Haiti, we don't want. Canada,
Get
we'll
out your
take.
damn mind, woman.
And if we need to take
What's-
Canada by force, so be it. We'll never lose another Winter Olympics.
Tell
But
him,
the seditious six told our troops to revolt against the president. There's just one problem. Everything they're fighting against
Why am I
is
reading
imaginary.
that? Get off my screen, bitch.
We wanted to start a conversation, and we did, about the dangerous rhetoric this president is using and the threats that he's made to use our military in an unlawful way.
Specifically what?
Well, send troops into Chicago, send troops into polling stations, kill terrorists' families, arrest and execute members of Congress.
We wanted to start a conversation, not a coup. They planted the seeds for a revolution, but these rebels don't have a cause.
Do you believe President Trump has issued any illegal orders?
To my knowledge, I am not aware of things that are illegal.
If Trump has issued any illegal orders and they're telling the military to disobey, that sounds like treason. These spooks put out a propaganda video, but their handlers never briefed them on the details, so they're bombing the interviews. This is just another hoax straight out of the CIA playbook, designed to destabilize the administration and sow distrust within the military. And they couldn't even point out a single illegal order. They had to pluck it from Hollywood.
If you look at popular culture, there's like, you watch, A Few Good Men, like we have plenty of examples since World War II in Vietnam, where people were told to follow illegal orders and they did it and they were prosecuted for it.
So a former CIA analyst cobbled together a congressional crew of ex-military and told guys with guns to resist because she watched a Tom Cruise movie? Come on.
It's not a coincidence that all of them have military and national security experience in their background. They were leaning into that experience to try and give a wink and a nod to the 1.3 million active duty service members who serve in our United States Armed Forces.
The seditious six are conditioning the country to think something's bad going to happen at the hand of Trump and telling the military they have an obligation to resist them.
That's true, bro.
And they thought they'd get away with it. Hegseth is launching an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, who's a retired Navy captain. The Secretary of War could court-martial him. U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2387, and parts of the Uniform Code of Military Justice prohibit civilian or military acts that encourage troops to disobey or lose loyalty. Pretty straightforward, right? Wrong.
No caps, fool.
Democrats think former CIA agents should be able to subvert the chain of command and get away with it.
This is insane. We should all point out how insane this is. And, these guys are trying to say that they're not acting like fascists. Secretary Hegseth, all these guys, you're not going to be able to scare us.
Trump stopped 8 wars. Why would he start one in America? These people have gone mad. He just sat down and had a great meeting with the communist Muslim immigrant mayor of New York.
We're going to watch
about
that
how
next.
they could make New Yorkers happier, healthier, and wealthier. Isn't that what Democrats want? Apparently not. They think Trump's going to order B-2s to nuke Chicago. So the way to deal with Democrats at the Thanksgiving dinner table is don't act like one. Reach across the table and say, hey, we don't agree on everything, but let's agree these mashed potatoes are delicious. And let's do the dishes together.
So if you want to fund terrorism, don't bother heading to a cave in Islamabad. Just start a government charity in Minnesota. It's perfect. You don't have to worry about drone strikes, and they look the other way if you marry your brother. Because according to new reports, a major funder of a Somali terrorist group are, in fact, Minnesota taxpayers. Another reason that
he has stopped wars like in Nigeria and other countries that you don't know about.
I speak of the Somali food aid scam, one of the largest frauds in U.S. history. What started as a program to help immigrant families turned into a royal buffet.
I could name one more right off rip that you would never even know. He stopped it from the Congo. He just stopped the war in the Congo, bro. Literally. Had a meeting in the White House like 2 months ago, a month and a half ago. They were at war for hundreds of years. Do your research.
For grifters, hundreds of millions
That's
of dollars.
just one off the top of my head, bro.
Vanished into meal programs where the only thing being fed were the bank accounts of people wiring money back to Somalia. And according to investigators, some ended up in the hands
I'm not even on Trump's dick.
So congrats, Minnesota. You're the first state to turn the Department of Human Services into a jihadi Kickstarter. Their new state motto should be the land of a 10,000.
Ever dreamed of leaving a ground level life behind? At U.S. Aviation Academy, your first takeoff happens on day one.
He had a tribe from Nigeria and a tribe from the Congo in the White House together. Now, whether they went back
But now
to
Trump
war,
said enough. He terminated deportation protections for Somali nationals living there effective immediately. Now Ilhan will have to find other relatives to marry. Obviously, of course, the media is screaming, and why not? When compassion is your religion, accountability becomes Satan. And a temporary program becomes more permanent than that tattoo.
it definitely stopped. Now, whether they're fucking savages and went and didn't stop, that's on
In
them.
California, it was the wildfire funding scam, and SF in LA, it was the homeless industrial complex, and in New York City,
I
they
know he
spent
warned somebody
60
out there
grand
like
for
2
each
days ago.
homeless person. That's because compassion without accountability becomes corruption, and corruption without oversight becomes catastrophe. It's the prison
Which
of two
means
ideas.
somebody broke their
One cell
treaty,
is
like, what are you
compassion, the
supposed
other
to do?
accountability. And like Kevin Spacey and the Teen Choice Awards, these two things must never meet. We love you, Kevin. If you dare ask, hey, where did the money go? Suddenly you hate the poor, the immigrants, the homeless, the planet, trans people. They'll say you're killing people because you defunded a program intended to feed people that now funds drag shows for the Taliban. It's no wonder they now prefer the goats. But accountability is the only way.
It kind of is kind of a little
If you
bit,
don't
but
audit
you know
the
what?
programs, then corrupt schemers swoop in, and quickly the whole thing falls apart, just like my plans to spend Thanksgiving with Menudo. It's a sad modern truth. It's actually harder to get ahead in America the right way than it is to get rich.
Thank you, Keeks.
It's like starting a business. You'll drown in paperwork and regulations and permits, licenses, inspections, taxes, audits. But if you want to defraud the government, your profits will come so fast, it will outpace any way to track them. Stacey Abrams got a couple of billion for a green scam when the ink was still drying on her business cards. Look at BLM. People felt so morally heroic that they didn't even notice it became a revenue stream for their leaders' new mansions. But it's the perfect system to game. It's one where accountability is viewed as racist, which creates predators who use guilt like a crowbar, prying money out of governments and people. And the more moral you frame your appeal, the easier it is to rip them off. In Minneapolis, a program meant to help families became a pipeline for fraud. And in the end, terrorists treasure. All because nobody wanted to look mean by asking basic questions like, show us the receipts. The lesson? Compassion alone is childish, and accountability alone is cold. But put them together, it's a pretty good marriage. So from now on, we need to demand that if you want our love, you also get our oversight. Because without both, it's not just corrupt, it's suicidal. And once again, it's that guy that the Democrats hate who just pulled them off the ledge. Let's welcome tonight's guest. Whenever she says grace at Thanksgiving, the blue gets gold. Co-host of Outnumbered, Emily Campagno. When he called out their crap, CNN fired this chap, former Trump advisor Steve Cortez.
I got a couple of
Instead
stories.
of roasting
and then we'll
a
watch
turkey on
the Trump
Thanksgiving,
shit.
she's going to talk it to death. New York Times bestselling author and Fox News contributor Kat Tiff. And on Thanksgiving, old ladies want him to do the stuffing. Former NWA world champion and host of Planet Tyrus podcast, Cyrus. Emily, so this is no isolated incident. By the way, you look lovely in red.
You.
Yes, and I mean that.
What do you want?
Anyway.
I'm going with this. Let's see. I don't know what this is for real. It says we're attacking Venezuela, possibly.
Up a week of training here in Trinidad. part of the
Then I'll go
force
into the
known as
country
Operation Southern Spear in the Caribbean. Today, the State Department designated a cartel linked to Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro as a foreign terrorist organization, with the administration accusing Maduro and his generals of enriching themselves in the drug trade.
If the drug cartels go out of business, so does the Maduro regime.
The administration says the new designation opens up the cartel to airstrikes, claiming the same legal authority used to destroy suspected drug boats. Should President Trump give the green light, there is plenty of firepower in the Caribbean. This newly released photo aboard the USS Gerald R. Ford shows an electronic warfare jet used to jam enemy radar and destroy surface-to-air missile sites. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, has arrived in Puerto Rico to receive an operational update on Southern Spear, as lawmakers from both sides remain skeptical of the administration's plans.
What lies ahead could be worse than what we have now.
Historically, the United States' intervention in Central America or South America has not always rolled out the way we'd hoped.
President Trump says he wants to speak with Maduro, who appeared at a rally Friday calling for dialogue, not conflict.
After the FAA warned airliners to avoid flying over Venezuela, some foreign carriers have canceled flights to Caracas. Tonight, F-18 Super Hornets from the USS Gerald R. Ford have linked up with a B-52 bomber to fly another show of force mission off the coast of Venezuela. Brett?
Lucas Thompson, not far from that coast. Lucas, thanks.
The Trump administration is reportedly set to launch a new phase of operations against Venezuela in the coming days, apparently aiming to overthrow dictator Nicolas Maduro.
It comes as the U.S. ramps up its military strikes against the alleged drug boats in the Caribbean.
Lucas Tomlinson is in Trinidad and Tobago and joins us now with details. Good morning, Lucas.
Tobago.
Tobago.
Tomato.
Or the island of Trinidad. That works too. Good morning, Charlie, Ainsley, and Brian. New warnings from the FAA have canceled several flights from several foreign carriers to Venezuela after American F-18 Super Hornets, spy planes, and bombers were seen flying off the coast. And now
they've been trying to topple him for
saying covert action could begin soon inside Venezuela. This comes at a month after President Trump authorized the CIA to conduct those operations. And here's from Reuters. Two of the U.S. officials said covert operations would likely be the first part of the new action against Maduro. The options under consideration include attempting to overthrow Maduro. Now, Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro has remained defiant. Yesterday was his birthday. Late last week, he attended a public rally with college students, attendance likely mandatory. Rachel Campos Duffy interviewed Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado, who, like Trump, says Maduro's days are numbered.
I completely trust the strategy President Trump is developing and his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. They know very well with whom they're dealing with. I believe that Maduro will get a very clear picture of what are his options and what's the future for Venezuela. Maduro started this war. President Trump is ending this war.
Should President Trump order strikes against the Maduro regime, there's plenty of firepower in the Caribbean to do it, with about 30% of all deployed American warships, including the aircraft carrier Gerald R. Ford, now on station. There are over 200 Tomahawk cruise missiles in theater aboard destroyers and U.S. Marines aboard the USS Iwo Jima and other amphibs in the Ready Group. Now, ahead of Thanksgiving, the U.S. military's top officer, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Raisin Kane, arrived in Puerto Rico yesterday to meet the forces who are part of Operation Southern Spear. So with General Kane in the region, we'll have to see if Secretary Hegseth follows suit ahead of Thanksgiving. And one thing officials have said is some of this buildup goes beyond the Maduro regime. It's about getting Russia, China, and Iran out of the Western Hemisphere, guys.
And how is that not in our national interest? Appreciate it. Thanks so much, Lucas.
A lot of firepower.
And look, we can't spend a lot of time on this. There's so many big stories today. But just check out the Wall Street Journal.
It's been going on for a while.
South America is turning more right-wing and getting Trumpier. What they're doing is more and more are electing from Chile to what we saw in Bolivia, more electing Panama, electing more and more conservatives. Even the guy in Brazil is in trouble. So it's not healthy to be against the president. What he wants to do is not dominate these countries. He just wants these countries not to be dominated by China, Russia, and Iran.
And with that, let's bring in former Secretary of State and CIA Director Mike Pompeo, a Fox News contributor. Great to have you with us today, Mike. Let's start with the Caribbean, and then we'll move to Ukraine, if I may. The presence of General Kane in the area, the ramp up of our forces in the area. Where do you think this is going? And do you believe that the White House, that President Trump wants to see Maduro toppled?
Well, Martha, it's great to be with you. Thanks for having me on. The fact that Mr. Kane is there is telling. I'm glad he's going there to thank the troops. I'm confident he's going there for more than that, not only to send a message, but to listen and to learn about what capabilities we have and what we can deploy and how successful it might be. I do think that this administration understands that this is all part of a larger puzzle, right? The Venezuelans, supported by the Cubans, the Russians, and the Chinese now in our own neighborhood. And getting rid of Maduro gives the Venezuelan people a shot, keeps us safer. So I think that this administration is very serious about continuing to ratchet up the pressure on the regime such that the Venezuelan people get an opportunity to have a leadership that can actually protect them and give them a shot at prosperity.
This is BS,
chances are of Maduro being toppled? Because President Obama also wanted to see Maduro toppled, and he's still there.
They've been trying to topple his government forever. This has nothing to do with what he's saying right now.
Yeah, well, we took a shot at it in the first Trump administration too, Martha. You'll recall that as we were working along that to put pressure on Maduro and his regime. We were not successful at giving the Venezuelans what they needed. This time they've been willing to do more.
Like
we never know how these end. When you least expect these things, sometimes they happen. And I think that the leadership in Venezuela outside of Maduro now can see that there is a window, and maybe with enough opportunity and enough pressure, we can deliver that outcome. It would be a really good thing for the people of the region, in addition to the people here in America.
All right. Secretary Pompeo, let's take a look at the map of Ukraine and the area that Russia has successfully taken over, and the area that they might gain some additional territory in as we look at this 28-point deal. When you read this deal, the initial deal, and we know it's evolving, what went through your mind, and would you have said yes to it?
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business.
If you were Zelensky.
So when I read it, I took out two things on board. One is this is an opening salvo. This was not going to be the final deal. Had I been President Zelensky, I suppose I would have rejected it just as he clearly has. But I would also seen it as the fact that my country's at an inflection point. We've been fighting this war for a long time. Maybe we can build off of this to get to something that's acceptable. And I think Zelensky, and frankly, I think for Secretary Rubio in America, we're going to land in the same place. One, we don't trust a single thing Vladimir Putin signs, right? No matter what he signs, it's not particularly meaningful. This will be hard-powered deterrence that will have to be put in place.
I hear you.
And you can see the security guarantee starting to take shape that might achieve that.
But we do.
And then second, Ukraine has to have independence, both political and military, the capability to continue to defend itself in the years ahead. If they can get a model, an agreement that leads that same place, the fact that we may have to accept that the Russians will continue to hold this ground for a while, the ground that they took by aggression, the evil war that they started, it may be that is an outcome that is a maximalist outcome for Ukraine and for Europe and frankly for the United States that can be achievable today.
I mean, pretty much everything that has been presented to Russia, they've shot down, and they're losing 20,000 people a month, which is what they lost in the entire Afghanistan war. What do you think about how much pressure Putin is under? We know he doesn't really appear to care too much about how many people he loses, at least up until now. But do you think he's at a point where he might be willing to make some sort of deal to end this thing, at least for now?
Martha, I've seen no evidence of that. Apparently, he was prepared to take that 28-point deal where he was given some land he hasn't even been able to take. That's perhaps not surprising. It wouldn't surprise me if he would have rejected that and asked for more again. I haven't seen any evidence that he's prepared to lay down his weapons. We should all keep in mind, so President Zelensky agreed to a ceasefire that President Trump wanted months ago, and it was Putin who rejected that and then went to Anchorage and basically stiffed the Western world. So I haven't seen any evidence that Putin's prepared to do that. I don't think we have remotely put enough pressure on him. I don't think the Biden administration did. I don't think this administration has done enough. The more we talk about putting pressure on Putin, the more likely it is that he will say, okay, that's enough, and finally get us the peace that every single person wants.
Secretary Pompeo, thank you very much. And
Thank you.
good Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family.
Happy
Thank you,
Thanksgiving to you and your family as well, Martha. So
Thank you very much, Mike.
So joining me now to explain why Americans should care about what the Trump administration might be doing in Venezuela, let's head over to the head of the Future of Venezuela initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Ryan Berg. Ryan, thanks for being with us here today. First, do you think that's what's happening? Are we embarking on regime change in Venezuela?
Good afternoon, Will. It's great to be with you. Thanks very much for having me on. Certainly, I think that the nature of this mission in the Southern Caribbean—
I want to tell her Moscow.
Bringing the USS Gerald R. Ford, the carrier strike group that's just arrived last week, to the Southern Caribbean seems to me to be one of those moments where we've crossed a Rubicon, Will. You don't bring that kind of equipment into the region unless you're intent on using it. It's expensive. It costs about $6 million a day. Had to move it across the Atlantic. There are options that are on the table now for the president, which involve strikes against Venezuela, which he may well greenlight in the coming weeks. So this is no joke.
I still don't see why we need to get involved
that are on the
in
table.
this.
That said, Will, I will say that I think the president is trying to
This
do
is all
this
a
in a
show,
way that is as
people.
bloodless and as easy as possible. He says he has something that he wants to talk to Maduro about. I imagine that's the moment, Will, for the ultimatum. Now is your time to go. You can negotiate your exit, and that's your option.
All right, to the point of the strike carrier group, the aircraft carrier headed to the coast of Venezuela, it also seems unnecessary to battle drug boats or drug cartels.
Man,
It
that
does
broad,
seem to
bro, is
indicate
off the
something
hook.
much bigger is brewing in Venezuela. Now, maybe there is a way to thread the needle, as you mentioned. Maybe there's a conversation to be had. But if there is not, or if Maduro does what he has done for quite some time and rejects that opportunity, what happens? What do we do? Do you anticipate? Is this drones? Is this aerial strikes? Is this troops on the ground in Venezuela?
Well, the administration says we're entering the next phase. So they've, as you outlined in your intro, they've designated the Cartel de los Soles as a foreign terrorist organization. They've said that the CIA is going to be active in the covert space, conducting psychological operations as well. There were news stories rather about potential leaflet droppings.
Oh,
that
thank
could be
you.
coming soon. But if these things fail to dislodge
Thank
Maduro,
you,
there's a
Candy.
real chance here that the United States will greenlight strikes against targets in Venezuela. And the question at that point will be, are these targets that are purely aimed at some of those criminal organizations that we know operate out of Venezuela, or are they targets at the next
I know exactly what the-
criminal relationship, which we also know exists in Venezuela? If they're the latter targets, Will, those are the types of targets that have a real chance
Are they on some bullshit or what?
at creating a kind of change
I'm
of
just
regime
being
in
honest.
Venezuela.
Okay, Ryan, I'd love for you now to explain to me. I would imagine, and it's no insult to the viewer or to the average American, but I don't know that they could name the leader of Venezuela. Perhaps that Nicolas Maduro's name is out there enough that everyone is now familiar. But I think it's very fair for the American public to think, why is this important to America? That's not to reject the idea that it is important, and it's certainly not a defense of Venezuela. But when we're talking about marshaling American forces, American money, potentially danger to Americans, why is it important for us to change Venezuela?
Well, I think that this cuts to the heart of President Trump's agenda in Latin America. The priorities, as I see it, are threefold. First, migration. Second, drugs. And third, China, and to a lesser extent, Russia. In Venezuela, you have all three of those issues present, and all three of those issues present in a major way. I think that's why the focus has been so intently on Maduro, the opportunities that he provides for China and Russia to project power just 600 miles from the U.S. homeland, the regime's participation in drug trafficking, which kills Americans, and the 8 million Venezuelans who have left that country because of ruinous economic policies.
Stay out of our
All of
country,
the
bro. We
issues
don't want
that the
the
president cares so much about, and why he frankly is refocusing U.S. foreign policy on the Americas, because it matters to everyday Americans what happens in our shared neighborhood.
In a while.
Well, let's just one more quick follow-up question on the shared neighborhood. Again, not a rejection of the answer, but asking for clarification
Love the
for everyone.
guavas.
Why should it be so important to Americans to ensure, let's just take number 3, that there is no Chinese presence in the Western Hemisphere?
Hey guys, did you know some drivers are ditching their car insurance and they're doing this?
Well, China is not only our greatest economic competitor, but it's also undermining opportunities for the United States to build supply chain security, for example. It's undermining the ability of the United States to wean itself off of Chinese Communist Party control of certain critical industries that we need to be able to prosper and thrive. And we've seen that in the last couple of weeks and months, Will.
Did he say
China is
wean?
using economic coercion to undermine the American economy, negotiate. Wouldn't it be nice if we had a friendly set of countries in the Americas where we could build joint prosperity together and where economic coercion wasn't a daily tool in the toolkit of these countries to use against the United States? I think that's the president's overall message and agenda here, is trying to build a hemisphere where the United States has more influence and more opportunities, and we can enjoy prosperity together. It can't be done with folks like Nicolas Maduro in our shared neighborhood.
Of course, it would be nice. But that word build carries with it a cost-benefit analysis, and one that needs to be part of a continued conversation. What is the cost-benefit analysis? What will it cost us? Not just in treasure, but in energy and effort, in focus, taking away from issues here at home as well. But what will it cost us for the potential benefit of ensuring China, Russia, drug cartels are not in control in Venezuela? And I hope we can continue that conversation. Thank you, Ryan.
Top U.S. military leaders slated to visit Puerto Rico today to meet with troops and express gratitude for their dedicated work in the America First missions across the Caribbean.
This visit comes as the U.S. is reportedly getting ready to ramp up a new phase in operations against Nicolas Maduro's regime in Venezuela. The U.S. so far has taken out a total of 21 suspected drug boats in September, killing at least 82 narco-terrorists in the process.
Joining us now, former Navy captain and senior research fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Brent Zahler. Sir, great to see you as always. Describe what the scope and timing of these potential operations with regard to Venezuela could be.
Yeah, so thanks for having me on this morning. The ongoing attacks against these narcotics trafficking vessels working for a host of drug cartels based largely out of Maduro's Venezuela continue to apply pressure on where and how these cartels survive, their business model. But it's going to take quite a while still. There's quite a number of these vessels, and there's about a $690 billion trade just in cocaine that goes from the south to the north to the U.S. markets. And that doesn't really include that which is going over to Europe as well. So we're still into what looks like to be a months-long assault against these drug cartels.
As for the mission, the administration says, of course, that this is all about preventing drugs from entering the country. But we're taking a much different tactic when it comes to Venezuela as opposed to countries like China and Mexico. When it comes to that goal of why this is taking place, what do you believe that is?
Well, I think the goal, and if you look at the scope of the attacks, they've been attacking drug smuggling vessels. Many of them have been observed for many years by groups like the Joint Interagency Task Force South and partner nations that have been trying to interdict these drug runners for years, decades actually, going back to the late 80s. But when those attacks extended to the Pacific, it was clear they're going after the drug cartels' bottom line, the ability to move product to market and make money. It's less about directly attacking the Maduro regime. Of course,
that's what I thought it was, bro,
because of the largesse and the muscle of these drug cartels. So if the drug cartels go out of business, so does the Maduro regime.
Meantime, all eyes on Ukraine, specifically what is happening in Europe right now to try to lead to peace in Ukraine. Secretary of State Marco Rubio touting his progress and optimism on the peace deal between Russia and Ukraine after the Geneva talks held over the weekend. But they got a lot of bipartisan criticism. Take a listen.
So I'm not going to speculate or go into the details of any of the specific items in the latest version of the proposal because, frankly, by tomorrow or the next day, that may have evolved and changed further. And but I can tell you, I guess, that I feel very optimistic that we can get something done here because we made a tremendous amount of progress today.
With AI,
you can create any character you want in seconds.
This used to require huge Hollywood budget.
This initial plan would be a total capitulation by Ukraine. I think it would go down, frankly, as a historically bad deal.
I would not advise Ukraine to sign this. They can't sign an agreement like the Budapest and then allow Russia to invade again.
Yeah, and to be abundantly clear, a lot of that bipartisan criticism that we saw on the Sunday shows came before Marco Rubio made that announcement there. But looking ahead, At the end of the day, this all comes back to securing an agreement
Later,
that Russia
Goose.
actually sticks to. Do you anticipate that such an agreement exists, Brent?
Well, there's no agreement right now that exists because they're still in the phase of negotiating it. And many of the comments, I think, are a bit premature because we don't know the full details. Ukraine has just had their round of looking at it and tweaking on it. The Russians are next. So there's going to be more changes. The key metric to look at is, can a sustainable peace be delivered through the mechanism of the ceasefire? And it's going to require both armed forces stepping back about no less than 20 kilometers from each other from what is today the effective front line or the line of control. But that line of control that gets frozen has to be one that if either side decides to reinitiate hostilities, the risk and the cost on them is so high that they'll actually refrain from doing it. So there will be adjustments in that front line to ensure that's the case. Many of the other details are still fluid and moving, so probably best to see what comes out in the coming days. But the only thing that hasn't been mentioned in any of these discussions and in the drafts that have been leaked is what happens in the Black Sea. And I think that's a place where the Russians could be very vulnerable and could be a way in which to check any future aggression. It's also the only way that Ukraine remains economically independent.
Yeah, and Secretary Rubio sounded extremely pleased with how these talks went yesterday. He said he wasn't going to release any details because they could change by today or tomorrow, but we egrily await those new details to come out. Former Navy captain and senior research fellow at the
There's some. I
Zahler.
just found a brand new story about 9/11, like toxins being in the soil. Let's see what they're saying. I'm not sure exactly what this is.
As well as members of the FDNY firefighters attorney, Nick Paplin, will respond to shocking revelations that the city of New York and DEP secretly maintained 68 boxes of ground zero toxin records while publicly denying their existence for decades in the 9/11 aftermath. Let's listen in.
That's the UFA General Counsel. As we've heard, the city has finally released 68 boxes of records related to the toxins in the air on ground zero. Records that have been suppressed for years and years, and as New York City claimed, they could not even be found. New York City firefighters demand to know who in New York City government hid those documents all the way back in the beginning and continued to keep those documents held all these years. On 9/11, I went to my first fire. While I was on one end of the building, in the collapse, my father was at the other side of the Trade Center with Rudy Giuliani. They hunkered down at 75 Barclay Street, and my father, who was involved in the police department during the bombing of the World Trade Center bombing in '93, announced that to Giuliani that I know there's asbestos in the building. You can actually see it in the air. You can see it it's sparkling in the sunlight outside. And at that point in time, building engineers went and got those paper masks and actually handed one to Giuliani, my father, and everyone else in the room. Rudy Giuliani knew before the second tower even came down that there were toxins in the air. And somehow, over the next few hours and days, that message was suppressed. They had real testing done. And when that testing was done, it was suppressed and everyone was told the air was safe. People would have made
just like they do now. This is
different choices. You know, we all know at this point how many people are sick. There's 140,000 people in the World Trade Center healthcare program. We really need to know who lied then and who kept
this pisses me off.
You know, alive by hiding all the information that we've been asking for. This foil is asking for all the testing documents and memos related to the 9/11 toxins, along with City Hall's memos from the fall of 2001, including a memo sent to Deputy Mayor Harding that estimated there would be 10,000 claims against the city at a minimum because of the exposure, and they knew it. And they chose to lie, and they chose to hide these documents. We need to know who lied. By now, we all know what toxins were in the air, unless, of course, these documents show there are things that we didn't know. But we need to know who lied initially. I think it's important for people to know that there were people back then that chose to protect the city's interests and not protect the interests of New York City firefighters, other responders, and the civilians that were down there. That wasn't the only betrayal. Years later, we had to go down to Washington to fight for the World Trade
Exactly,
Center healthcare program.
Alex.
Had these documents been available then, it could have helped prove our case to get that life-saving healthcare more available quickly. It would have been less of a fight. It would have also helped the doctors to help diagnose people. Had they had all the documents at the time, we could be looking, as we speak, we could be looking at more illnesses that have latency periods of 25, 30 years based on chemical exposures. These are things that we could have been looking at and studying for the last 20 years, and the city chose to keep them hidden. So now we have 68 boxes that have surfaced. Only 24 of them have been reviewed. We need to have all of these boxes open and made available.
You notice when you
As I've
put
been told,
stuff on
only
like
24
this,
of the
everybody
68 have been
gets.
made available.
It's
We
like
also
that
need to know
mainstream
who
shit. That's why I
in
put
city
it on every
management
so often.
has decided to keep these boxes hidden for all
Nobody
of these
wants
years.
the truth.
Constantly, we've asked for these documents. At the end of the de Blasio administration, we asked for these documents, and they never surfaced. So the 140,000 people in the World Trade Center healthcare program deserve to know. Their families deserve to know. The families of those that have died deserve to know. My father passed away 2.5 years ago from World Trade Center related illnesses. My family needs to know that the people that lied to everyone else, again, my father was exposed from day one, but everyone else that was exposed, they need to know. Their families need to know who lied to them. They need to be held accountable. But the firefighters in the firehouses in New York City and the other first responders in New York City need to know that, God forbid, something else happened. And the city knows that they've got to decide between their liability and what's best for the long-term health and lives of New York City firefighters and others first responders, that they'll make the right choice. The city needs to be upfront and accountable for what has been done in the past, but also what could happen in the future. New York City firefighters deserve to know that the city will be transparent and accountable. God forbid anything else happen in the future. So I would like to thank City Councilperson Gail Brewer for getting us to this point.
Oh boy, miss. Good luck with that.
Get these documents brought today.
I think we do too. So I don't know what you're talking about, Ryan.
Great.
If you own a home anywhere here in
We
Ohio,
literally have
this is for you.
rainstorms turning
Thousands of
into
your neighbors
snow.
are upgrading their heating systems
It's
right now.
55
These modern,
degrees here now.
high-efficiency
It's going to
furnaces
drop
use
to the
variable
20s
speed
over the
technology.
weekend. Yeah.
Perfect.
Nobody cares about the
Thank you, members of the
9/11
media for
truth,
coming
huh?
today. My name is Thomas McManus from the law firm Sullivan, Papane, Block, McManus, Kafinas, and Canava. We are general
Right
counsel
now, we're in
to
the middle of a
Firefighters
wind
Association,
advisory. It's
and we represent thousands
downpouring
of
and
9/11
56
victims
degrees outside.
in their VCF claims.
And it's going to snow by
Today's a
Friday.
bittersweet day.
No rain here yet.
Because we
Yeah.
finally have the first semblance of transparency from the
Yeah.
city.
Yeah.
We finally will begin to know what they knew and when they knew it.
Oh, come on. I need a commercial. I got to piss like a racehorse.
Bittersweet because
Let's
it took
go. Let's go. Let's
litigation, FOIL
go.
requests, and it took the Department of Investigation through the efforts
Sorry
of Gail Brewer
for being insensitive.
to compel the city to find these documents. It's ironic that after all that time, they didn't find 68 pages hidden somewhere in the bellows of the DEP. They found 68 boxes. Did they lose a room? Where all these records are stored?
Boxes? What
It's
about that
shocking,
one more?
and
Ain't
it's
F69
disheartening,
that big?
and quite frankly, it's appalling. How could this happen? And who was behind it? Was it intentional misconduct or just incompetence? What did they know and when did they know it? That is what we're looking to find out here. And the way we're going to find out, quite frankly, is through these boxes. The truth is, this is just the first step.
Are we ever going to know what's in those
Understanding
boxes?
everything that Andy was just
I
talking
don't
about.
think so.
No.
I'm
These
surprised
boxes are
they're
going to be
even
called
telling us. Why are they telling us? I don't even think
by
we'll
the
know.
9/11 Health Watch. And when they do so,
I
we're
see
going to
cap
learn
on
more
cap, y'all.
and probably have more strands to follow to get to the bottom of what happened here
Everything's
and
a
why
fucking
this
lie,
information wasn't
guys.
disclosed. It could
I'm
lead to more
sorry,
questions,
but everything that they
but
say
it's
they're
setting us
going
on the
to
path
do is
to truth.
bullshit. All of this. I'm
Now,
just sitting here like,
beyond just
all
the
bullshit.
terrible
Everything.
lack of transparency, I ask, at
Everything.
what cost was that lack of transparency?
Everything.
The World Trade Center Health Program has been around since about 2011. What could those
You
doctors have
come in
done
here
with
screaming F
information
this or
that's
that.
potentially
You're
in
not
those
just
boxes?
saying F the whole thing.
If those
and I don't
boxes
know what to
contain
tell you.
information about toxins that were in the air, shouldn't that have been studied for the last 24 years? Shouldn't that have been studied by the researchers back in the years following 9/11 or by the Health Watch since 2011? We add new cancers to the registry every so often, every couple of years. Would those cancers have been added earlier? Would the studies be further along? These are life-saving.
Exactly, Kevin.
Medical information that we should have had all along. As Andy put it, firefighters need to know. They need to know that if they go into a terrorist attack, if they go into an explosion, if they go into a situation where their life is in danger, they need to know that when they come out, if they come out, that they or their families will get truth, will be told what they were exposed to, so they can make the smart decisions in dealing with their health, and they can adjust their lives accordingly. Transparency is not optional. The firefighters and first responders answered the call on 9/11. They did so despite the risk. Their sacrifices, their courage, and their service.
Weird. There's
is a debt
119
we
people
all
in
owe.
here.
We as New Yorkers and we as Americans. It's a debt that
And
we
I
will
see
forever owe.
people ones.
The least we can do is give those first
How you doing,
responders and their
Terry?
families truth. We all said we would never forget. It's time to learn the truth.
There's my commercial. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
If the city doesn't comply and release the remainder of these documents, what's the union's next plan of action?
Well, we'll continue to demand that the FOIL be answered. I believe at some point they're going to have to open the rest of the boxes. If we have to go into the next administration, we're letting them know that we expect this to be a top priority to come clean to what happened in New York City 24 years ago. 24 years ago, they made a choice to
Commissioner
hide
Black
the
Sox.
evidence of what happened in 9/11. They should have used that evidence and those tests to prepare for the long-term health care of the people that were down there. Their decision they made was to just hide it. They could have been preparing and doing studies on what to expect. Instead, the studies came from the outside, and we had to wheel sick and dying New York City firefighters and police officers down to Washington to show them this is what happened. Had these documents been more readily available and studied ahead of time, we wouldn't have had to go through that.
Black socks, Ryan.
What we're looking to do is hold this administration
black
accountable.
You won't let it go,
The
dude.
rest of those boxes will carry on to the next administration.
Literally.
But those boxes
But you
will be
smoke
open. The evidence
cigarettes,
will
so
be
I don't
found,
feel bad,
and
miss.
we're going to find out exactly
Right.
who lied to us back then. Who knew?
You do too, Ryan.
Because they made
You
a
ain't no
very
better. Don't write
poor
me.
decision, a criminal decision,
You
to hide it
won't.
instead of studying it, to hide the truth instead of learning from it.
I don't wear black
Learning.
socks, but by
You know,
damn it.
We all knew that there were
I
things
see
down there
one,
we
two,
should have been
three,
working
one,
on.
one, one. Yeah, these things lined up.
Anticipating the health problems.
I'd
Instead, we
rather
waited
be
for the
the
victims to
first
show
one
up.
for 100
And the government
members,
denied they were
one
even there
gorilla
until
or the
the evidence was
last man.
overwhelming.
Ew, John Deere, that's a horrible question.
Transition team about what you expect. And
Brian said he'd go face first into Bonnie Blue. That's what I
Yes
heard.
and no. I was at the transition team meeting today, and it was a large crowd there. I haven't had these meetings yet.
Face first.
These issues, but we do plan on it.
Said he'd rather go face
about,
first.
Has anyone in here seen the 24 boxes?
He said it's Thanksgiving time. It's cream pies for everybody.
Gail Brewer and
Gail Brewer, 9/11 Health Watch, which we work with, saw the boxes one day last week.
and got to look at inside some of them, right?
24 out of 60.
Dude, you end up with all types of diseases.
So is there some sense of, just to give us an idea of what's there, is it, October 3rd, 2001, air contains blank? Is it data like that?
We believe it's a lot of studies. They've said it's a lot of studies. And again, some studies have been released outside of what's in those boxes. But what we're trying to make the message of today is we hope
And
They are not feeling the topics I've been choosing today.
right. Members of the FDNY union leaders coming together to talk about the case involving several former firefighters in this new discovery investigation of 9/11 attacks.
Speaking of I guess New York, I've never seen this. I'm gonna go ahead and show it because I want to watch it. And this is Trump with Mamdani. Hold on.
Hit the like, share, subscribe.
This is what we had on Friday. I haven't done a show since, so this is still new for me. I was gonna do a show yesterday, but I never got to do it. So I'm still gonna react to this because I want to watch it. I'm not gonna watch it on my own. So realistically, here we go.
Billy. I mean, yeah. Billy. That's funny.
But they do very well.
I might end it.
And I wanted to congratulate the mayor. He really ran an incredible race against, a lot of smart people. Starting with the early primaries against some very tough people, very smart people. And he beat them easily. And I congratulated him.
You were there on 9/12? I was there on 9/10.
Very strong comment,
bro.
Like housing and getting housing built and food and prices. And the price of oil is coming way down. Anything I do is going to be good for New York. If I can get prices down, it's good for New York. And we've got them down, way down from last year. We have, as you know, I've been saying to a lot of people, Walmart said that Thanksgiving this year is exactly 25% less than last year. So that's good for New York, good for everybody. But I just want to congratulate. I think you're going to have hopefully a really great mayor. The better he does, the happier I am. I will say there's no difference in party. There's no difference in anything. And we're going to be helping him to make everybody's dream come true, having a strong and very safe New York. And congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Please.
I appreciated the meeting with the president. And as he said, it was a productive meeting focused on a place of shared admiration and love, which is New York City, and the need to deliver affordability to New Yorkers, the 8.5 million people who call our city their home, who are struggling to afford life in the most expensive city in the United States of America. We spoke about rent, we spoke about groceries, we spoke about utilities, we spoke about the different ways in which people are being pushed out. And I appreciated the time with the president. I appreciated the conversation. I look forward to working together to deliver that affordability for New Yorkers.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
President Trump, Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I had a question for you and then also one for Mayor.
I want to end this off. We're going to do it now or I'll never hold my peace.
Why you feel that way? And also, will you do anything to stop him from arresting Prime Minister Netanyahu if he visits New York?
Well, we didn't discuss your second part of the question. And on your first part, I mean, he's got views that are a little out there, but who knows? I mean, we're going to see what works, or he's going to change also. We all change. I changed a lot from when I first came to office. It's now quite a while ago. It's quite a while. My first term was great. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We're doing even better now. We're doing much better now than we did even the first term. And I can tell you some of my views have changed. And we had discussions on something. I'm not going to discuss what they were, but that I feel very confident that he can do a very good job. I think he is going to surprise some conservative people, actually. And some very liberal people, he won't surprise them because they already like him.
What did he just say,
Ryan?
I don't.
It sounds like you had a productive discussion, but just days ago, you referred to President Trump as
I need another cup of coffee.
betrayed the country. You said you would be his worst nightmare and accused him of having a fascist agenda. Are you planning to retract any of these remarks?
I think both President Trump and I, we are very clear about our positions and our views. And what I really appreciate about the president is the meeting that we had focused not on places of disagreement, which there are many, and also focused on the shared purpose that we have in serving New Yorkers. And frankly, that is something that could transform the lives of the 8.5 million people who are currently struggling under a cost of living crisis, with 1 in 4 living in poverty. And the meeting came back again and again to what it could look like to lift those New Yorkers out of struggle and start to deliver them a city that they could do more than just struggle to afford it, but actually start to live in it.
And I've been called much worse than a despot, so it's not that insulting. Maybe I think he'll change his mind after we get to working together. Yes, please.
Mr. President, I'm Rashad from MTV Lebanon.
Good.
I would like to ask you a question about the Middle East regarding
Sure.
you said that Lebanon is not in a good position. And Lebanon now is the final unresolved after Gaza and Syria. Given your assessment, like what do you say for the Lebanese today in the independent state in Lebanon? And what is your next move to push toward disarmament?
Sure. Well, we are pushing for total disarmament of Hamas and frankly everybody else. And we actually have peace in the Middle East. As you know, the King of Saudi Arabia just left yesterday. We had some great meetings, and he's made a contribution toward the United States of more than $1 trillion. We have now over $20 trillion coming in. No country has ever had anything like that, not even close. If you go to 2 trillion or 1 trillion, it's a lot. We have 20 or 21 trillion dollars. I think that Hezbollah has been a problem in Lebanon, big problem. We're working with Lebanon. We're working with everybody in the Middle East. That's another thing I think we have in common. We want to see peace in the Middle East. And we actually have now, for the first time, peace in the Middle East after 3,000 years. And now we're going to refine it. And I think you're going to see some very positive things happen.
There is a potential to invite the Lebanese president.
Oh, sure. Oh, I would do that. Absolutely. And if the mayor would like to be here for that meeting, because I know he feels very strongly. I think you feel very, very strongly about peace in the Middle East. I think
we desperately want it. And that's something that I shared with the president, that when I spoke to New Yorkers who had voted for the president last November on Hillside Avenue and Fordham Road, I asked them why. I heard again and again 2 major reasons. One was that they wanted an end to forever wars. They wanted an end to the taxpayer dollars we had funding violations of human rights. And they wanted to address the cost of living crisis. And I appreciated the chance to discuss both of those things.
He said a lot of my voters actually voted for him, and I'm okay with that. I'll do that. I'll
Did you
sign
say
it. If you
1
give it to
in
me, I'll
10
sign it in a minute. That's pretty good.
Mr. President,
I'm confused. Are they like bud buddies now or something? Like, what's going on here?
ICE agents
Right.
in New York City. Mr. Mamdani, you call ICE a rogue government entity. I wonder how you reconcile your differences on both of those issues.
Well, I think we're going to work them out. And I think that if we have known murderers and known drug dealers and some very bad people, we want to get them out. And the mayor wants to have peace. We discussed this at great length, actually, maybe more than anything else. He wants to have a safe New York. Ultimately, a safe New York is going to be a great New York. If it's not safe, no matter how well we do with pricing and with anything else, we can talk about anything you want. If you don't have safe streets, it's not going to be a success. So we're going to work together. We're going to make sure that if there are horrible people there, we want to get them out. I think he wants to get them out, maybe more than I do. So we'll work together. We discussed it at great length. Yes, please.
Yeah, 2 questions, if I may. One for you, Mr. President, and leave the second. But first of all, to the mayor-elect. You're both from different parts of the political spectrum. You're both populists, though. And I just wonder to what extent, with the president's campaign style, his techniques, his social media, inspired any part of your campaign?
Well, I actually told the president that, so much of the focus of our campaign has been on the cost of living crisis. And when we asked those New Yorkers who had voted for the president, when we saw an increase in his numbers in New York City, that came back to the same issue: cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. And they spoke about the cost of groceries, the cost of rent, the cost of Con Ed, the cost of childcare. And too often politicians are looking to lecture to New Yorkers what they should care about, as opposed to listen. And when we spoke to those voters who voted for President Trump, we heard them speak about cost of living. We focus on that same cost of living. And that's where I am really looking forward to delivering for New Yorkers in partnership with the president on the affordability agenda.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are in life and job forever? If the answer is yes, then this video is not.
And I think we have to work a little bit. We talked about Con Edison. We have to work a little bit on getting the prices, because, we've gotten fuel prices way down, but it hasn't shown up in Con Edison. And we're going to have to talk to them. If we're sending,
I don't know if the prices
it was a
really
year ago,
gone
which
down.
is true, we have to get Con Edison to start lowering their rates.
Absolutely.
And last week you told me you were pushing ahead with your plans to sue BBC for up to $5 billion. You're going to speak to Prime Minister Starmer as well. Is there any progress or any updates on those issues?
Well, we get along very well with the Prime Minister. We made a deal with UK. I like him. He's a fine person. And, you know, I think they have some big energy problems. You know, they've got windmills all over the place. They're going to have to start using other methods because their energy is out of control. Talking about in the UK, it's
My
out of
mic
control.
keeps turning down.
He's got that problem. He's got a big immigration problem, as you know, and he's got a big energy problem. And we talk about it. He's a good man. Prime Minister's a good man.
Dude.
I haven't spoken to him.
My mic keeps turning down.
Who?
President Zelensky about your plan for the region?
I've spoken with their people. We have a plan. It's horrible what's happening. It's a war that should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame. And I thought they should have acted quicker. But it's a cold winter, and a lot of the you talk about utilities, but a lot of the big energy producing plants have been under attack, to put it mildly, to put it nicely. Yeah, we have a way of getting peace, or we think we have a way of getting peace. He's going to have to approve it. It's just so sad. So many people. You know, last month they lost 25,000 soldiers. This is something we haven't seen anything like this since the Second World War. And they're averaging 6,000 or 7,000 a week between the two of them, dead soldiers. And it goes on and on. And I think they're getting reasonably close, but I don't want to predict. I would have said that would have been one of my early ones. I did 8 peace deals of countries, including in India, Pakistan. You could even go, in fact, they're coming here in a week or two, go to the Congo and Rwanda. That was 10 million people dead. And we worked something out on that, but so many. And the one I thought would have been, for me, because I have a very good relationship with President Putin, I thought that would have been maybe quicker. But it does take 2 to tango. And now you just see all the death. And, you know, it doesn't affect us other than the fact that we don't want to see all those people that really it's on the other side of the ocean. It's a war that should have never happened. It did happen. I blame the person also sitting right behind this desk. This is a war that should have never happened, and it wouldn't have happened if I were president. But we're trying to save a lot of lives. They're losing 25. Think of that, 25,000 lives over the last short period of time. That's
Jesse.
Ukrainian and Russian.
How is this even going on? Because right afterwards, I got his interview.
I want to ask the mayor-elect about a House resolution just passed overwhelmingly to condemn socialism, including with 86 Democrats, all of House Dem leadership, and the minority leader, Hakeem Jeffries, despite his endorsement of you. What's your reaction to that?
I have to be honest with you, I focused very little on resolutions. Frankly, I've been focusing.
Socialism.
I understand. I think the focus is on the work at hand. I can tell you I am someone who is a democratic socialist. I've been very open about that. And I know there might be differences about ideology, but the place of agreement is the work that needs to be done to make New York City affordable. That's what I look forward to.
And I want to clarify your answer to Stephen Nelson. He asked about your comment calling the president a fascist. And your answer was, both President Trump and I have been clear about our positions and our views. Are you affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about.
That's okay. You can just say
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
That's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
He's like, yeah, you said I am, and he's going to after I'm going to show the interview afterwards.
And I wanted to ask you also about this Ukraine plan.
Yeah.
President Zelensky said today that his country would risk either giving up a partner or giving up its dignity. There's been criticism that this deal.
You mean he doesn't like it?
It's unclear. He was sort of
Well,
10 years
he'll have to like it, and if he doesn't like it, then they should just keep fighting. I guess
The suggestion that he made, though, was that if he doesn't accept it, that the U.S. would pull back its support for Ukraine. Is that
Well, at some point he's going to have to accept something. He hasn't accepted. You remember right in the Oval Office not so long ago, I said, you don't have the cards. Don't forget, I inherited this war. This war never would have happened. I inherited this war. And I thought he should have made a deal a year ago, 2 years ago. The ultimate deal would have been if it never started. That would have been the good deal. That could have been done too if you had the right president, but you didn't have the right president.
I lost $50,000 because I didn't
think
buy
it's
a
kinda
domain name.
hilarious.
My advice
No,
had to
no.
ex-
Mr. President, cost of living is something that you and Mr. Mamdani seem to agree on.
Right.
Democrats have run New York City for a long time, Mr. Mamdani. Do you see Democrat policy specifically as
That's what they have in common. They both hate Democrats. Ah.
a problem? And I'd like that to be a question that both of you could answer.
Look, I think that there are many things in our city where we have to own the responsibility of it, things that existed long before the president was the president. And those are also part of the message of our campaign, was to take on a broken politics of the past. And I ran against a number of candidates who represented different versions of that past. And what we found time and again is that working people were left behind in the politics of our city. And what we're looking to do is put those people right back at the heart of our politics, so that we don't have a situation where we're in the wealthiest city in the history of the world, and yet 1 in 5 can't even afford $2.90 for a Metro card.
Mr. President,
You know, we had some interesting conversation, and some of his ideas really are the same ideas that I have.
Nelson reached deep in his bag
A big
for that
thing
one.
on cost. You
Yeah.
know, the new word is affordability.
I
Another
mean,
word is just
deep in his
groceries.
bag
It's
for
sort
that
of an
one,
old-fashioned
right?
word, but
Yeah.
it's very accurate. And they're coming
Come on,
down.
bro.
They're
That
coming
shit's
down.
old,
They
bro.
were,
Can't you come up with
you know,
something
we
better
had
than
both
that?
of us.
Nobody
we had the
likes
highest
Trump.
inflation in the history of our
Coming with
country
some
the
corny
last 4
shit.
years under the Biden administration, and we've
10-year-old
got inflation
joke.
down now to a normal number. It's going to go even a little bit lower than that. Katie, do you have something in a bit?
President, thank you so much. Mr. Mamdani often talks about New York City being covered by international law, that they will follow international law. Doesn't often talk about the U.S. Constitution. What is your response to that?
Well, I don't know what you're referring to in terms of it could be covered by international law, local law. It's covered by a lot of laws.
Right,
And,
George.
but it's covered by U.S.
You
law.
don't.
Are you referring to anything in particular?
You just said that they're a city that endorses and enforces international law. Is that at odds with?
No, I don't know. Would you want to? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think what I've shared with the president is our desire to not only follow the laws of our own city, laws that protect New Yorkers, but also a desire for consistency in our politics across the board. And that's something that we've talked about, and something that I know many New Yorkers want.
We were ICE.
We discussed ICE and New York City, and I spoke about how the laws that we have in New York City allow for New York City government to speak to the federal administration for about 170 serious crimes. The concerns that many New Yorkers have are around the enforcement of immigration laws on New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. And most recently, we're talking about a mother and her 2 children, how this has very little to do with what that is.
What we did is we discussed crime more than ICE per se. We discussed crime, and he doesn't want to see crime, and I don't want to see crime. And I have
topic
very
is
little
there?
doubt that we're not going to get along on that
New
issue.
York's
He wants
literally
and
falling
he said
apart.
some things that were very interesting as to housing construction, and he wants to see houses go up. He wants to see a lot of houses created, a lot of apartments built, etc. And you know, we actually people would be shocked, but I want to see the same thing.
Mr. Mamdani, the anti-Israel protesters.
Jack?
Mr. President, I want to know one of the policies as well that Mayor-elect Mamdani talked a number of times about on the campaign was shifting the tax burden for property taxes from what he called minority communities to white-based communities and putting more taxes on white people. I also noticed that in your acceptance speech, you didn't mention anything about America or Christians or white people in general.
Trump's a traitor, but this guy wants to tax white people?
So I didn't know if that was one of the policies that you guys had spoken about.
We focused on affordability. We focused on the cost of living crisis. What I
Are
will
you
say is
dumb?
that I am
Were you
very much
born
interested in property
yesterday?
tax reform, because what we see right now in New York City is a system
fuck?
that is so inequitable that it can't even stand up in court. And the president and I spoke about the importance of not only building more housing, but also
I've never
making
heard
sure that
such
regulation of
shit in
housing
my
is something
life.
that is manageable to actually get through, and not the cause of yet another weight that we see in
But
our
to be
city.
clear, you're continuing this idea of race-based property taxes.
No, to be very clear,
That's what you said.
no, the use of the term was a description of neighborhoods, not a description of intent.
So you intend to tax the whiter neighborhoods more?
No, we intend to create a fair property tax
No,
system, because we
there's
want
some
a New York
black
City that
people
is
in
not only
those
fair and
white
equitable,
neighborhoods.
but also one that every New Yorker
What
can
he's
afford.
trying to say.
The anti-Israel protesters
There's black
Have you ever seen people flipping houses and say, man, I wish I could make money like them? They've got dumpsters there. They've got
There's all
contractors
types of
going in and
people
out.
in,
But you don't know how to
these
flip a house.
neighborhoods. This is what he's saying. You want to tax the white people, though.
Just targeted a synagogue in New
Said
York.
it.
Are you concerned about Jewish New Yorkers feeling welcome and safe in the city? And President Trump, if you threatened to cut off federal funding to New York City, what policies would prompt you to do that? Would that be city-run grocery stores? Would it be something else?
I hear you, George.
We'll
I hear
just
you,
cut off
brother.
and just make it a little bit difficult or not give as much. We
Send
want
some
to
of that
see
shit
a
my
used
way,
term. We don't want good money going after bad. We just, we don't want that to happen. I don't think that's going to happen. I did say that, subject to what policies are being said. We had a meeting today that actually surprised me. He wants to see no crime. He wants to see housing being built. He wants to see rents coming down, all things that I agree with. Now, we may disagree how we get there. The rent coming down, I think one of the things I really gleaned very much today, he'd like to see him come down ideally by building a lot of additional housing. That's the ultimate way. He agrees with that, and so do I. But if I read
I didn't think he was going to make
stories, I don't hear that. But I heard him say it today, and I think that's a very positive step. No, I don't expect. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. A big help, because I want New York City to be great.
My name is
Look,
Nick.
I love New York City. It's where I come from. I spent a lot of years there. Now I'm right here. We took a big setback with the mayor that we had, Dave de Blasio. I thought it was a tremendous setback for the city. I think this mayor can do some things that are going to be really great.
Mr. President, Mr. President.
Okay, how about you? Go ahead, please.
You're a billionaire. You have a different address nowadays than you used to, but you used to call New York City home. Would you feel comfortable living in New York City under a Mamdani administration?
Yeah, I would. I really would, especially after the meeting. Absolutely.
What makes you comfortable?
What?
We agree on a lot more than I would have thought. I think I want him to do a great job, and we'll help him do a great job. He may have different views, but in many ways, we were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes, and people had no idea, because he was strong on not getting ripped off in trade and lots of the things that I've practiced and been very successful on. Tariffs, a lot of things. Bernie Sanders and I agreed on much more than people thought. And when he was
Seems
put
like
out of
it's
the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. And, it just turned out to be a statistical truth. But no, I feel very comfortable. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for you, but a very good one for the mayor. Why did you fly here? Aren't trains greener?
I'll use every form of transit, and I want to make sure that they're all affordable in New York City, and that's why making buses fast and free is a centerpiece of our campaign.
There is a bus that
Well,
goes.
but I know, but it'd be fluid. That's a lot quicker too. I mean, he's working very hard. And for him to be, that's a very long drive. I'll stick up for you. The plane takes you 30 minutes and driving takes you a
And
long.
Mr. President, I was wondering if you could clear up some confusion around a Washington Post report. There was this explosive report that the Coast Guard is no longer going to characterize swastikas and nooses as hate symbols. DHS called that a lie and fake news. Can you clear up?
I don't know anything about it. When was this written?
Yesterday.
Well, look, the Coast Guard's an incredible group of people. I know them very well. We just ordered a lot of new Coast Guard cutters. Beautiful, the most magnificent ship. They look like yachts with lots of guns on them. So I don't know. I haven't seen any report like that, but certainly we want them to remain a great force, and they are.
Mr. President, and you did a piece in all the 9 months around the world. I would like to ask Mr. Mamdani, you've accused the U.S. government of committing genocide in Gaza while President Trump was working on peace. Why that?
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it. And I shared with the president in our meeting about the concern that many New Yorkers have of wanting their tax dollars to go towards the benefit of New Yorkers and their ability to afford basic dignity. And what we see right now is we're in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 school children being homeless in our city. And there's a desperate need, not only for the following of human rights, but also the following through on the promises we've made New Yorkers. And I appreciated the meeting we had and the work that we can do.
Do you agree that President Trump didn't do a peace and work hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. But do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights. And I know that still today, those are being violated, and that continues to be work that has to be done no matter where we're speaking of.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you view the mayor-elect as the true leader of the Democrat Party? And do you think Leader Schumer and Leader Jeffrey have to follow his lead?
Well, look, I hope they have great leaders. This is a man that right now I think is focused on New York City. I really think he has a chance to do a great job. We're going to help him, but I really think he has a chance to do a great job. But I'll let you answer that. You consider yourself the leader of the Democrats? I think it's more appropriate for him.
I consider myself the next mayor of New York City, and I keep my horizons firmly on New York City. And I appreciate the meeting with the president, which focused again on the 5 boroughs and whether New Yorkers could afford to live there.
By the way, being the mayor of New York City is a big deal.
Absolutely.
I always said, one of the things I would love to be someday is the mayor of New York City. Being the mayor of New York, and especially now, because I think you're at really a turning point, one way or the other. It could go great, or it can go in a different direction. And I think you really have a chance to make it great. I appreciate
I'm really shocked at how
I
this
dare
is going.
you to let me build you
Anybody
a
else
completely
shocked at
free
how this meeting
e-commerce
is going?
store.
Mr. Mamdani.
Is this just a stage show, or is anybody shocked at how this meeting? I expected way more.
New York City loves a future that is affordable.
Bullshit.
And I can tell you that
expected
there were more
bullshit.
New Yorkers who voted for President Trump in the most recent presidential election because of that focus on cost of living. And I'm looking forward to working together to deliver on that affordability agenda.
I got a lot of votes. One more. Go ahead. One or
He
two more.
said
Go
I
ahead.
got a lot of votes. He doesn't
I tell you,
care.
the press has eaten this thing up. I've had a lot of meetings with the heads of major countries. Nobody cared. This meeting, that you people have gone crazy. Outside you have hundreds of people waiting. This is just a small little group. For some reason, the press has found this to be a very interesting meeting. The biggest people in the world, they come over from countries nobody cares, but they did care about this meeting, and it was a great meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, I was going to ask you exactly that. Why do you think there's so much more, so much excitement around this thing in some form?
Because I think he's different. All right. I think he's different, and that can be in a very positive way, but I think he's different than, your typical guy runs, wins, becomes mayor maybe, and nothing exciting. Because he has a chance to really do something great for New York. New York is at a very critical point. And he does need the help of the federal government to really succeed. And we're going to be helping him. But he's different than
I can
your
see
average
that,
candidate.
too.
He came out of nowhere.
I can see that for
He has a
sure.
great campaign manager standing over there. He came out of nowhere. What you started
I hear
with
you,
one or two?
Christopher.
And then I watched. I said, "Who is this guy?" He was at 1, then he was at 3, then he was at 5, then he was at 9. Then he went up to 17. I said, that's getting a little bit interesting, right? And then all of a sudden he wins a primary that nobody expected he was going to win. It's a great tribute. I mean, it's an amazing thing that he did.
And I'll just add one thing to what the president said. Is one thing I also appreciated is in our meeting to appreciate a portrait of FDR and the incredible work that was done with the New Deal, and also in thinking about what it can look like when the federal government and New York City government work together to deliver on affordability. It can be transformative.
We have a great portrait of FDR that I found in the vaults that was missing for years. I found it and I put it up. He's a Democrat, to the best of my knowledge. He's a Democrat. And when the mayor saw that portrait, he said, "Sir, do you mind if I have a picture taken by that portrait?" It's an amazing portrait. I hope the picture comes out good. But it's an amazing portrait in the cabinet room. So he's a big fan of the New Deal, I guess, and of FDR. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that you both spoke about crime.
Yeah.
There are many police officers set to come off the rolls at the end of this year in New York City. Are you going to allow those police to be replaced with police officers, actual cops? Are you going to require that that happens? Would there be some consequences?
Well, I hope it happens, but again, that's going to be ultimately the mayor's decision.
What's your answer?
Is that I look forward to delivering public.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know too much about this Zohan guy, Mamdani or whatever the hell. But I'm going to play an interview that he did after this because I really want to know more what he's talking about. I feel like these guys are getting along way more than I expected.
Safety with the NYPD, and I've said over the course of our campaign that we have the number of police officers today. They are the ones that's budgeted about 35,000 headcount. And I think the key thing is that we have to make it easier for police to focus on police work, not ask them to respond to 200,000 mental health calls a year.
So is that a reduction from what you're at right now? Or are you committing to maintaining the same level of cops?
I've committed over the course of the campaign to maintain the 35,000. That's the headcount that we had through the campaign.
And not replace them with case workers, social work.
No, I've said that's the headcount that we want. What we need to do is make sure they can focus on serious crime.
And he just retained a great police commissioner, I believe, right?
Yes,
If the newspapers are correct.
That one they're correct about.
He retained, I think, somebody that is she's a good friend of some of the people in my family, Ivanka, and they say she's really good, really competent, and he just retained her, so that's a good sign.
Are there still topics that you see that you're disagreeing on in the future? And do you think you'll have more meetings with this?
There will be topics that we disagree on. I think we'll probably come to a conclusion, and ultimately, he'll convince me or I'll convince him, it's for the good of New York. Ultimately, it's for the good of New York. I don't care about affiliations or parties or anything.
I hear you,
want to see if this city could be unbelievable, if he could be a spectacular success, I'd be very happy.
Do you think you guys will meet more in the future too?
Sure.
Do you think you'll meet again in the future? Throughout the initial.
I think we will. I think we will. I hope we do. I enjoyed the meeting. We had a great meeting. Please.
Mr. President, Republican Elise Stefanik has campaigned multiple times by calling Zohran Mamdani a jihadist. Do you think you're standing next to a jihadist right now in the Oval Office?
No, I don't. But she's out there campaigning. You say things sometimes in a campaign.
Isn't that sort of?
She's a very capable person. But you really have to ask her about that. I don't particularly. I think I met with a man who's a very rational person. I met with a man who really wants to see New York be great again. I can say again, because New York was great. When I came down to Washington initially, the city was so hot. It was doing great.
Robert,
we were having some telltale signs of problems. We had a mayor that was not doing a great job, but still, it was moving along. And it went bad. It went, pretty bad. And he can, I think it's been at lower points, but it went pretty bad. I think he can bring it back. Now, the question is, will he bring it back all the way? Will he bring it back greater than ever before, which is, I guarantee, that's his wish. I think he wants to make it greater than ever before. And if he can, we'll be out there cheering. I'll be cheering for him. Okay? Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, now, let's see what this dude has to say after this meeting. Let's see if he stands on what he has to say, bro. Hold on. Here it is. All right, let's see what this dude has to say. I need to know more about him. I don't know shit about him.
Congratulations.
Thank you
I just know he's a commie.
Well, it is
good.
wonderful to have you here in person, fresh off of your.
I know
first
enough
meeting
about him,
with
but
President
I know he's a
Donald
commie.
Trump. He praised you. He even said you could do a great job as mayor, despite months of a bitter back and forth. Were you surprised by the warm welcome that you got?
I was looking forward to having the meeting with the president to speak about the needs of the 8.5 million people who call the same city we love home, and to speak frankly about the affordability crisis that is pushing so many of them out of those 5 boroughs. And I found in the meeting that I had with the president a productive one, and a meeting that came back again and again to the central themes of the campaign that we ran: the cost of housing, the cost of childcare, the cost of groceries, the cost of utilities. And it showed that this is an opportunity to now start to deliver so that people can do more than just aspire to struggle in New York City, but actually
to be able to live.
I hear you,
Did
Robert.
expect it to be so chummy? What was going through your head when you were standing there?
You know, I thought
Chummy?
again and again about what it would mean for New Yorkers if we could establish a productive relationship.
Hit the
that
like,
would focus
share,
on issues
subscribe.
that
Come
those
on,
New Yorkers
guys.
stay up late at night thinking about.
We're at
Because so often in our
69.
politics,
You
we
should
try
have
and
way
tell
more
people
than
what
this.
they
I don't know
should be
what's
worried about,
going
what
on
they
today.
should be concerned about.
Y'all don't
When you
like
actually
it.
ask New Yorkers and you listen to them, you hear come back to the issues that animated not just the conversation the president and I had with the press after our meeting, but frankly in the meeting itself. It was a conversation where we spoke about the need to deliver on this
You
agenda.
need 100
and I
likes.
appreciated that when the president, when
Come
we had
on,
that
y'all,
meeting, it wasn't
smash
just in the
that
Oval
like.
Office. He also took me into the
We're like
cabinet room,
30 likes
and there
away
we were
from
looking
100.
at
I
portraits
can't
of
believe we're not
presidents
there.
of
I've
years
never
gone by,
looked
and we
once.
admired a portrait of FDR. And in many ways, when I think about the candidacy that we've put forward, it looks to Fiorello LaGuardia as the greatest mayor in New York City history.
Thank
you can't
you,
tell
whoever
the
hit
story of
that.
LaGuardia without telling the story of FDR and the story of a relationship with the federal government that finally delivered.
Yeah, hit the like. It's
crisis.
free.
Well, prior to your meeting, I don't have to tell you
Thank
this,
you guys,
President Trump
whoever's hit it.
repeatedly threatened
Much
to
love,
cut
much love.
off federal funding to New York if you won.
Smoke it
The
if you
president
got it.
seemed to back away from that yesterday, though, in his
I
public
got
comments in
another
that joint
one.
news conference that you all did. He said, I don't think that's going to happen. I expect to be helping him, not hurting him. Do you believe him when he says that?
No, I believe the president in the conversation that we had, and I will continue to make the case, both to the president and to the country at large, about the needs of New Yorkers. Because what I found,
Look at me,
frankly,
bro.
is that New
Don't get caught
Yorkers
up
have
in the
grown
loop.
tired
Well, I'm
of
not.
being asked to
I'm just watching
believe in a
this
system that has
unfold,
delivered very little.
bro.
They're tired of a politics that expects everything from them while delivering little. And what they want now is a politics that can see the scale of the crisis in front of it and actually start to work together.
You know, you ran a campaign, though, saying that President Trump had not delivered on his promise of affordability. Did anything that happened in that meeting make you think, yes, he can deliver on that promise for
Christopher.
Americans for
I mean, the
New York?
chat.
Well, I spoke to the president about the fact that while our campaign technically began on October 23rd last year, for many people, they became aware of it after the president won
Like Jerry.
the election. And when I went out and spoke
care
to New
about
Yorkers,
this?
asking them who did they
I feel
vote
like
for
no
and
one
why,
cares.
in two neighborhoods that swung most significantly
Yeah,
towards
boy,
New York,
it's
was Florida
Absolutely, Tony.
and Avenue in Queens. And I shared with the president that when I asked those New Yorkers why did they vote for the president, they
wanted
told me
to
again
get
and again,
down with
cost
something
of living,
different.
cost of living, cost of living. And when the president and I were speaking, we were speaking about what is preventing from delivering on that affordability agenda. Sometimes it's a lack of taking on the broken system that we have. And I spoke about in New York City, for example,
Still run the
zoning
world, bro.
regulations. We spoke about ULER.
Yeah.
This is a process by which you either approve or deny zoning changes that are made in New York City. We spoke about the need to change so many of those situations such that a developer doesn't tell you the thing more expensive than labor or materials is waiting. And we also spoke about the importance of understanding what it is that hurts New Yorkers in their pockets. It's their rent, it's their childcare, it's their utilities, and it's their childcare. Because the childcare, I say twice, because it is the second
Said
highest
it
cost of living
twice.
housing, $22,500 a year for a single
Well, let me ask you about the other threat
that
that
shit
we
twice,
heard
bro.
from President Trump to send troops to
No,
New
you
York
didn't mean to
City
say that
address
twice,
issues of
bro.
crime and
No, you
immigration.
didn't.
We've seen him do this in other major cities. Did you get any assurances in your meeting, Mayor-elect Mamdani, that President Trump will not send troops into New York?
I told the president that the cornerstone of an affordability agenda is public safety. It is
142 a
critically
year
important.
now. He's making.
And for all that has been
Yeah.
said and all that has been spoken about, and the tens of millions of dollars looking to make New Yorkers fearful of that question, the truth of it is, in fact, that I'm looking forward to working with the NYPD to deliver on that. And I shared with the president that my decision to retain Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch is in large part a recognition of the fact that in her time leading the NYPD, she has driven down crime across the 5 boroughs while starting to uproot corruption
That wasn't
was
funny,
endemic in the top
you know?
echelons of that department under Mayor Adams.
And I'm going to follow up with you on your decision to keep Commissioner Tisch. But to this
Hey,
core
say
question that
something
I think
funny.
so many New Yorkers are curious to know the answer to. What
Fucking
did President
dummy.
Trump say to you? Did he assure you he will not send troops into New York?
He told me that he cared deeply about public safety. I said I cared
But did he
deeply
say
about
he
the
wouldn't
same.
send troops?
What I told him is that what separates New York City from anywhere else in the country is we have the NYPD. And I trust the NYPD to deliver public safety. And to me, that is something that I know that they can do. that they
And
have
two,
done, and will
much
continue to do
love.
under my leadership.
So he didn't rule it out in the meeting.
I made it very clear what we wanted to do was to deliver public safety and affordability, and the NYPD would be the ones to do so.
In that press conference with President Trump, a reporter asked you whether you believe that President Trump is in fact a fascist, a word that you've used in the past. You were about to answer, then President Trump sort of jumped in and he said, quote, "That's okay, you can just say yes. It's easier than explaining it." So, Mr. Mayor-elect, just to be very clear, do you think that President Trump is a fascist?
And after President Trump said that, I said yes. And
so you do.
And that's something that I've said in the past. I say it today. And I think what I appreciated about the conversation that I had with the president was that we were not shy about the places of disagreement about the politics that has brought us to this moment. And we also wanted to focus on what it could look like to deliver on a shared analysis of an affordability crisis for New Yorkers.
You've also said in the past that President Trump has engaged in a, quote, attack on our democracy. You've called him a despot. Do you still believe President Trump is a threat to the democracy?
Everything that I've said in the past, I continue to believe. And that's the thing that I think is important in our politics, is that we don't shy away from where we have disagreements, but we understand what it is that brings us to that table. Because I'm not coming into the Oval Office to make a point or make a stand. I'm coming in there to deliver for New Yorkers. And a few weeks ago, I was asked by a reporter 3 words to describe myself. I said, New York City. And that's what animated that conversation. How do we deliver for the people?
I think that some of your supporters would be curious to know. You say you stand by your past statements that, yes, he's a threat to the democracy. How do you square working with someone who you still think is a threat to the democracy?
I think working for the people of New York City demands that you work with everyone and anyone, and that you always look to find those areas of agreement while not overlooking the places of disagreement. And I think this was something that came up in our meeting. We spoke about immigration. We spoke about the fact that in New York City, we have sanctuary city policies that allow for the city to work with the federal government on around 170 serious crimes. The concern for so many New Yorkers comes about anything beyond that. And I spoke about the importance of us being able to protect New Yorkers, and some of the incidents that we see, they do not do that.
You raised the issue of sanctuary cities. So I want to speak to you more broadly about the issue of immigration. This is one that is so critical to New York, the rest of the country as well. One of your top supporters, Senator Bernie Sanders, recently weighed in on President Trump's record managing the border. He compared it to former President Biden. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
The Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring, so no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Now save up to $500 off select adjustable mattress sets and $50 off select pillow sets.
Right?
Trump did a better job. I don't like Trump, but
I don't
we
like
should have a
Trump.
secure border, and it ain't that hard to do. Biden didn't do it; those before him did not do it. We should have a secure border. Period.
Do you agree with Senator Bernie Sanders that President Trump did a better job securing the border than former President Biden?
You know, I haven't thought much about comparing presidents on the question of securing the border. I think it's important that it's secure, and I also think it's important that we have an immigration system that is humane. And that's what I spoke about with the president, is that New Yorkers want to see humanity in the policies that are being implemented.
Do you give President Trump some credit for the work that he's done to make the border, in Senator Sanders' estimation, more secure?
What I give President Trump credit for is the meeting that we had yesterday was one that was focused on how we could work together for New Yorkers. And the place that we could do so most effectively, frankly, is ensuring every New Yorker can afford the city they call home.
Well, you take me to my next question, which is about really the central issue of your campaign, affordability. You have said that you want to raise $9 billion in new taxes, increasing taxes on the wealthy, on businesses, in order to fund your key policies like universal child care, which you mentioned. You would need Governor Kathy Hochul to be on board with this. You'd need her signature. She has never publicly committed to increasing taxes. I know you just spoke with her. Mr. Mayor-elect, did Governor Hochul commit to you that she will support and sign on to your plan to increase taxes?
The governor and I had a productive conversation, and what we both committed to is working together for the affordability agenda. And one thing I appreciate of the many about Governor Hochul is that she's been focused not just on affordability, but specifically on universal child care for quite some time. And now is the time to bring a partner forward in City Hall. And I've said plainly and openly that I believe that these are two tax proposals that make sense, increasing the personal income taxes on New Yorkers making $1 million or more by just 2%, increasing the top corporate tax rate to match that of New Jersey. And what I've also said is more important than how we fund something is that we fund something. And if there are additional or alternate revenue streams to do so, I will accept them and I will celebrate them, because the most important thing is to actually deliver for the New
What's
Yorkers
up,
right
Tony?
now. Can't even conceive of having a family in New York City because of how expensive we've made childcare across the 5 boroughs.
Well, and your entire agenda is incredibly ambitious: universal child care, free buses, among other things, lowering rent. Can you deliver on this agenda without Governor Hochul agreeing to increase taxes?
Well, I'm thankful that I'm not going to have to engage in the hypothetical, because I am confident of the two of us working together to deliver on this agenda and ensure that finally, and this goes back to just that portrait of FDR, we look at what politics has been in the past. It has been there in the moments of such transformation, meeting the scale of the crisis. We can do that again.
So just yes or no, you think she'll raise taxes?
I think she'll work with me to deliver on affordability. I think raising taxes makes the most sense. If there's any alternative that raises the same amount of money, I'm open.
All right, let's talk about another major issue, which you referenced, policing.
So many major issues.
Crime. There are a lot of major issues, I know. 5 years ago, you were calling for defunding the police. Now you are in charge of the largest police department in the country. You have tapped Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on in her job. She has accepted. She wants to put thousands more police officers on the streets of New York. Will you do that, Mr. Mayor-elect?
I've said over the course of the campaign that I think the number we have had budgeted of 35,000 officers is a sufficient number. What we have to do, however, is allow those officers to focus on policing. And what I mean by that is that in 2020, the response time for the NYPD was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. Large part of that is because officers are now having to deal with 200,000 mental health calls a year. And so our proposal is create a Department of Community Safety, task it with the mental health crisis, the homelessness crisis, and allow officers to focus on serious crimes so we can get back to the work of delivering on this, as opposed to being trapped in a political discourse without addressing the systemic crisis.
But you know, violent crime is substantially down under Commissioner Tisch's watch. Do you acknowledge that her approach is working, and therefore do you need to listen to her when she says, I need more cops on the street?
The reason I made the decision to retain Commissioner Tisch is because of the importance of outcomes. The fact that she has been able to deliver on rooting out corruption while lowering crime is something to be celebrated. And I think the commissioner and I have been very clear that what brings us together is a shared importance of public safety. I think we can do that with the officers we have.
Would you rule out putting more police officers on the street?
What I will tell you is that the 35,000 we have budgeted, that's the amount that I think we need.
Okay. Let me ask you, again, just going back to that press conference with President Trump, as reporters were leaving, you were answering a question that I think was hard for a lot of people to hear about your response to protests outside of a Manhattan synagogue. Your initial response to that incident did receive some criticism, as you know. What is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who feel you won't be tough enough in your response to the anti-Semitic incidents?
That I'm looking forward to being the next mayor of New York City and fulfilling the commitment I've made to Jewish New Yorkers over the course of this campaign, which is a commitment to not only protect them across the 5 boroughs, but to celebrate and cherish them. And what that looks like is rooting out anti-Semitism. It looks like increasing funding for hate crime prevention programs by 800%. And it also looks like ensuring that we have NYPD protection, especially on the high holy days. And I want to just say, recently on Yom Kippur, there was a horrific anti-Semitic attack in Manchester. A rabbi in New York City reached out to me and said, could you ensure that there's additional police protection outside of the synagogue for today? I said, absolutely. And I also asked, what if that rabbi did not become the mayor of New York City? We have to make it so that it doesn't matter who you know. It matters that you will get that safety and security because you're a New Yorker. That's the administration I'm going to put together.
All right. I do want to talk a little bit about the future of the Democratic Party. A number of Republicans are casting you as the face of the Democratic Party. Mr. Mayor-elect, I wonder, do you think that Democratic socialists can win across the country?
Good Tony
States, for example?
I think a focus on the importance of dignity for working people is something that appeals to people across this country. I will not venture into the world of national politics and punditry, but what I will tell you is that in New York City, we saw so many of the same dynamics we'd seen elsewhere. We'd seen a shift towards the right. We'd seen obituaries being written about the Democratic Party's ability to speak to young people, to speak to Asian voters, speak especially to young men. And I actually shared this with the president, that the very constituencies that he had won over, that were a critical part of his increased vote share in New York City, were the ones that we then looked at as who we should focus on to bring back into the party. And I think that when you speak to those constituencies with the same respect you'd speak to any other, you will see that they will then engage in the process. We saw an increase in voter turnout amongst 18 to 29-year-olds by more than 300%. And that's because we spoke to them as New Yorkers who are facing an affordability crisis, not as young people we have to finger wag. Democracy.
Two more quick questions. If
I don't know what
Democrats
that
win the
means.
midterms, do you want to see Leader Jeffries become the Speaker of the House?
Lots of Discord combo says
that was a firm, quick answer.
What?
So you leave plenty of time for my final answer.
Let me go back and give a little more.
Look, former President Obama called you after your victory, and he offered to be a sounding board for you as you take on this role of mayor of New York City. What advice did he give you about how to lead effectively in these years ahead?
You know, one thing I really appreciated about the conversations I've had with the president have been the importance of what it looks like, not only to inspire hope, but to sustain it and then to deliver on it. And time again, that comes back to the city hall that you're putting together. And even right now, we have about 40 odd days of a transition.
Ooh, I'm gonna show. I got
We want it to
one.
be a time of substance,
Making
time of
a
purpose.
half
And so
hour.
we ensured that the first day after the election, we announced our 4 incredible co-chairs of our transition, our executive director, and then the week
I
after
got
that, the
2
first deputy
days
mayor, chief
left.
of
I
staff.
think this
We're
should make a half
moving much
hour
faster
3.
than typical because we want January 1st to be a day where we start to deliver,
UFO.
not start to prepare. And I appreciate President Obama's emphasis of what it looks like to prepare in advance so
And
that you can deliver.
All right, Mayor-elect Zoran Mamdani, thank you so much for being here. We
I got a UFO story out of Russia. I've got let's check it out. They said they found a tic-tac object, non-human. Let's see what these cats are saying. Hit the like if you have it. Much love.
Just extensively, we cover all things UFO, or UAP as the government now calls it. This show was the first to interview whistleblower David Grush, and he was a former Air Force officer who came forward to claim that the government had secretly recovered alien technology. That was 2 years ago. And now what was then crazy has become something of a unifying topic for lawmakers from both sides of the aisle, to the point where a brand new documentary is being released today about all things UAP, and it's all featuring officials from the very highest levels of the U.S. government. The documentary is called The Age of Disclosure.
Ryan, you're tense, Bubba. You're tense, Ryan.
Global cover-up, concealing the existence of intelligent alien life and technology.
I'm on it, Bubba.
An exclusive clip.
We learned that the U.S. government was involved in a long-running secret war with other nations to collect and reverse engineer vehicles not made by humans.
Some people claim it would cost them their lives if they spoke out about these things. The first
Yeah, right.
country that cracks the code on this technology will be the leader for years to come. This is similar to the Manhattan Project. This is the atomic weapon on steroids.
If Xi Jinping had access to this, if Putin had access, you think for a second that they wouldn't consider using it to achieve their ends of domination?
Sometimes strategic surprises that change the course of human history.
Dan Farah is the documentary's director and producer, and he joins me now. All right, Dan, I was up way too late watching this entire thing because I literally couldn't stop. Congratulations. It's fantastic. I was struck by this line from one of the people you interviewed. Without a doubt,
Because they always
been a
do
program
that.
before that has been so successfully kept out of the public eye as the Legacy Crash Retrieval Program. What is it?
One of the intelligence officials
Exactly, John.
makes that statement. And, you know, previously the most secretive program was the Manhattan Project, but we found out in hindsight that the Manhattan Project had leaks. So when this program was created, they made it even more secretive and put more security measures in place. And those security measures have ruled the day the last 80 years.
The Legacy Crash Retrieval Program is something that the Air Force does for the most part. They have special units that go out to collect, to retrieve alien spacecraft that have crashed.
Well, the people in my film reveal that the elements of this program are elements of the Air Force, elements of the CIA, elements of the Department of Energy, and military defense contractors.
All right. For decades, they've had these units. that go out, and we're not the only ones
See,
with
they
these units
stand.
that are going out to retrieve the stuff.
Yeah.
Russia and China are
I
too.
don't-
That's the
I
other
don't
amazing
like any
thing
of
that
that
you
shit.
reveal
I
in
do like
the film,
wrestling.
which is that we're in a secret arms race.
Yeah,
I'm not
it's
mad.
arguably the most shocking of the reveals that there is this high stakes secret Cold War race to reverse engineer technology of non-human origin that the United States is involved in with adversarial nations like China and Russia.
Tell him,
We
John.
think China and Russia both have retrieved alien spacecraft as
That's
well.
what the officials in my film go on the record stating.
They go on the record, in fact, saying that what in 1989, we think the Soviets retrieved a tic-tac shaped spacecraft that
Yeah,
had crashed.
which was significantly larger than the Tic Tac encountered by the Nimitz carrier strike group, and Commander Dave Fravor who pursued it.
You also have two different astrophysicists in the documentary who say that the government has retrieved at least two different alien species.
I know, Keeks.
And
That's
that
why I'm
one of
like,
them made
what are they going to
contact
tell us?
with the crash retrieval team. What does that mean? Does that mean it was alive when they captured it?
One of the intelligence officials.
You
in the
guys
film
believe in aliens?
speaks
Hit
about
one
an
if you
event
do.
that happened on a U.S. military base where two UAP approached the base. One of them landed, and apparently non-human beings exited the craft and interacted with members of the Air Force and the CIA. Now, here's the thing: these all sound like extraordinary claims that are hard for people to wrap their head around, right?
Yeah.
But these are 34. In my film, there's 34 extremely high-level military, government, intelligence officials, people who have been trusted with very high-level security clearances, people who have been involved in, keeping this nation safe in many different ways, and people who we trust in a lot of scenarios. And these interview subjects range from our Secretary of State to sitting senators to former, Director of National Intelligence, a former Secretary of Defense, leaders from the Pentagon, leaders from the CIA, leaders from the Air Force, leaders from the Navy. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's really hard to ignore what these people are saying.
It's really hard to say this is one kooky person doing this when you have this much experience in every level and every branch of government all coming together on camera to say, not only have we retrieved alien spacecraft, we've retrieved alien remains.
Yeah, and keep in mind, these are people that are not aligned at all ideologically or politically, right? But they're aligned on this. So it's 34 senior officials sharing one truth.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
This was something that I did not know, was that during the second Bush presidency, Bush 2, they actually they convened a cabinet meeting and debated and discussed for days about whether or not to finally go public with this program, with what they have found and what they have discovered.
So Bush 2 had learned the base facts that we're not alone in the universe and that there have been recoveries of technology of non-human origin. And he was contemplating whether to share that with the world during his presidency.
Bush's wife's a witch.
One of the officials
I
in
don't
my
believe
film
him.
was part of that think tank, and he goes on the record about it. They were asked to analyze the impact to various aspects of our society, from religion to the economy, and they all went into it bullish on the idea of disclosure. And after evaluating it, they all decided it was a bad idea.
Why?
For various reasons, just the impact, the place we were as a country following 9/11. They just didn't think it was a good idea. They thought that we weren't ready for it, right? The film also reveals that in Trump's first administration, he contemplated going public in a similar way. One of the officials in my film, high-level intelligence official, goes on record saying that Secretary Mnuchin reached out to him and asked him for a high-level briefing on this topic because he wanted to know what the economic repercussions might be.
I love that part of it because he says, do you want to know why I'm asking you?
Yeah.
And he's like, why? He said, because I need to figure out what's going to happen to our economy if we come out as a government and say, aliens exist, aliens are here, and we have them.
Yeah. And obviously they made the same decision Bush 2 did, which was to not go public, right? To keep it internal to the people who know.
There was one part of the documentary I wanted more information on. You interview a former military analyst who said that he and others who had interactions with the UAPs are now suffering physical effects. What interactions did they have?
Yeah, so to be honest, not so shocking reveals is that intelligence officials who have had encounters with UAP end up having biological effects. And I say not surprising because This is technology that we don't understand fully, that is emitting a lot of energy. And in the same way that if you stand behind the back of a
So he came close
fighter
to one
jet,
of
you're going to
these-
get hurt.
He came close to one of these.
Yeah, came close to multiple UAP and ended up having biological effects.
And yet, because so much of this information is classified, none of them can go on camera and say what they saw specifically.
Yeah, not specifically. So look, the reality of it is, for 80 years, all of this has been kept from the public, Congress, and even sitting presidents. And I think that really changes today when this movie comes out and the public learns the truth finally. And my hope is it sets the stage for the president finally stepping up and telling the world the base facts, that we're not alone in the universe and what he knows is going on.
At the very least, he'll convene maybe a cabinet meeting,
Hey,
which then they'll all say, "No, would it be?"
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the world.
This dude's on
I think we're ready
rocks.
for it. I think the people can handle the truth.
Okay, last question. You point out in the documentary, I found this very, very intriguing, but you point out that we as humans have only mapped about 27% of Earth's oceans. We know more about the surface
here
of the
we go.
moon
I
and the
can get
surface
down
of
with this
Mars
part.
than we do about our own oceans. And you have several of these astrophysicists and intelligence officials saying, you know what? It's possible these objects, these UAPs,
You hear this,
UFOs, whatever you
Ryan?
wanna call
You hear
them,
this,
aren't coming from outer space. They might be coming from the ocean.
I've been
Yeah, I
saying
mean, look,
that
moreover,
all
we have
along. I don't believe
senior
in
members of
space,
the
but
House
damn
Intelligence Committee going
right.
on the record saying that the craft seen coming out of the ocean are otherworldly things.
No.
They straight up say on camera, these are not rockets, they're not
They're
aircraft.
moving at hundreds of miles an hour underwater.
They're
which is
otherworldly things,
inconceivable.
defying physics as we know it. And then retired Admiral Gallaudet, who was the chief oceanographer of the United States Navy, he is the one who states
For sure,
that was
Keith.
shared, and that he makes the point if
He
you
said
were
get ice
its
on
own
the
species from
case.
somewhere else and you wanted to hide
Ice
from
will
humanity,
get
the
them
most
damn
obvious place
aliens
would be
the
our
hell
oceans.
out of
Right,
here.
that's what I got right. Wow, it's a fascinating documentary. It's on Amazon Prime Video.
Yeah.
Starting
That's
tonight.
funny,
It's also
bro.
in theaters. Dan, congratulations. It's called The Age.
Thanks,
of-
Dan. Now let's listen to some
Let's
Sheriff
say
Brady.
Almost said
Get a couple laughs in.
You can tell it.
Smoke it if you got it. Let's go. This is a new one. I don't know. He's about to rip some CEO.
Florida, let's listen in.
Nothing better than a good public lashing.
Executive Director.
Yes, Keeks.
Garula MERS. MERS. MERS.
MERS.
Here's what's important to understand. This all started in about 2021, 2022.
Yes, please
when a
do,
realtor by
Keeks.
the name of R.J. Webb was
Word
elected
for
the
word.
president of the association. And he began to notice things that were inappropriate. So as president of the association, at the board meetings, he challenged the executive director to see documents, to see financials, to see information. The executive director absolutely refused to show the president of the association the appropriate documents. Not only that, the board of directors backed up the executive director, Jennifer MERS, as opposed to their own president, R.J. Webb. They said he was just trying to cause trouble. It was abundantly evident that there was a problem. So this internal strife went on for a period of time, and RJ, who can provide more details for those in the association, finally personally brought lawsuit in order to stop this conduct and to stop what he believed to be the theft of funds. This is Epcar's photograph of Jennifer Garula MERS. She ultimately, during the process of the lawsuit, which, by the way, they lost, was terminated from her job in August of 24. So this went on about 2 years before she was terminated. But we were also called in to do an investigation on September 16th of 24.
No.
Aha. There was more to it. So before we got into it to do
Get 'em.
this, we got into it to investigate David Stachwick. He's 55 from Wikiwachi. Now, let me tell you about him. After RJ filed the lawsuit, and now this is still all civil, RJ and his father, who is a realtor, Webb's Real Estate, got a call from an Anthony. Hey, I'm Anthony from Chicago. Things are not going to end well if the lawsuit doesn't stop. You know, it needs to drop the lawsuit or it won't end well. So at that time, John.
Hey, this is Anthony.
And RJ, who, by the way, recorded the conversation, said, "Are you threatening us? Are you threatening us?"
Fucking hilarious.
Hey, I've run the streets of Chicago. I can just tell you, this may not end well.
Yeah.
So that was the end of the phone call. Our detectives, which are the total, absolute best, took that anonymous phone call allegedly from Anthony, threatening RJ and John Webb if they didn't drop their lawsuit, and did an investigation. Our detectives are so good that they found the phone. They found where the phone was sold in Orlando. They found that the phone in Orlando
I want
was
more
sold
Sheriff
to a
Grady. I
Michael
don't want to
Smith.
watch Slender Man. This seems to be
Michael
the new
Smith bought the phone for David. David had been hired by Jennifer to do some paving. So as a result of being able to put the investigation together, and there was a lot of investigation, we charged David with extortion, a felony 2, tampering with evidence, a felony 3, and use of a two-way communication, a felony 3. Those charges are pending for threatening the Webbs because of the remarkable work. The lawsuit goes on. Now we're involved in the investigation. Along the way, in July of 24, while our detectives are doing that investigation, we arrest Jennifer for the first time for resisting arrest. Now, this is Epcar's picture of Jennifer, and this is what you look like after you've been investigated by the sheriff's office for a couple of years. So our detectives that work the fraud unit begin their investigation, and they determine in a criminal investigation what was also determined in a civil investigation, that there was more debauchery afoot. In fact, she was double paying herself. She was cutting checks direct, and she was doing direct deposit. We found where there were bonus payments to her. We found where there was credit card abuse. Now think about this for a second. While she's employed, she's using the credit card to buy personal grooming supplies, beauty products. This is why she's working, stealing their money. This is what she looks like after she can't buy any more grooming supplies and beauty products, and she's under investigation. So the investigation goes on. Our detectives working with the state attorney's office were able to obtain warrants for her arrest. She lived in Hernando County, where she was taken into custody on grand theft charges of more than $20,000, which is like an F2, as well as many other criminal charges. Here's what's interesting to understand. And I say this, East Polk County Association of Realtors Board of Directors at the time circled the wagon in her favor, as opposed to listening to RJ Webb and looking at the obvious information, When you have an executive director that looks the board of directors in the eyes, looks the president in the eyes, and she works for them and refuses to produce documents. In our world, we call that a clue. But they still supported her and forced RJ and his father to go out on their own to sue in order to try to save Epcar. The sad circumstances is Epcar is really on the ropes right now. They're all but broke. In fact, they're in the process of maybe merging with another association so that they can continue on. East Polk County Association of Realtors has been in place for decades and decades and decades. There was no checks and balances by the board of directors. They took her job and her side. They took her side while she's doing her job. She very rarely came to the office. She was hired during the COVID years. There was no follow-ups. The bookkeeper just did what the executive director said. The executive director hired her on staff, so there was no one to say, whoa, there's a problem here. And I understand why they didn't, because when the new president comes in and says there's a problem here, the executive board of directors ignores him, chastises him, suggests he not only leave the presidency, but leave the association. But who was right here? Who tried to save the association here? And in the process, David, aka Anthony, threatened them if they didn't drop the lawsuit. This is a made-for-television movie. It didn't have to be that way. Any association, whether you're Little League, T-ball, any volunteer association has to have independent checks and balances. And Epcar didn't have those in place, as they should have, and then ignored the person who tried to bring to their attention, we're being ripped off by our own executive director. The good news is most of that board has turned off, and the new interim CEO came to us and reported this criminal allegation that our fraud unit followed up on and ultimately caused Jennifer to get arrested today. Jennifer is currently in the Hernando County Jail under no bond, and cases are proceeding against her, as well as her, what we believe to be co-conspirator, to try to stop the lawsuit and the action. Are there any questions?
When will she be, or him as well, I suppose, when will they be brought here?
David has already bonded out of jail because he was arrested some time ago. His charges are pending. If she does not post bond, she'll go to first appearance today. The judge can leave it at no bond and send her back to Polk County. He can allow her to post a bond and then report back to Polk County to stand trial. So we don't know whether she stays in jail under no bond, whether she's given a bond. If she can't make the bond, then she'll be extradited back to Polk County, where she'll sit in our jail. She needs to sit in jail. She's a thief. She's a con. She's a crook. Let me say that again for that board of directors that had their head up their butt and didn't do what was right. She's a crook. She's a thief. She's a con. And you allowed her to do it when you should have been looking out for the East Polk County Association of Board of Realtors, and you didn't. But thank goodness there are those people that are ethical and moral and won't give up. It would have been real easy for RJ Webb and John Webb of Webb's Realty just to have walked away from it.
Hi, Alexia.
But they wouldn't walk away from doing what was right. Okay. Any other questions? Thank y'all very much.
I got one more Grady Judd, and then I'll do the Slender Man, and then I gotta get him out of here for a meeting.
I can't believe we made it this far.
I know. I got bored with the politics and wanted to watch him instead.
Memorial Day.
He's like so
A
wholesome
history
for me,
lesson.
bro.
As you know, I've been in law enforcement my
Watching
entire
Sheriff
adult
Grady
life.
Judd like
Time in the
Killed my battery,
the
homie.
felons' own
makes me
Florida,
feel better.
where they weren't held fully accountable. And I want to talk about this fellow for just a few minutes. Historically, Eddie Thomas, he's 69 years of age. And I want to tell you a sordid history, because when you look at this guy, if you want to see pure evil in the flesh, it's this man. So let's go back to October 28th, 1975. October 28th, 1975, he was arrested by the sheriff's office for burglary and grand theft, and he spent 14 days in jail, and they gave him 5 years of probation. Then in November 1975, keep in mind, he's on probation. He's supposed to behave. He was arrested by the Winter Haven Police Department for false report of a crime, and he spent 25 days in jail. Did they violate his probation? No. May 22nd, 1986, he was arrested by the Bartow Police Department for burglary and second-degree murder. And here's what happened.
Hit the like,
He's
yeah,
a
we're
cocaine
11
addict.
from 100.
You know, those people
Come
who
on,
say
get
it's a
some likes
low-level,
up.
non-violent drug, okay? It's anything but
Only
that.
reason why I'm running
But he
this
was a
sign is
cocaine
because we're
addict,
gonna
so
use up
his
all of our
wife
minutes,
and
so I might
4
as well,
children,
like,
2 of which were his,
doesn't cut
moved
you
out
off in the
and
middle
moved
of the
home with
stream.
their
So
brother.
it's like whatever.
And on this particular day, he went to the house, found out that his estranged wife was there, went to the trunk, got a 410 gauge shotgun, went inside and shot and murdered her twice with 2 shots directly in front of the children. Did you hear what I said? He went into the house after getting a 410 shotgun out, shot his wife twice, killing her in front of the children. And then he told the police,
Thank you,
well,
Candy. Thank you.
after he was arrested, I told her I was going to kill him.
Candy.
Now think about this for a second.
No, thank you.
The horribleness of this premeditated murder. So, but let's go to the arrest. All right. So he shoots and kills his wife. There's a broadcast put out. One of our sergeants notices the vehicle in Winter Haven. He gets the tag number. The tag number checks out. He spins the car around in order to go stop the guy. And he looks, and the car is in flames. And Eddie is coming out of the car fully engulfed in fire. He's burned over 60% of his body. So I suspect at that moment in time that he was going to commit suicide by setting himself on fire because he put accelerant inside the vehicle. But as he got hotter and hotter and started to burn, I guess he changed his mind. So he was taken to Shands and given the very best treatment, and he survived. He was convicted of second-degree murder. Did you hear what I said? Not first-degree murder, second-degree murder, because the felons owned Florida. It was a very forgiving, liberal system to the very worst offenders. So he now is convicted of second-degree murder, burglary, grand theft of a motor vehicle, grand theft of a firearm, and only sentenced to 17 years in prison plus 5 years probation. So at that time, you could murder your wife, be convicted of a second-degree murder, get only 17 years, and that's before your good behavior and that sort of thing. Make a long story short, he's released from that on probation, and he's got 5 more years of probation. Then he's arrested In August of 1997 for violation of probation, February 1998 for violation of probation, and in December 1998, he is booked in the state prison for violation of probation and released after 4 years. Now,
This dude is a menace, bro.
let's fast forward. He's not
I mean, damn.
learned from his criminal evil conduct yet. August 2007, he's arrested for sexual battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. March 2008, he pled no contest to lewd and lascivious contact with a victim between 12 and 16 years of age.
And this dude's still like breathing? What the hell?
So this sexual battery was to a child, and he pled. He was given 15 years in prison with credit for 1,954 days, which he'd been in the county jail. He was registered as a sex offender.
He said, I am.
Now let's fast forward. It's September 13 when he actually goes into the system. So in 2020, he's released. He spends what? 13 years of the 15 years. You spend about 85% of your sentence, but he's released. And what happens once he's released in 2020, in 2021, he's violated his probation again.
The worst.
Conforming with his sexual offender status. We arrest him again.
Gosh, he's the
So in
worst.
September 2021, he goes back to prison for 2 more years. In 2023, he's on probation, and his probation ends on January 2024. So let me bring you up to May 15th, 2025. He is in a group home in the Dawn Heights area of Eaton Park, Florida. The reason he's in a group home is because he's a sexual offender, and it's very limited where you can leave. There's a wonderful lady that's retired from Department of Corrections who has these group homes for sexual offenders.
Could you imagine having to be the people to run that and have to associate with them every day? Lord.
There's limited areas where they can live. Her name is Mrs. Crump.
I couldn't do it, bro.
I want to give a shout out to Mrs. Crump.
No way.
She does a very good job. Now, make no mistake about it. It's not Mrs. Crump that was Andy Griffith's girlfriend, okay? It's a different Mrs. Crump. But she does a remarkable job because she provides homes for these sexual offenders and sexual predators. She cooperates with us. We know where to find them. Because she's an ex-probation officer, she keeps them in line. So she updates this particular home just shortly before Eddie burns it to the ground. And here's what happened. It's about 3:15 in the morning. And he goes to his roommate and says, hey, I'd like a ride into town. And his roommate said, hey, dude, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Go back to bed. So he rolls over and goes to sleep. During this period of time, and I'll call him victim number 5, gets up to go to the bathroom. And he sees Eddie wandering around in the house. He says, that's not unusual. Since he got off of probation, he's been a total wreck here. And he wanders around at night. We know he's using drugs again, cocaine. But he sees him just wandering around. So he says, I go to the bathroom.
Where is he?
And he says, I'm
Did he
not
say
even back
cocaine?
asleep yet till I
Yeah,
hear
where?
this
Hold
sound.
on. Where does this guy get the cocaine and the plug? Like, who messes with it? Whose man is this, bro? What the fuck?
And this sound sounds like
I'm
somebody
confused.
is splashing
Who fucks
something.
with this guy?
And then I hear a whoosh. Well, we know now he was splashing accelerant in front of every bedroom down the hallway and tried to create a fire barrier so they could not run out of the house. He set the house on fire. He set the house on fire with 5 folks in there beside himself. Victim one ran through the flames and ended up being severely burned on his hands and feet. He had to be airlifted to a burn center. Victim 2 crawled out the window. Victim 3 ran through the flames. Victim 4 is on a walker. He slipped and fell. He said the floor was greasy. Something was on the floor. He slipped and fell. And the other victims ran back inside to save his life. Victim 5 once again said he saw Eddie in the house with a container just before he heard the whoosh. Then the suspect drove off. And that was one of the things that confounded his partner. He said, why was he asking me for a ride at 3 o'clock in the morning? He had a car. But anyway, he drove off. So the investigation begins. The fire marshal comes and says there's definitely an accelerant. It's an arson. He's burned the house to the ground. He's burned up other people's vehicles. He's created, once again, evil habits. He goes to the hospital with chest pain. He stays for 2 days. They release him. Hey, you're good to go. He knows we're looking for him. Then he checks himself in to the mental health area of the hospital at Lakeland Regional Health. And he tells them that, you know, I need some help. I've got mental health issues. The dude is just mean as a snake is what's wrong. So anyway, we locate him. We read him his constitutional rights. And he looks at us kind of glibly and said, I'll take that right there. And they said, which right? The one for an attorney. He did not confess. But I point out once again that this man blocked the hallway with fire to try to keep them from getting out. By the grace of God, they all survived. Mrs. Crump then worked with us, and we had to rehome these folks because they can't just live any place, and we certainly weren't going to let them wander around because of their status, but they're still human beings, and we wanted to make sure that we gave them a place to stay while we searched for Eddie. This man's dangerous. He's 69 years of age. Our goal is that he never takes a breath of air outside of prison, but I want to underscore he tried to murder 5 people that night. After he sexually battered a child between 12 and 16, after he murdered his wife in front of the children, how much meaner and dangerous and evil can you be? So at the end of this investigation, we know who did this. We know that he tried to murder others. And I want you to see that he is successfully locked up in the county jail. Certainly Brian Haas, who is a great prosecutor, I'm sure will ensure that he spends
Chief,
the rest
gotta
of
watch
his life
that
in
one.
prison. Are there any questions?
That's the only one. Like really, really hurt.
I see pictures that should never have been. He was given sufficient time when he did that murder. Had they given him consecutive time, had they not allowed for a plea to second-degree murder, which I'm sure is what happened, or even if the jury had convicted him, he wouldn't be out to do this. If they'd given him the full ride
Please, no
for
cap.
his sexual battery charge, he certainly wouldn't be out. But this hypersensitive, forgiving criminal
No, we
justice
checked
system in the
Keats.
80s
It's not okay.
started this downhill.
We looked it up.
You see, by not dealing with it in the mid-80s, we had 5 people who, except for the grace of God, would have been murdered today. And Mrs. Crump, who we're grateful for. I underscore, she does great work for us and with us. Her place is destroyed. The place she created to help people, to do good, is destroyed. He
Who's
has
shot?
destroyed
Remember what I said at the
everybody's
beginning?
life that he's come in
I
contact
feel
with.
bad for these people. Exactly why.
Did you say what the accelerant was?
We don't know what it is. It's at the lab right now. The witnesses told us it smelled like gas. And of course, other witnesses said it was slippery on the floor. Now, is gas slippery on the floor or was it diesel? I just don't know yet, but it was an accelerant.
And just to clarify, I guess there were 6 people in that home, and they all men, and they were all registered sex offenders.
That's correct.
And you said that they were rehomed while he was on the run. Are they permanently rehomed?
They should have burned
They
that
have to
bitch
be
down.
because they can't live here. I hope she had insurance and can rebuild because these facilities are important. We can go to one place because we check on these sex offenders and sex predators. We keep up with them by law. So it's our opportunity to know exactly where they are. They're all in one place. It makes our job easier. Mrs. Crump also follows up with them to try to keep them out of trouble as well. Because if we know where they are and they're not out running wild, then we hope that they don't commit an offense again. But he destroyed infrastructure that was created to help keep them on the path of behaving. So, I mean, there aren't adequate words to share my frustration other than if those 5 people were dead this morning, I'd be standing up here saying they shouldn't have been dead. Well, they shouldn't have been the victim of an attempted first-degree murder. And Mrs. Crump's home shouldn't have been burnt to the ground. So there you go. Bad deal.
Should have never been let out. Agreed.
They said he behaved as long as he was on probation. But when he got off of probation,
He was a menace.
he began to have people over against the rules. He began to use cocaine. He was disruptive. And in fact, Mrs. Crump was in the process of evicting him. And because the others complained and said, look, this guy's going to get us in trouble. We got, he's not good. So Mrs. Crump was in the process of evicting him. There's eviction procedures in order to protect those that rent. And that was in progress when this occurred.
Could that have been another motive?
Well, absolutely. We believe it's another motive. He was severely burned, and he severely burned others. He committed murder. He committed sexual battery.
This dude's an all-around piece of shit.
It's rare that I present to you someone that doesn't deserve the air they breathe. Here's a poster child.
So I got one more, and then I got to get up out of here. But this dude's interesting as hell, and all that other stuff was really too much. The political stuff was boring as hell today.
I'm going to share with you something that is animalistic. It's horrible. You can't believe in today's society that people will care so little for another human being. Normally, according to Florida law, we are prohibited from releasing the name of victims unless, of course, the victim concurs with and allows their name to be released. This event was so horrible when we asked the victim, we would like to personalize this, and we do that with names and photographs. Can we use a name and a photograph? We've got to have your permission. And he said, absolutely. Absolutely. I want to introduce you to Juan Ramos Sr. He's 35. Do you see him? That's after he's been cleaned up some, after they've got a collar on him after Polk Fire EMS dealt with him. But here's the issue. He and his wife were involved in a
Who's
peaceful
left in this
discussion,
bitch?
and it got heated. He had been drinking. Make no mistake, he had been drinking, but
I didn't even do the Slender Man.
he
girl.
left
Can I
home
do
to
that?
de-escalate, to
I
calm
gotta
down.
like one more story. Enough
He
time.
lives in
Would
Mulberry.
you rather me do that one?
He was walking by a car wash.
This one's
and
only
also
9
noticed
minutes.
a young
The
man
Slender
who
Man
was
one
Hispanic washing
probably
his
is
truck.
kind of cool.
So in his drunken stupor, he tried to engage the young man. He said, "Are you 13? Are you 13? He has tattoos, and he says he's MS-13. The young man paid no attention to him and continued washing his truck, despite him drunk trying to carry on a conversation. And that's all that occurred there. The young man washing his truck had a friend inside the truck who made a phone call. And he called some friends and said,
I got
"Hey,
till 3 o'clock.
they're picking on our buddy." And immediately, 4 other people showed up.
If you see ones,
Let me
hit the
introduce you
one.
to them. Wesley Davis,
Don't you think there's a reason why we do it?
Robert Friedrichs, who was
Right,
17.
Grouchy.
Ethan Simmons,
Well,
who's
I
18.
mean-
They were all in the same car.
Okay, right.
Then there was
okay.
Dalton Creech. Dalton Creech is the only
in
one
Florida,
from Lakeland.
right, dude?
He was
God.
driven there by his girlfriend, Caitlin.
Oh,
By
no,
this
was
time,
it?
our victim is walking north on the sidewalk on Highway 37 in Mulberry. He's walking back toward his house. He's not hit anyone. He's not started an argument or a fight. And these guys rush to him. Now, Ethan, he takes his shirt and his shoes off when he first arrives. And for those that may not understand that, in Polk County world, that means we're fixing to fight.
They take off their shirt and shoes, their pants, their boxers. They're like, "Don't get involved."
So they approach our victim, Juan Ramos Sr., who is intoxicated, and start talking trash to him. And he keeps saying, "I'm 13, I'm 13. And then he notices that one of the young men is wearing a chain. He said, "Hey, we have something in common." Well, immediately, Robert, who's 17, hits our victim and knocks him out cold. Well, the good news is, instead of falling on the sidewalk or the road, he fell on the grass, or the injuries would have been much worse. And then they jumped on him like a bunch of pack animals and began to beat him and beat him and beat him and beat him. Our Caitlin is videoing this and tells them she's got it. I got it. I got it. Well, Caitlin gets home and her mother sees this, and her mother says, "Time out. You're calling the sheriff's office. You're reporting this. Great going, Mom. You made a witness out of Caitlin." In the meantime, we get called as well. When our victim stumbles home, he refuses to cooperate. He's afraid. He's on probation, and he's not supposed to be drinking, and he's afraid he's in trouble. So he would not cooperate. His wife was able to talk sense into him by the next morning and to get him to cooperate with us in the investigation, because he had been severely beaten. He was beaten so bad. You might ask, well, how bad was he beaten? How about a broken jaw, for starters? How about his teeth are all knocked loose?
Yeah, I can, Keeks.
How about, in addition?
I can. I did that story the other day about the mom and the son.
Yeah.
beat up by a gang of kids. I mean, beat up.
No, I think it was his son or daughter. Daughter.
It was a son.
To that, he's got lacerations to his orbital sockets. He's got swelling on his torso. He's got a broken nose.
He said, "I'm making a."
All because they jumped on him and beat him without mercy. Now, finally, Dalton got Wesley off. Wesley was the one pounding him in the face.
The school system failed these
But they were
kids.
stomping him in the groin and the shoulder and the neck and the torso. It is disgusting. It is.
Them or the parents?
I'll tell you something else that's shocking about all of this. None of these kids had a criminal record at all. But they went from no criminal record to charges such as attempted second-degree murder, inciting
That's what I said, Kay.
3 or more people in a violent public disturbance.
Hey.
There
Good
was
time to
racist
say,
speech
you
by Dalton. Caitlin continues to tell Dalton, you'll see in the
Are they
video,
scrambled?
You're military. Well, he's not in the military, but he wanted to go in the military. So Caitlin, although he was inciting the event, he was encouraging the event, he was encouraging the beatdown after it occurred, he never threw a punch because Caitlin told him not to. But inciting to riot.
Can I get
and
this straight real
encouraging
fast, chat?
and
Is Caitlyn a dude or a chick? I mean, if you're running around with the name Caitlyn and you're a dude, you got to be tough because you got to prove a lot of shit.
advanced
Yeah, you gotta be as good as
mentality
Bruce.
got him a felony of the second degree.
Ish.
I don't believe the military wants him. So it's important to understand you can go from no criminal record to a very
I got you,
serious
bro.
violent criminal record
All
in the
right.
blink of an eye.
Here's something.
Now the
Here's some
adults,
for your ass, bitch.
the 2 18-year-olds and the 19-year-old are
Stop
still in
putting
the county
caps in
jail
there.
waiting on
Here's
first
for your
appearance.
bitch.
The 17-year-old has been moved to custody from the juvenile bookend because of the points. We're going to request that the state attorney file adult charges on him as well. This was not a childish act. But let's review the video before I ask you if you have any further questions, because the video may create some questions. Now, this is when they ran him down on the sidewalk, minding his own business. Caitlin is taking the video. They all know they're being videoed. If that's not stupid gone to seed, I don't know what is.
Tear up your car insurance bill and try this instead. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until
They're bowing up. They're pushing him. He's showing them his tattoos that he's MS-13. That's what he said. And the guy on the left, you'll see in a minute, knocks him out. And once he's hit, he goes down and he doesn't move after that. He's out. He's out, and the beating and the beating and the kicking and the stomping and the encouraging them to continue to beat goes on and on and on. That's not going to happen in this county. We're not going to allow that.
Tell him.
Is still in intensive care at the hospital. And they're in the county jail. And that's where they need to stay. It's important to understand in a free society, we don't treat people like that. That conduct's not acceptable in Polk County. That's what animals do, and they're not animals, even though their behavior was. Any questions?
Might this be considered a hate crime at all? You said there were some.
slurs and things used?
You know, the case is still under an investigation about whether or not it's a hate crime. But when you look to see that our victim, yes, he was Hispanic. The person he was trying to talk to was Hispanic. And there was mostly just cussing. It wasn't, I'm beating you up because you're Hispanic. They were beating him up because he tried to have a conversation in a drunken stupor with another Hispanic young man. So the core of the event was not racist. And they didn't make any statements about, we're going to beat you up because of your race. This was strictly a retaliation for David telling them that their friend who was washing his truck was being picked on. And as you can see from another video that we'll make available to you, he tried to talk to him. He was never up in his face. He never pushed him. He never touched him. He never threatened him. We have no evidence to that. So it's not out of the question. We still have witnesses to talk to, but we're not comfortable filing the hate crime at this point in the investigation.
What are you talking about, Zoom?
Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
What if you can create your own website?
So I'm going to show this Slender Man story. I don't think I got enough time to do any more of this. Pretty nuts. I don't. If you guys remember the story here,
timeline and potential next steps here with Waukesha County.
Yeah,
Any
not-
investigative questions you have about what happened over the weekend in Madison should be directed to Madison Police. So I will bring up District Attorney Leslie Basie first to kind of talk about her reaction to what happened with Morgan Geyser.
Thank you, Hillary. And good afternoon, everyone. I just found out yesterday about the escape, Morgan Geyser escaping from her placement in Dane County. As Hillary indicated, I'm not here to talk about that investigation. My understanding is that the Dane County law enforcement is investigating her leaving her placement and what occurred after that. What we do know is that she left, she cut off her bracelet, she fled to Illinois, which is where she was arrested yesterday. Any charges, as Hillary stated, with regard to the investigation from her escape would be handled by the Dane County District Attorney's Office. We are grateful for the efforts of law enforcement, not only in Dane County, but also throughout the area, because obviously she was taken into custody in Illinois and is currently in custody in Illinois. In terms of what happens from here, there is an extraditable warrant for her arrest. We are verifying with Cook County, which currently has Ms. Geyser in their custody, as to where we go from here. Our governor's office is also in contact with the authorities to see how they can best handle getting her Illinois back to the custody of Department of Health Services, which is whose custody she has been in since she was actually committed by the court. With regard to what happens from here, once Ms. Geyser is brought back to Waukesha County, it will be up to Department of Health Services whether they file a petition to revoke her conditional release. We are certainly hopeful that they do proceed with that. We fully support it. We support that she should be in custody. Not only should she have been in custody from 2014 forward, but also Attorney Nicolai argued vehemently for her not to be released to conditional release in, I believe it was January of this year. And therefore, we will be fully supporting a petition if one is filed. Obviously, our thoughts are with the victim and the victim's family during this time.
You guys remember this story?
We found out yesterday morning about Morgan's escape.
Exactly.
The
Thanks,
victim witness was immediately notified of this information. The director of the victim witness unit, Jen Dunn, did reach out to the victim and her family. We were told that they had not been informed prior to Ms. Dunn reaching out to them that Morgan had escaped. And I'm able to verify that when we spoke with the victim's family, or when Ms. Dunn spoke with the victim's family at 12:20 this morning or this afternoon, they still had not been informed by any other agency other than our own that she had escaped, which is very concerning. While she was on the loose, we were very concerned about the safety of the victim and her family, as well as our community. We are continuing to assist them in this process. We are updating them. Our office is updating them as to what is happening, but that certainly was a concern that they were not notified of this in a more prompt manner. What we know is that there was a period of time between approximately 8 o'clock on Saturday evening to when she was taken into custody yesterday, in which she was not monitored by any person. She was on the loose and her whereabouts were unknown. So we take this very seriously. Our office will not get involved again in this case until a motion to revoke her conditional release is filed. We will then go back to court. We will fully support.
Didn't they say she was going to get out in January? Why the hell would she run now?
That motion and that petition to revoke her conditional release.
That makes
And we
no
will then go
sense.
before a judge to make a decision on whether or not she will be returned to conditional release or whether she would be returned to institutionalized care, which is where she came from. And that's all I have at this time.
Did you file that motion to have her revoked or not?
No, the state, we cannot, Department of Health Services, per statute, has to file that motion. She is in their custody.
Can you appeal to them or talk to them and request that?
We are in contact with the Department of Health Services, but ultimately it is their decision.
So in March, Defense Attorney Tony Cotton said that a group home would have more restrictions in place than Winnebago. Was the DA's office receiving regular updates on Ms. Geiser's time at the group home? And if so, what was that day-to-day like and monitoring like?
I do not know what the monitoring was like. I don't believe that we received any updates, although I would confer with Attorney Nikolai. We did.
Hey, lady, get your words together. Why is it going so slow? Come on, lady.
Did not. Obviously, he was misstating the nature of the monitoring that was taking place.
So the warrant that you're speaking of.
Oh my gosh, Chad.
by
It wasn't.
Dane County.
He said it wasn't racially motivated like 5 times. Are you hard of hearing?
Here, the state or?
The Department of Health Services did forward that warrant to our intake judge last night, and the intake judge, from what I saw this morning, did sign that.
So it's a Waukesha County warrant?
Correct.
Because DHS requested it.
Correct, and because the case is out of Waukesha County, that's why it will come back to Waukesha County for the decision. If a petition to revoke her conditional release.
Booty bandit.
That's why it's a little confusing, because is there a criminal case in Dane County then? Is that a crime to cut your bracelet off if you're not under a criminal?
Certainly, again, this is a Dane County decision. As I looked at the statute, it looks like you can escape, be charged with a felony for escaping under a 971 commitment. Also, if there was damage to the bracelet when she cut it off, which I assume that there would be, that would be a crime as well. But again, that's outside Waukesha County's purview. That would be a decision. Law enforcement in Dane County
No, Zach.
who leads the
It shows me
investigation would
everything I need to
refer
know
charges
about you.
over
Get out of here,
if they
bro.
believed it was appropriate. And
Get out of here,
the
bro.
Dane
You
County DA's
truly
office would
sound
make
like
that
you got
decision.
Trump
Just to
brain,
clarify, I
Mr.
apologize.
No, that's
So
okay.
the warrant that she would be
Stop,
returned to
dude.
Wisconsin
You're-
on would be
you're-
a
you're
Waukesha
dumb.
County warrant. She would be returned to Waukesha County in custody.
That's what I believe, because it's still under the custody of DHS. But again, this is
For the
her
last
home
hour, we
county
haven't
for
talked
charging
about Trump,
purposes. Therefore,
stupid.
I believe she will be returned to Waukesha County.
At any point down the line.
He
could you
lives
guys
rent-free in
any
your head,
other charge?
buddy.
Not in Waukesha unless we have jurisdiction to charge crimes that occur in Waukesha. And because she was in Dane County, they would have the jurisdiction to charge any crimes that occurred in Dane County. With regards to the conditional release, her violations of that order, which were as a result of a Waukesha County judge ordering it, that would be what would lead to a petition to revoke her conditional release.
and maybe Abby could speak to this, I'm not
Yes.
sure, but what is it that concerns you about her leaving as far as her being dangerous, I guess, or a danger to herself or others, which was the standard, right, that the judge went by, or at least that's what he said at the time?
Right. I think that one thing that is very concerning to me is that if and when a petition is filed by the department to revoke conditional release, it will be the second one that is filed, because we were here in March on a petition to revoke conditional release already. And so it's extremely concerning that you would so blatantly violate a very, very simple condition, which is to stay in a placement and keep a bracelet on. And that we have no idea what was going on is extremely concerning to the state, because immediately my thoughts went to the victim and keeping the community safe. But as additional information is gathered, that would be the kind of facts that are put into a petition to revoke. And that would be what is litigated at that motion hearing before.
This
the
girl's
court.
not
We'll
gonna
be
get
able to
out.
gather more
if she
information,
did
whether
that.
there are.
This girl was gonna get out in January, cut her bracelet off, and she ain't gonna get out for a while now. How stupid.
Specifics about the dangerousness, but I think those blatant acts in themselves
How stupid.
certainly speak to the dangerousness there.
There been reports that there was a person in custody with her, or in her presence when she was arrested. You know anything about that person, where they played a role in her absconding?
We do not know any information about that person. That was information we had received, that there was a person that was outside the placement location.
That's what I'm
but I
saying,
don't have
Pete.
any information about that at all.
This girl isn't ready to
And
get
you
out.
were concerned at that earlier revocation hearing about people that were in touch with her even while she was still at Winnebago, correct? People, outside people that were contacting her, influencing her?
Right. There's a certain notoriety here that is of concern, that there are people that
Thank you.
kind of sought her out, that there was some concern about communication with those types of individuals. We also had concern at that point with what seemed to be kind of a pushback in terms of Ms. Geiser's acknowledgement of the extent to which she'd be monitored, in terms of my reading material is going to, that didn't seem consistent with someone that was ready to make that next step into the community.
But you have no way of knowing if this person was one of those that you were concerned about, was in contact with her at that time.
I don't know.
Would all of this happening impact a future request for conditional release?
Certainly when those requests are made, I look back through the record in terms of assessments that have been done throughout the history of a case. And so I would say yes.
And just for the general public, I mean, because this isn't a sentence she was facing per se, but she still is under the control of the state. So there's leeway as to whether she is in custody or in state care in a facility or outside a facility, that type of thing. That's what you're talking about, trying to get her back to that previous level that she was in, inside Winnebago.
Right. Ultimately, if the petition to revoke conditional release were granted, she would go back to that institutional care placement, which would be a hospital facility.
Which is more secure, obviously, than
Right.
community-based facility.
Right, exactly.
Could you walk us back just for clarity again on the process of contacting the Leitner family once it was clear that Ms. Geiser disappeared?
Certainly, I can tell you that I was informed yesterday.
Does everybody in the chat know this story? You guys know what we're talking about? There was two girls who took another girl. They had a sleepover with another girl. So it was three girls. They took her in the back, or took her into the woods, and they said that somebody off the internet told them to stab her up. This was like when they were kids. This was a long time ago.
Yesterday morning about Ms. Geiser escaping from her placement. Prior to me even getting notification of that, I believe Ms. Nikolai and Ms.
I know you do, Keeks.
Witness also received that notification.
A lot of these
Immediately,
people
Ms.
don't
Dunn
know.
contacted the victim and her family to make sure they
Now, Slender Man is something on top of everything. Like, was that just some sort of AI messing with these kids? Probably. Or like some sort of troll, but they were controlling these kids.
knew about it. They did not know anything about it. We wanted to make sure that they were safe and that they had a plan in place. And I know that Ms. Dunn has been in contact with the family pretty consistently since then, offering services And again, it was verified before we came up here that in fact, no one did contact them. Again, I would have expected that the Department of Health Services would have contacted them to let them know. Obviously, we want to safeguard her safety and the community safety, because frankly, when she's released based upon some of the evidence that came out previous hearings, we have concerns about the safety of the community as well.
Just for clarity, she was at that group home for, what was the duration? Was it September?
The judge, the final plan and placement was signed September 17th, I believe. And I'd like to take credit for knowing that. But again, Attorney Nikolai is the one who put together the timeline, and that was the time. So when she got to the facility, we're not sure, but
You're
that's
looking
what the
right,
court said in
right.
order for the placement.
Looking back, do you wish that there would have been more communication between your office and the group home like that?
Go try, brother. Go try.
Again, we're not, once the conditional release plan was signed, we really are not involved in the
Thanks, Rai.
case. The people, DHS, they're the ones whose custody she has been given to. They would be the ones that would control that day to day. And again, I don't know what that communication is. It could have been a daily communication. It could have been a weekly communication. I'm not sure. You'd have to.
I got
go to
something for
DHS
Ryan
to
after
see
this.
exactly what that consists of. Again,
He deserves it.
our goal in our position is to hold people accountable. Certainly, that's why Attorney Nikolai had advocated for the conditional release not to be granted, because that was part of the accountability and keeping our community safe.
Do you feel like there should be some mechanism to notify families in a case like this?
Absolutely. I've reached out to already some legislative personnel to see if we can't address that issue. I think that that's wrong.
Any other final questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well,
no.
I'm gonna, where's my thing at? First off, Ryan, you're on camera now, just so you know. I want to give you this because you stayed awake for the whole show. This is for Ryan, guys. Yeah, Ryan. You made it the whole show. How does that make you feel, brother? Do I got any left? I do got a swig left. Cheers to you, my friend. You said be kind. How kind are you?
Not very.
Not feeling very kind today? You know what?
Tired.
I don't blame you, Bubba.
Rocking your Cleveland hat.
Who we got in the chat? You rocking your Cleveland hat? That's what's good, brother. The Cavs are looking pretty decent, except for last night. But this week is Ohio State, Michigan, man. It's Ohio State, Michigan. That's all I really know. Let's go. Ohio State's going undefeated. We will not lose to Michigan. Tell me otherwise. Who in the chat says we're going to lose to Michigan? Let's go. OHIO, baby. I-O. Let's go. I can't wait. We lost to Michigan last year, won the championship. This year, we are so much better. We better win. No doubt in my mind. But yeah, that was some crazy stories, bro. Honestly. You know. It was hard to get in the groove today. It was very hard. It was like all the news was so opposite. It was hard to like all my Epstein stuff was very like I have to run it through something before I can show it to you guys because I don't know how YouTube's going to respond to it. It's not mainstream. So I'm going to have to run it through to see how they present it because like the other presentation I had, the guy kept using the R word very loosely. And I'm like, man, I can't present this. You know, I want to, but like YouTube won't be thrilled with, you know, the R word every other day. So I chose not to. But I really wanted. There's stuff that's out with the list. Whatever you want to call it. Listy schmisty. He said, nope. not happening. That's what Ohio in the house. Absolutely. The R word is making a comeback. And I love the R word. Not Republican. Not Republican.
Not on YouTube. It's not.
The R words are, I guess, cool to use nowadays. I mean, I don't know. I look
Not
at
when
Ryan
you're
and I
live.
use it all the time. I know, not on the live, but dude, you get me off of here and it's R like a damn pirate. I look at Ryan like R, you know? We love that word. Man, back in the day, it was okay. Nowadays, you see a little spectrum and it's like, oh no, how dare you? Don't you dare talk about the spectrum like that. Don't you dare. I mean, we're all
honestly, though, it is making a comeback.
but we all are on the spectrum in our own little way, bro. I mean, like, come on. Come on. You telling me I'm not a little, you know? Come on.
Right.
I'm a little special. I think you're a little special. I think Kiki's a little special. Mimsy's definitely a little special. John Deere, come on, man.
God damn
You've
it,
always
dude.
been a little special to me too, Bubba. I can't say your name, man. Damage Inc. You're special too, Bubba. Don't leave yourself out. I rode the he rode the short bus to damn school. Did you have to fight hard to get on that bitch, or did they make you get on that bitch? How long did you have to ride the good old short bus? You know, there's nothing wrong with that damn short bus. Did you get to school? I don't know what to say to that, bro. That's hilarious. I mean, like, I think there was a lot of short bus riders in this chat today. Oh, no. Ryan loves to wear his helmet. See, he's being real quiet, but he wears his helmet. When
No, I'm just watching the views just drop.
No, you're not. It's been the same the whole time. You drop.
Oh, no, it just went up.
It hasn't budged, dude. Yeah, puke. I'm
Just went up
watching
17.
right now. Just because I said you have to wear a helmet, you're telling me the whole.
No, not that.
Now it just dropped. Thank you. Does that make you feel
All
better?
right, there you go.
There we go. Whatever. Ryan missed the short bus for school. Oh no, the algorithm dropped. I missed the short bus. They wouldn't even let me ride it.
Dropped again.
What does that say about me?
A lot.
I know. It's actually going up, Ryan. I know. It's literally, it doesn't even matter, Keeks. At this point in time, I'm over here saying what's up. Not saying nothing too bad. We good. Hell, one of my favorite Sublime groups was Long Beach Short Bus. They were punk rock. They were like Long Beach Dub All-Stars on the spectrum. Literally. I broke my nose at that concert. My first show in Columbus that I moved there, I broke my nose at a punk show for Sublime. Great time. Great times. Thanks, bro.
Thank you.
Broke my nose. That all I wanted was I'm like, yo, my face is swollen. I was drunk as hell. I'm like, give me something for my nose. They're like, where are you at? I couldn't tell them where I was at, bro. So they wouldn't give me nothing. And then finally, my sister showed up. And I got my damn fucking pain meds, but I was sitting there struggling, dude. I had to get surgery on that shit. Oh, yeah, I fucked my nose up. My dude was in the mosh pit, and he was, on the spectrum, for real. Literally. And he was drunk and, on the spectrum, and he somehow thought that he was going to just go jump in the mosh pit, right? So I feel bad because I'm watching my uncoordinated spectrum friend in the mosh pit just getting knocked around and shit, bullied in that bitch. And I'm sitting there having a beer, just watching, going, oh my God, look at this kid. RIP too, bro. I know you're laughing at this story. And they start bullying him. So I come in and I start helping him. Next thing you know, this dude throws his head back like as hard as he could, like pow, and hit his head onto my nose. It just straight broke my nose, dude. I didn't even know it because one, I was drunk, and two, I was in a mosh pit with all this adrenaline. So next thing you know, I'm swinging and we're all fighting in this mosh pit. And I come walking out. Everything's cool. Like, dude, we beat these dudes' ass. Like, everything was cool, so I thought. And my dude looks at me like he saw a ghost. He's like, oh, my God, look at you. And next thing you know, like, security, everything and shit was like, you got to go. We got to call an ambulance. And my boy's like, no, you don't got to call the ambulance. I'm going to take him. I'll take him. So now my dude's taking me to the hospital. He's freaking drunk and spectrumed out. I don't know where the hell I'm at. I'm in the they're telling me in the hospital, sir, where are you at? Tell us where you're at. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I'm not from around here, dude. Like, even if I did, I wasn't like so like out of my mind that I legit didn't know where the hell I was at, dude. They would not accept it. They wouldn't accept my I don't know where I'm at, guys. I really don't. Like, they made me sit there until a family member showed up like, yeah, no, like, he just moved here. Like, it was crazy. It was my first concert out of living in Columbus on campus. Great story. I mean, it was like classic Spectrum shit, though. I mean, like, honestly, what do you want me to say? Like, my dude's ass should not have been wobbling around the damn mosh pit to begin with, dude.
Read Damage Inc.'s last couple messages.
He said, I broke dudes, no celebrating a touchdown at the Browns game. Nuh-uh. Damn, son. Good job, though. At least it was like, he fucking did it and celebrate. Bro, that must have did something good because we don't do something good so often. So you must have been excited as hell, bro. You must have fucking threw those arms like a savage. Bow. You know that guy better. If he was a Browns fan, he'd understand. You know, if he was a Browns fan, he'd be like, well, they finally made a completion. They finally threw a first down. I understand the broken nose. I'll smoke with you, Memsy. That's how we'll end it. Everybody, if you do smoke tobacco, roll one, light one, smoke one. It's 4:19. Actually, look, 15 seconds from being 4:20 into the stream. I like how these numbers have been lining up crazy today. You know what I'm saying? It's been crazy. I seen like every damn number lined up today. It was real weird. We were talking about 9/11 and there was 119 people in the room. I was like, that's weird. I know, geeks. Well, as soon as you said it, I started paying attention to it more. You know how that shit goes. You know how that shit goes. Like, you're like, oh, I like red cars. Next thing you know, you see a million red cars. It was like that. For sure. Who'd you buy a beer? It has been. It really has been. I hear what you're saying. I seen it. Hey, we're at 4:20. Smoke them if you got them. It's ironic that I'm still here because my people moved the meeting until 3, a little bit after 3. I was like, sweet. That buys me a little more time because I was only going to go for like 2.5 hours. And I got worried that I'm just going to run out of streaming minutes. So I'm like, I'll just keep going. And if I use them, I use them. And I'll just have to I don't know what I'm going to do. But I didn't feel like an hour was sufficient to save or something. They might screw me and say it was like 58 minutes. But if you go over, then you could use as many as you want. So it true the fishing in Wisconsin are all fish out because overfishing? You guys have to go to. Who's you guys, bro? Ain't nobody here from Wisconsin, bro. Who are you talking to? Ryan, that's your question.
I don't know. Listen, dude, I fish in Lake Erie. There's no fish shortage there, buddy. I don't know about Wisconsin.
Yeah, bro. We're not in Wisconsin, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't pay attention to the fish count in Wisconsin, buddy. I'm just saying. You said you guys as if though I should know that. And it's like, nah, I do know there's fish in Lake Erie.
It happens, Keeps.
But I don't know what the hell you mean by Wisconsin. I put you in a cabin somewhere in Wisconsin. Dude, that shit was one of the best songs ever. Bro, are the Browns gonna win again? Is Sanders trash or what, dude? Like, come on. I wasn't really pumped to see him. Damage, what'd you think, bro? We're just abundant here in Alabama. Yeah. Oh, no. We're not from Wisconsin. That was the Slender Man woman. She was from Wisconsin.
Plenty of catfish. Plenty of catfish there.
Yeah, lots of catfish.
You're not going to run out of catfish.
Perch. What else, Ryan?
Walleye.
Walleye
and perch. That's it.
That's if you're gonna do it, you might as well go grab that. If you're going to Cleveland,
get the good
and
stuff.
Go get fish, get some walleye. That's what you want to get.
Walleye capital of the world, baby.
If you like fish, that's what you'll get. Yeah, I was going to say Lake Erie's where it's at. Exactly, Damage. If that's what you want, the way they were talking, that's what I assume that's what they wanted. You know what I'm saying?
I know Keeks. My family's from Alabama.
Oh, yeah, Keeks has got it made where she's at. Hey, Keeks, have you ever stuck your hand in a hole and pulled the fish out? Be honest. Come on, don't tell me you're
It's called noodling, dude. Called noodling or hillbilly hand fishing.
That's what you do. You noodle fuck. Now,
I'd be scared as hell to put my hand in a hole, thinking there's a turtle or a beaver in there.
Oh, I hear you. You're Canadian. I hear you. Nah, bro, you're on the other side of us, but I'm the other side of Lake
So
Erie.
you like walleye too, Canadian?
Yeah,
I'm sure.
You get it. You've noodled. I bet you stuck your arm right in that damn hole and pulled out a freaking fish bigger than damn Jonah the whale.
Yeah, or lose a finger. One of the two.
Stuck in that bit. No, dude, you ain't never seen me stick my hand in a hole and hope to God I can pull out a fish.
You bowfish? For what, carp?
I ain't never caught a walleye.
Yeah.
I live in Virginia. We do catfishing and bass. Hey, nothing wrong with bass. I mean, catfishing's basic.
Ain't nothing wrong with catfishing. That's fun.
Oh,
and the more south you go, the better it tastes.
I think bass are beautiful fish. A nice, big, giant, large.
It's a beautiful. It is a beautiful fish. It's a sport fish, man.
It is, bro, for sure. I can't argue.
Yeah, carp and gar. Yeah, I knew it.
Carp and gar. What the hell is a gar? Explain.
A gar is a long. It looks like a long nose. It's got a long nose and got teeth all the way through it. It's about that thick. Depends on how big they get huge though.
Is it some lake shit?
Walleye, perch, and cat are the best. Yeah, it depends on how you cook the cat.
I didn't really like catfish. It's not
You gotta smoke
favorite.
those carp and gar. That's tough. Gar is tough.
It's like
they're real bony.
You'll send a pic. Okay. Oh, pike. Yeah.
Northern pike, yes.
Northern pike are beautiful. Yeah.
Those are also bony.
Oh, definitely got northern pike. Good call.
Size definitely matters.
Size definitely
You don't want no big, huge walleye, dude. You want little ones, bro.
Why don't you want a
just
big,
above.
huge? I thought
The meat's not as good, dude. Meat's not as good.
So what? You like the fresh meat? Is what you're saying? Is that what you need? Like how old? Like
16 inches, 18, something like that, 17. I don't know.
Garballs?
I guess 32 inches.
Said the best way to eat gar is to make gar balls. That sounds fucking insane. I want me some gar balls.
Dude, that's that down south shit.
Real gar balls downtown there, bub. What you eating on? Gar balls? I ain't never even heard of that shit. I don't even want to try. Just the name gar balls sounds a little too much for Team Tim's fucking shit. Laughing my ass off. That's what they do in Louisiana. They do a lot of things in Louisiana. Damn right, boy. They don't do that shit here in Ohio, though, dude. I don't know about no gar balls. I think I'd be
big, huge
one
eye.
I know it is, but made with fish. Ew! Like it replaced the cornbread with fish.
Yeah.
I don't know. Sounds like shit to me. Sounds like shit. I don't like deer meat. I don't like none of that real, like he said, tough and muddy. Yeah, I'm good. I don't like that wild meat. No. I'm good. I'm good on the wild, tough, what the hell type meat. I mean, I don't know.
I throw the catfish back for sure, but it's a hell of a fight. I like the fight
Sure, you
now.
gotta knock them out before you could like get the hook out.
What?
You have to knock them out, like
Knock who out?
The fucking catfish.
Hell no.
Do you fucking hit it in the head so it don't bite your hand off? Like, how the hell do you fucking?
I got a picture of me holding a 40-pounder like this.
But how do you get it out? I mean, like,
take the hook out,
kick it, like,
and then
stick
very
your hand
carefully
in
put it
there? Are
back.
you out your damn mind? And see, that's what I'm talking about, bro. I ain't trying to stick my hand in that fucking mouth like that.
Gar got teeth. You gotta have pliers, dude. It's not that hard.
Yeah, you're not. I'm not sticking my hand in there, bro. I'm good. So, did you have to knock it out, or you just stick your fat ass hand in there and pull the shit out? I'm confused. No? Anybody? What do y'all do? Peaks, how do you get your catfish off the line? You just take it off like a savage? Am I just a puss? Tell me. Say, hey, you're just a puss. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. No,
Catfish won't hurt you. Gar will.
They are jumping around. You just take it off. I don't know. I always thought it sounded better that you had to club that bitch first.
No, that's if you want to. No, that's if you want to keep a fish you're gonna eat. You knock it out so it doesn't have the adrenaline. It gets all the blood out of the meat. You got to bleed it out. No.
I could have not known that, but whatever.
Whatever.
You can tell I'm not a country ball. I ain't trying to beat no fish. You know what I'm saying? You're a fishing gal? Oh, you're a gal. So there's more than one fishing gal. There's 3 of them. We got Ryan, Keeks, and now Humble People. Humble Pie. You ladies need to go out fishing one day. I believe he was talking about knocking out the gun. I'm talking about knocking out any fish with teeth big enough that I have to stick my hand in their mouth. I don't give a damn what kind of fish it is. And I'm just joking, Ryan. I don't think you're a lady. Again, see, catfish have like sandpaper teeth. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Nothing good about sandpaper.
It's like 80. It's like 80 grit sandpaper. I can put my hand in there and grab a 40. You know. pull it up. Like it's not gonna hurt me. My knuckles will be bleeding. It depends if it's a channel cat or if it's a blue cat. It'll really tear you up. But flatheads. I can pick up a 40-pound flathead with no gloves or nothing. Ain't no problem.
Howdy. That's pretty gangster, I have to say. You know what I would do to that damn fucking catfish?
Reed, where's my lawnmower, bro? Where's my lawnmower?
Throw him in the water, bro. Oh. Hey, you guys are special, okay? Good for you. I might not be that special, though. Whatever. Oh, one more time for all the special people. Hold on. One more time for the special people. Let's go. Good job, guys. Good job. Proud of you. Oh, Lord. You'll put your hand in there, too. Under the fins.
Yeah. And look,
Man,
like this. I'll show you pictures. I'll show you pictures after this.
Yeah, that kills them, but if you eat it...
You gotta do it right. You can't just get the gills.
I've gone fishing, Keeks, but I've not known to stick my hand down Jonah the whale's fucking throat. I'm just saying. I'd rather beat that bastard with the stick or not do it. It ain't happening my way.
I don't think so, Keeks. He'd probably hook me in the ass, and I'd be mad as hell.
Listen, I'd be the one wearing the helmet because I'm good at fishing. Like when we're in a pond or something, like, you know what I'm saying? I can catch fish. But fuck that. I ain't catching no weird alien. A 40-pounder? Yeah, you think I'm sticking my hand in some fucking kid's mouth? It's like half of one of Ryan's midgets. Like, dude.
No, they're not. They're not good for eating. You don't want to eat it. You don't want to eat a 40-pounder, really, unless you really know what you're doing.
Ryan's midgets, but you might get bit. They're on the spectrum. Smoking joint, bro. Yeah. There's Reed. Oh, yeah, that fucking robot in the store was up to no good. Imagine a gang of them shit circling you. Imagine having like 20 of them all at you at one time. I don't know if you could win. Like, seriously, I'm not sure. You think we'd be able to survive the damn, like 20 of those robots? I don't think so.
Oh, Gar will.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to all chat. Dirt, and dirt. I know people who died to weld the dams and then catfish as big as buses. Catfish as big as buses? Are you kidding me?
Man, you can find if you look up Wells WELS catfish, you'll see a big cat. You'll be like, what? But bus, I don't know.
A bus? Bro. Yes. Ryan, like, I'll just use some pliers and stick my hand right down there. I don't
Well, you
care.
got to.
I'm just gonna leave it. I'm not even attempting.
Research Wells catfish. WELS.
They're huge. The Ohio River dam divers went down to repair a dam, and there were catfish the size of Volkswagens.
A tiny Volkswagen? Yeah, I mean, it's long, maybe.
Gosh.
Flatheads get big. The
Those
blues,
things seem to be like little sharks.
plus, I don't know. Look up Wells catfish. You ain't gonna get no bigger than that.
Damn. See, Damage he's in Ohio. He gets it. Ohio River's got some shit in there, dude. There's some monsters in that bitch.
Yeah.
There's some monsters in the Ohio River, dude. Don't get that
70, 80, 100 plus pounds. Flatheads. In
shit.
blue.
Buy fish from Walmart, release them to the ocean. Yeah, that's ass backwards, but whatever. Yep, Ryan's got walls of fish. I need to know. See, he needs to tell us more stories. He had
About
to
what?
whack them shits. Did you see the teeth on the one? Did he shoot it with one of them harpoons? I mean, what do you do?
You get pliers and you take it. Well, usually, and if I'm gonna keep it and eat it, you know what? I mean, you gotta bleed it out right away.
Just pretend you're David telling us about the hunting story.
Nope.
Tell everybody how you gotta do it.
I mean, if you get bit by a walleye, you're lucky to be having your fingers still, probably.
Have you ever prepared a fish?
Or a
How do you
pike?
do-
Or
You
muskie?
aren't supposed to be in the wild, but people release them, they grow in the wild. What's not supposed? Yeah, I would scream like a girl. Fuck yeah. Humble pie. I'm not scared to admit it. I'll scream like a little damn girl. And then we got people like Keeks over here just sticking her arm right in the hole and hoping to God she could pull one out. That's insane, dude. I'm not that cool. Tim, I think you would like to catch a drum. Hold on. Do I have a drum? I wouldn't mind using it. I do. I like that one better. Anyways.
A drum?
Drum of what? That's the question I'm asking, Keeks.
A drumfish.
What's a drumfish?
Carp.
Dumb. Is it dumb fish? Is that why you called it a drumfish? Because it's stupid? Carp is stupid fish.
A drum. A sheephead. Sheep's head.
I'm on the Ohio River. I have 47-acre property right at. Oh, nice, bro. We used to go there all the time, fish and party.
Nice.
That's dope, dude. Enjoy that stuff, man. So is this a fish channel?
I guess for the last 20 minutes.
Whatever you want it is, brother. We're just bullshitting the end of the show, Bubba. If that's what you want to talk about, man, sure. We started off with some football. Now we're talking about Keeks sticking her arm in holes and pulling out giant fish. I pulled a big Volkswagen catfish out of the Ohio River. It'll be on my wall. Dude, if you pull one out the size of a Volkswagen, I don't even know what to say. I don't know how you're going to get it out.
I'd give you $1 million.
Boring. What's boring, futuristic Mike? Tell me something fun. What's a fun thing to do, Mike? What do you do? And don't tell me you like to do things that are gross for fun. I don't want to hear it. I know hey, look, Chad, y'all can say it. I'm really not trying to, you know what I'm saying? But y'all know what I want to say. Ryan does. I'm holding back the best I can. Ain't nothing fun about little Mikey. Mikey, go shave your neck beard, boy. Damn, Mikey. No love. No love in the chat, Bubs. Come on, Mikey. Do better. Do better, Mikey. Futuristic Mikey. What a name. Dude, literally, I use this quite often, but dude woke up like, you know, I'm going to call myself Futuristic Mikey today. Let's see how I can fuck shit up today. You know, I'm Futuristic Mikey. I think I might do some damage today on YouTube. He's like, yo, you fucking called yourself Mikey. First off, that's what you could first off sit down, Mikey, and think of a better name. That's all I'm trying to say, Bubs. Like really. I know you weren't laughing when you hit send and hit enter like this is my name. I know you weren't laughing because none of us are. We're only laughing at the fact that you sat there and thought that shit would be funny. You pulled into the wrong chat at the wrong time, Futuristic Mikey. Come on, man. Do better. You can do better, man. Futuristic Mikey. I'm starting to get used to this Futuristic Mikey shit. Tell me something, Mikey. Tell me about the future, Bubba. Mike, if you want to be my noodling bait, just say that, bro. I don't see any fish talking. Hey, man, listen. Hey, man, I was looking to change topics, honestly. I was ready for the next one, Mikey. I've been nice to the chat all day long. I'm just fucking with you, Bubba. You're funny. If you can take it, Bubba, I like it. I would need the strength of a Sasquatch. Hey, don't piss off Sasquatch. She'll throw your ass around. I will put my hot dog on a hook. Thanks, Bamboozle. I don't know why my name doesn't show. I don't know why either. You guys, why is it showing your guys' like @ names and not just your like YouTube handles? I probably don't know who half the people are because I don't know your @ names. It's weird.
Yeah.
Little Mikey. It's okay, Bubba. We love you. Bass only gets caught when their mouth is open. Damn, we're still on these. Dude, they're still hitting it with them fire ass fishing. Big Mike. Oh, so are you like the futuristic Mike? Like, you know, I'm trying to figure it out here, Bubs. Mike wins again. Okay. All right. All right. I see. So he remembered to tape his shit to his leg before he hit the chat is what he's trying to say. Remember on Ellen when you forgot to tape your shit up?
Yeah, Big Mike.
Big Mike gave everybody a show. How do you deny that? I mean, come on, dude. How do you deny that one?
Why did you do that to Joan Rivers? That wasn't cool.
Did they do that to Joan Rivers? Good point, Ryan. They did Joan Rivers dirty, bro.
They did.
And she was a snowflake, too. Don't get me wrong. She was a for sure snowflake. But she spoke some truth, and they didn't like that, did they? No one likes your fishy stories, Keeks. Yes, they do. I do. Everybody was talking fishing. Ryan does. I might be scared, but I don't. I definitely like them. You took his joke and ran with it. Damn right. Oh, yeah. I was just joking around, Bubba. I was just joking with her, man. She lives in Bama, right? She lives in Alabama. And you know them Bama girls, bro. They be shooting their deers. They be catching their birds. And they be sticking their hands in holes and pulling out big-ass fish. That's how I see it.
Don't forget shooting Gar and Clark.
bro. I don't know. Is there anything? Am I missing something here? Somehow
Probably
you Bama bitches are
frog
bad
legs,
as hell,
maybe.
bro.
Maybe frog legs. I don't know.
I've eaten frog legs. I have. Now I
I've
don't know if
bought
I.
them and cooked them. And they, dude, it's weird because when you're frying them up, the legs are just kicking. And it's like, oh, I don't know if I can eat this. Man,
Tastes
but
like
it does
chicken.
taste like chicken. This is close
It
as you can
does.
get, pretty much.
Tastes like really fried chicken to me. I don't know. It didn't make no difference. I had
Used a
rabbit too.
frog gig. Look, we didn't have a gig. We just went there with a flashlight in our hands.
I just had it at a restaurant. Y'all are freaks. I don't know. Y'all are weirdos. I just had it at a restaurant, man. I was at like a gourmet
Nah,
restaurant in
I'm catching
Boston,
my own.
Massachusetts. And my uncle brought out like everything on the menu. Like I had rabbit, I had turtle, I had frog, I had all types of weird ass shit out. They didn't tell me. Think I'll do it again? No.
Swamp chicken.
We
Yep.
used to gig snakes. What does gig mean?
You get it. It's like a spear, like a trident. You know what I mean? Real long.
See what I'm
spear.
saying? She used to gig shit. See what I'm saying? You act like I'm out of line for saying that she'd stick her hand in the hole. That's gigging.
No, that's no, that's
No,
noodling.
I know, but what I'm saying
Gigging.
is that's still gigging type shit.
At least you ain't got to get in the water and put your hand down in there.
That's gigging type shit, dog.
You know what they do? When they noodle, like, and they'll find holes, like, but they'll just put a box down, and then the catfish will swim in that box and lay eggs, whatever. And then you put your hand in there, it clamps down. Like,
So, but
you
back
can
to
hear
the
it.
space shit. So, can you really take a spear and kill a fish?
Yeah.
Or a snake? Can you do it, Ryan?
Yeah, of course.
Man,
It's like a try. It's
I'd
not.
have to call
It's like it's
Google
got like
Buddies.
5 spikes, dude. It's real small. You just,
Yeah. Do you
if you're
think
far
Ryan
away
would
from it,
hit a
dude. You're
snake
far
with a
away.
spear?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to call him a spear chucker. See, and we're allowed to use that in this sentence because that's what he's doing. He's chucking spears at a snake. So what would you call that? Yeah, that's exactly right.
Gigging.
Giggity giggity. Yes, that's why I don't noodle, because they're in those holes to breed. Hey, the only way I'm in a hole is to breed too. You can't blame them. You know what I'm saying?
Possum? Really? Never heard of somebody eating possum.
Squirrel meat and
Squirrel, yeah.
possum.
We're
You can tell
from
he's
Ohio.
from
Squirrel's
Ohio, but
normal.
we got possum and squirrel. They don't be having them shits all around.
Yeah, well,
Have
we
you
don't
seen
be
the
eating
black?
possum.
Have
Yeah,
you seen the black squirrels, bro? Have y'all seen black squirrels? Because I
I
think
bet
they're
you
only in Kent.
No, they're in Michigan too.
Well, fucking Michigan. Don't say the word. You're not supposed to say it. You gotta say Michigan. Can't use the M. We don't say M's during the whole week when it comes to Michigan. You don't give them that shit. Nope. No, thank you. I stopped at the wabbit. Listen, George, it's the putty with a wabbit. I want to pet the putty with a wabbit, George. Yes, my brother is obsessed with squirrel hunting. Okay, so you have squirrels in Alabama. Do you have possum in Alabama?
Catfish, gar, carp,
I'm going to pack
bass,
something funky for the end of this. I
brim.
appreciate everybody that stuck around. You guys have been fun. This is my favorite part of going live is bullshit with everybody at the end. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm finna skip my meeting just because this is better. For real, for real. Don't get me wrong, Keeks. If it was some end of the world type stuff, I'm eating anything and everything. Listen, I don't want to eat none of that shit unless I have to, of course. I hear you. Damage. If it comes down to it, I'm with you. But at the end of the day, bro, realistically, I am not eating a wild game shit until it comes down to the end times. Till 2030 hits and we're eating grasshoppers. Bro, I'm eating as much chicken and steak and all the good shit that I can. Fuck the goop, the golf balls. I'm gonna smoke some oh, I know what I'm gonna smoke. That sherbet, bro. Or that skunky. I don't know. I just rolled a bunch of J's of it, so I want to smoke something out the bowl. It's deer season. I think it's past season for us. Am I right, Ryan?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm I'm not a big deer hunter there. I don't know.
Oh man, I thought you used to go sit up in the stand all day long and just spit
Nah.
out your backy.
No, if I wanted to, I could. I would just go to down. I'd just go down to the cabin. Fucking shoot
Where's
one.
David at, dude? Is it musket season? I'm just wondering. I wonder if you can. Damn, Tim, need to get you out the city, bro. I never been hunting. My uncle hunts, right? He used to. R.I.P., bro. I've been coon hunting before. That shit was fun. But we had dogs. You know, they would chase them down, bark, and then you just run to where they're at and fucking shoot the bastard if you have to. Otherwise, the dog will kill it first. That's the only hunting I've really ever done. I know. It's not that I'm like in the city. I'm just a city boy, man. I don't like getting wet. I don't like getting bit by bugs. I don't know, man. I like staying clean, bro. You fuck up my Jordans and shit. Fuck up my shoes. I'd have to put on some like LeBrons or something. Oh shit. In Canada, they're black. Yes. What, the squirrels? Because they're like that in Kent too, bro. They got black squirrels. Those things are up to no good, dude. They're up to no damn good. I'm telling you. Kent always has high bike thief rating. Their crime rate there is huge. See you, boys. Nice to kind of meet you guys. May stop in again. Cheers. It was nice to meet you too. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We're just effing around at the end. I hope you enjoyed. I've got 6 minutes. I'll just kill it out. I got 6 minutes till it's 5 on the dot. So I got 5 minutes. I am a damn Yankee. I'm a damn Yankee. You know what I'm saying? Did everybody hit the sub? Did everybody hit the like? We didn't get shit for likes today, but the content was not very liked. I didn't really want to go with it. It was hard for me to get out what I wanted to put out. I don't know. I think it was the rain and shit. The energy just wasn't flowing for me today. Couldn't get in a good groove like I like to get into. But, you know, the intentions were there. Hopefully you guys got something out of it. The intentions were there. I swear. Yeah, right? I'm ready. No, I ain't going to bed. Ryan's going to. I'm surprised he's still awake. I'm going to be honest. I'm
2 cups
surprised
of coffee. I'm running on coffee.
awake. Yeah, it's still early for me, but I'll definitely get that nap in at some point for sure. Definitely. I usually take mine at like 5 or 6. As soon as it gets dark out, I'm definitely coffeeed out. No doubt in my mind. Like, no more coffee for me, dude. No way.
I know. I got about 2 sips left. I'm
Me
trying
too,
to make
dude.
it last.
I'm not going to another cup. I got literally 2 sips.
I still can't find my reading glasses. It's really picking me up.
Yeah, we had to wait all morning for Ryan to find his reading glasses, and he never made his glasses. Never found them. Poor guy. Did a damn good job sniping, though. I
I
thought
had
I
a backup
was
pair.
like, look, dude, when I put that Fox on and I put that liberal Democrat shit on, bro, I love watching the chat just go fucking ham every time, bro. It's fucking hilarious, dude. It's like, all right, I'm putting out information. All right, now let's just watch the chat go ham for a little while. I'm Ohio Valley grower. Look for OG 5-star coming soon up north. I should have the genetics, so it's going to the market. Damn, should I send it?
Really?
I'm about to send him a link to the.
Yeah. We need to talk.
You're gonna have to text Ryan though. I'll send you a link to the show server, but you're gonna have to text Ryan. Oops, I hit the wrong one. I'm so used to like. Hold on. Boom. Boom. You might catch me in there like with the poker table up. If you see me with the poker table up, hop in. You ever want to look? Holler at Ryan, bro. The thunderstorm already was here, Keeks. When I woke up, it was thunderstorming.
Still no rain. Still no rain here. Nothing.
It was thunderstorming hardcore. I know, right? Well, nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. It's just like some internet thing. So I'm told. You know, I don't know. I'm like interested in talking about the story. What's up, yo? You see, Ryan, you did have rain this morning.
I got up at 8:30, so I didn't see any, but I didn't hear any or see any. Oh, yeah, it did drizzle a little bit.
I could hear it. Like, I could hear the rain for sure. Like, hardcore outside. And then, like, when I was setting up, it was super windy. And Marley kept wanting to go outside, and I would open the door, like, bro, you don't want to go out there. And he'd just walk past it, like, pissed as hell. Like, damn. Every time thinking it's going to get better. I don't blame you, Mimsy. It's do or don't, you know. We've got a couple. It's fun.
Ooh, I just heard thunder. Huh.
I can't tell if it is. Yeah, if you come, I mean, we do have panels where we do have a bunch of us and we do have stuff. That's for sure. Man, I'm jealous. I want a thunderstorm. I want it, dude. If it was thundering, I would definitely be going to sleep. No doubt. Why day starts at midnight? I don't know. Is Trump gonna push back this daylight savings or? If y'all will be in there, I will rejoin. I was in there yesterday, just sitting there. I was in there yesterday just sitting there hoping that somebody was going to come play poker, but nobody popped in. I ended up calling Keeks like, play me. I need to play some poker, like ASAP. I was on a roll yesterday. I didn't want to stop. Straight up. I was on a poker roll. I was getting them hands, boy. I took your money, but then that damn thing glitched and it took all the money. I didn't get shit. I left the same as I came in. It still took your money. I feel bad. But that damn table glitches all the time, and that shit was I didn't do that shit. It happened to me twice yesterday. But I definitely gave you a little. You reset. Oh, good for you. I've never had that problem, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. I have never had to learn to reset my money. Hit one. Who's left in the chat? You guys don't like to play poker? Does anybody in Ohio know of a good poker league? Ryan, there's no like poker leagues that don't involve going to the damn casino?
I don't know if I'm allowed. I don't know.
Because, like, dude, I need to play me some pokes. Not on the internet, but like, I need to play some real pokes. I need to play me some real pokes, my friend. That's for sure. I know Billy's always down to play some pokes. Bro, if I lived up there, dude, we'd be having some damn pokes. For sure.
I know.
We'd be playing hella real pokes. No doubt in my mind. No doubt. It's coming. It was down south, so it's coming our way. Let's see. It says on my thing on Sunday we're gonna get 1 inch of snow. Only in Ohio, bro, where we go from 60 and raining to snowing. Like, that's some Ohio shit right there, boy. For real. That is some straight up OG Ohio shit right there.
Great.
All right, I got 114 videos. It's kind of a long stream. I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't what I expected. Didn't expect to go this long. I could have did this the whole damn time. Been easier.
It's about that time.
Over the next 2 weeks. You guys are gonna get snow too? That's crazy. Got you, Marley. Everybody say prayers for Marmars. He's the cat. If you don't know, now you know. Trying to nurse him back. He wasn't feeling good. That's, why y'all ain't really see me. But I think I got him. He's running around bitching at me right now, which means he's doing somewhat good. I'll take it. I will take it, man. There was a point in time where like, damn, this cat always bitches at me when I go live. And then he stopped bitching at me when I'm live. And I'm like, yo, I miss hearing him yell at me when I'm live. You'll never win. You'll never win. I'm skipping the snow this winter in Florida. Oh, you're lucky, Mimsy. Y'all are getting snow, though. I'm not trying to give you bad, but look, y'all are getting snow. You can skip it. You can skip all around in it, but you're going to get some. Where you at? Do you mind saying where in Florida? Are you like south or are you like Jacksonville? Like more northern Florida. You don't got to say like the exact part. Because like, I don't know, there's parts of states that like do get snow and don't. That's how big America is. Right? Casually gets hit with the hurricane instead. Sorry, Mimsy. That's kind of funny. Because it's like a pretty snowstorm or a hurricane. All right, guys. It was fun. It was a good show. Hopefully, it was more fun chilling with you guys afterwards than it was actually going live today. But I will talk to y'all later on. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, definitely, probably tomorrow. I don't know. I don't know when or whatever, but yeah, definitely tomorrow. And maybe one more time this week. So y'all be good. He said tried to smoke some permanent marker yesterday. A friend traded for some of my strains. Permanent marker was a bit. I love permanent marker, bro. It's like some straight gas. You just got to get it from the right person, my friend. Hey, you're in Ohio. Go get some Woodward permanent marker, and then tell me you don't like it. But that being said, y'all have a beautiful day. God bless. I'm outie, 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 outie. Peace. Much love. Thanks everybody for popping in. We out.
Later. Thank you.
Let me out.